Audiobook title Magic's Return, 01 to 171, by Sleep Deprived Sloth Part 01. Chapter 1 Capture Him Alive! Bang! A loud gunshot was heard. A man was shot. The previously joyous mood turned into one full of panic and confusion. Conversations came to an abrupt halt as startled gasps filled the air. Aokak! A woman screamed as she saw the man falling on the floor. He was shot in his heart. There was no chance of survival. A pool of blood formed under the man's body, and the woman, who had seen so much blood for the first time in her life, could only scream in panic. Her scream was the start. Aokak! He is dead! Aya! Save me! A wave of chaos washed over the party. Guests frantically sought shelter or dropped to the floor in panic. Many just screamed at the top of their lungs. Their bodies had frozen in fear. But the horror had just started. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots were heard. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more bodies fell on the floor, lifeless. All 4 people that had died wore a similar black coat, signifying that they were from the same faction. However, none of the people present there cared about all that. Their focus was on someone else. A black-haired man with a black beard, a slightly wrinkled face with a scar on the left side of his face starting from the cheek to all the way to his eyebrow. This already gave him a fierce look. His savage eyes only boosted his ferociousness. The man stood tall with a gun in his hand. From the calm look on his face, it was clear that he was quite experienced when it came to situations like this. Of course, he didn't stay still either. The moment he realized that his location was now revealed, he rolled over and got a cover. That was the signal. Bang, bang, bang. It has started. The members of the faction that had lost 4 of their men took out their guns and shot at the man who hid behind the cover. Bang, bang, bang. The man didn't just defend either, he continued to shoot at the enemies, making sure that they wouldn't move away from their cover and get near him. Bam! Suddenly, the doors of the room were kicked open and 20 men wearing similar black suits walked in. Their target? The man who had started it all and had murdered 4 of their members. The fight instantly became a 1 versus 26. However, there was still not a single trace of fear in the man's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, more gunshots were heard. Amongst countless gunshots that were continuously being exchanged between the man and the men in black suits, these gunshots seemed more distinct. That was because they were shot by 10 people who seemed to be cowering in fear amongst the crowd. But now, they looked like professionals with years of experience. 10 more men wearing black suits fell down. This enraged other faction members, and the frequency of gunshots exchanged increased. Bang, bang, bang. Aokak! Save me! Get me out of here! Along with the increased gunshots, the panic and chaos in the room spread as well. It was not a normal situation. Who could have thought that some bastards would dare to attack and kill these people, and that too, in their faction ship? How can one be so foolish? Even if they wanted to die, why drag them together? The people couldn't understand. They were in no condition to understand anything either. Their mind was a mess, their heartbeat was a lot faster than normal, they were sweating profusely and their bodies were frozen in fear. However, the people shooting at each other didn't care about their feelings. Suddenly, around 50 more men wearing the same black suit walked into the hall room. The fight's intensity increased. The tables that were used to play poker, billiards, blackjack, roulette, and other games, the bar where the servers stayed behind and served drinks, the music system, and the huge speakers, all of these things were now used as a cover. These 11 men's resistance was quite fierce. They picked their enemies' guns once their own were out of ammo. These people were really skilled. Even killing one of them was difficult. However, in front of such a huge number, even these skilled men fell. One by one, these people started getting hit. The battle continued for 30 whole minutes, and with each second the battle got more and more intense, more bystanders died. Around 30 men wearing black suits were lying on the floor with blood coming out of their bodies. The entire hall room reeked of irony's smell of blood. 10 of the 11 people who attacked the men in black suits were killed as well. The only one left was the bearded man who started all this. He was still fighting. Click, click. Fuck! I am out of ammo! A man wearing black suit cursed. I am the same. The man next to him said the same. They looked at other allies and realized they all faced the same problem as well. And with how that bearded man was not shooting anymore, it seemed that he was facing the same problem. Ha! The men sighed in relief. It was over. Without guns, there was no way that man could fight against more than 20 of them. Bam! However, they were wrong. The table the man in the black suit was covering himself with was broken away from a strong impact. The bearded man appeared right in front of him. In his hand, there was a meter-long hammer. Bam! Af-gaff! Without wasting any time, the bearded man moved his hammer, crushing the man's skull, killing him on the spot. See, crazy bastard! The other people couldn't believe their eyes. You would think that in a condition like this, one would try to search the dead bodies and try to get ammo or another gun. Even thinking about running away was a possibility, but since they were surrounded by water, even this option was not available. Hiding and trying to mix in with the crowd was one of the options as well. There were many things that the bearded man could try and do, but to directly step forward and attack with a hammer? Was he that brave? Or was he just straight up foolish? Attack! Anyways, the men in black didn't care about all that. They only had one task: capture this man. Get him! Capture him alive! Soon the bearded man was surrounded by 20 people who were rushing at him with different weapons in their hands. Chapter 2. See you in hell. Slash. A man passed through the bearded man's defenses and his knife grazed his shoulder. Ugh! The bearded man groaned in pain. However, he ignored the pain and continued to fight. However, that little mini-second he wasted was enough for more openings. Bam! A baseball bat hit his knee. Another man's knife pierced through his thigh, then, his arm was pierced through, the head was smashed with a chair. After being attacked from all directions, the bearded man's movements finally slowed down. He, the man who had killed more than 20 people alone, had finally fallen on his knees. His face was a bloody mess, his limbs were pierced through with knives, and there were cuts and blood all over his body. However, his eyes still looked as fierce as before. Tie him up! A man spoke. Remove his clothes before you do that. We need to make sure he doesn't have any weapons. Another man spoke. The bearded man was then stripped, then, without the care of his injuries, his limbs were tied. Ha! Ha! The men in black suits all breathed heavily. They had finally captured this man. Take him to the boss. A man spoke in a tired voice. Another man nodded. He grabbed the bearded man's hair and pulled him all the way to a room on the upper floor of the ship. Boss! The man spoke as he dragged the bearded man into his boss's room. With his vision a little blurry due to all the blood around his eyes, the bearded man glanced at the so-called boss. The boss wore a neat white suit. He had blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, and a perfectly carved face. Honestly, it wouldn't be a lie to say that he was one of the most handsome men alive in this world. The boss was sitting on a chair that seemed more like a throne. On his lap sat a woman wearing a bikini. In her hands, the woman was holding a plate of steak, while the other woman standing behind the chair had a glass of red wine in her hand. Yes, while the people on the lower floors were fighting and screaming for their lives, this man was eating steak, that too, with a leisurely expression on his face. The man's crystal blue eyes fell on the bearded man and he commented, You created quite a stir. His voice was so soft but heavy that it felt like God himself had spoken. Honestly, even though this man hadn't done anything, just with him leisurely eating steak while the people on the lower floor struggled for their life made him look quite intimidating. Especially those blue eyes, it was as if they had some strange power in them. However, the bearded man didn't feel this intimidation, he just smiled. A big wide grin appeared on his face as he glanced at the boss in front of him. Rather than being intimidated, the bearded man gave off a dangerous aura, even though he was all tied up and was kneeling on the floor. Christopher Davis, 31, leader of Silent Vengeance, a gang that has risen into power in just 7 years. Parents committed suicide when you were 21, after that, you disappeared for 2 years, then once you reappeared, you joined the underworld and in just 1 year, you formed your own gang. Drug trafficking, arms smuggling, racketeering, cybercrime, theft, extortion, money laundering, fraud, and even assassinations, there was nothing you didn't do. Honestly, that is quite a high achievement. Not many gangs could handle all these businesses properly, not to mention a gang that is just 7 years old. I am quite impressed. Boss spoke up, with how he had slightly raised his eyebrow. It was clear that he wasn't saying it for the sake of saying it, he was actually impressed. You did your research? The bearded man, Christopher, replied with a grin. His teeth, which were covered in blood, looked frightening. When you get to my level, getting something like this is just a matter of minutes. If I actually researched or looked into you, I would even have the information about your 7th ancestor. Anyways, I do not like to brag about this, and it seems like you aren't very excited to hear about all this either. So let me come to the main topic. Why are you here, Christopher? Someone as intelligent as you should know you had no chance of winning. Why waste your life like this when you were doing so well? The boss questioned. 2013, February 15th, 9:30 p.m., Bougainville Street, Angelina rape case. Yes, the case where you raped an innocent woman. There were 2 witnesses. Your men tried to pay them off, but they refused and had already called the police. What are you talking about? The boss frowned. Christopher, however, completely ignored him and continued. The police arrested you, Jonathan Turner, a business tycoon. That was how the rape case got popular as well. Soon, however, things cooled down unexpectedly quickly, as if someone intentionally did it. You were released and your men found those 2 witnesses. They created some problems with their business, and then burned them alive, making it seem like suicide. Though I do not quite recall that specific incident, the pattern of operation is indeed mine. I was a little immature back then. I am better now, though. I don't get caught anymore. The boss, Jonathan, chuckled lightly. Those witnesses were my parents. Christopher spoke. Jonathan froze, and soon, his expression changed. So is that why you are here? For revenge? You let your success get to your head? Who told you that you and your little friends can sneak into my ship and kill me? Are you a fool? Did you really think that would work? How many did you and your men kill? 20? 30? 50? In this ship filled with 3,000 people, 2,000 are my people. Do you think you created a big stir? You didn't do anything, Christopher. I can simply replace the people you killed. It wouldn't even be considered a scratch. Honestly, with that pathetic plan of yours, in normal conditions, you wouldn't even be able to see me. The only reason you were blessed with my presence was because I was bored. You are merely a source of entertainment for me, Christopher. Just like your parents. Hearing those words, Christopher's narrowed his eyes. Jonathan noticed then, and an evil grin appeared on his face. What? Do you think their testimony did something? I never went to jail. That was a fake news. Yes, the only reason I killed your parents was because I wanted to do something entertaining. Though I don't remember it now, I am sure your parents' screams as they burned alive and begged me for mercy were entertaining enough. Jonathan laughed lightly. However, these words, which had enough power to burn anyone's heart with rage and hatred, they only brought a grin on Christopher's face. I guess it was hidden deep enough. The stomach is indeed the innermost organ. Even the detectors couldn't detect it. He spoke. The aura around him changed, that bloodied grin, it suddenly became 1,000 times more frightening. What do you mean? Jonathan questioned with a frown. Can you still not hear it? Christopher questioned. The entire area turned deadly silent as Jonathan raised his hand. Beep beep. A faint sound was finally heard. Jonathan's expression changed. You bastard! What are you planning? Is that not clear enough? There is no way you can survive that! Jonathan shouted. His pale face and trembling fingers that he pointed at Christopher were enough to tell how scared he was. I removed all the glands in my stomach and filled the entire thing with this bomb, Jonathan. You think threatening me with my life would work? Jonathan rushed towards Christopher and grabbed him by his collar. The injured Christopher couldn't resist, however. His smile didn't vanish, rather, it only widened even further. The police might free you, that girl you raped might take back all the allegations, But I will never forgive you, Jonathan. You destroyed my life by taking away the two most precious people in my life, leaving me alone. Now I am going to destroy yours. Be bastard! Think about the other 3,000 people on the ship. Are you going to kill all of them? You think your parents would be happy when you meet them in the afterlife. I created a crime syndicate, did all kinds of terrible things just so I can understand how things work here and get to you. You think I would care about those 3,000 lives? And after what I did, I wouldn't even get to meet my parents. Since both you and I will be going to the same place. With a wide grin on his face, Christopher spoke his last words. See you in hell, Jonathan. No! Bill-am. Chapter 3 Who Are You? Bill-am. Heyawa! A man sat up from his bed and his eyes widened in surprise. He was Christopher. Ha! 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 Christopher took a deep breath. His face was covered with sweat, and he looked around with a confused look on his face. He didn't know where he was. He then glanced at his own hands. It was only for a faint second, but he saw his hands being covered with light and disintegrating into countless small particles. Ha! 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 Christopher's breathing hardened. Seeing his hand intact like this, he felt a strange emotion. He then looked around again, then a smile appeared on his tired face. Is this the hell they all talked about? It sure doesn't look like one. He muttered to himself. This room, it was far from what he imagined the hell would look like. The bed he was lying on, it was a four-poster bed with an extremely soft mattress covered with silk sheets, the pillows were plushy, and the canopy overhead gave a sense of extreme comfort and grandeur. The walls were draped in rich tapestries depicting heroic battles and mythical creatures. Soft, golden light spills through stained glass windows, casting vibrant hues across the room and adding an ethereal ambience. To one side, a beautifully crafted reddish-brown writing desk was positioned, adorned with an assortment of quills, ink pots, and parchment. Across from the bed, a sitting area was arranged with plush velvet armchairs and a low coffee table. Near the windows, a small balcony overlooks breathtaking views of the castle grounds. All in all, this room was absolutely beautiful. Honestly, it was far better than all the five-star hotels Christopher had ever been to. If hell is this beautiful, then what about heaven? My parents must be living a comfortable life up there. Christopher chuckled. Soon, however, he noticed something amiss. His body. It felt weak. Is this because of the explosion? He wondered, however, as he glanced at his hands, he realized that his skin was fairer than before. No, it was not just skin color, the size of his hands, skin texture, hand proportions, the shape, everything was different. These were not his hands. Christopher frowned, he stood up, and walked towards the mirror. His eyes widened in surprise when he glanced at his reflection. This is me. He wondered in his head. What? Does hell even give you a plastic surgery to make you the most handsome man alive? He had lustrous purple hair, well-groomed eyebrows, and golden eyes that gave out a sense of mysteriousness. His facial features looked as if they were carefully carved by the god himself. There were still some similarities to his features in the past, however, it had been refined to the point that he needed to look carefully to find those familiarities. Heh! That's quite a look. Though I liked the scar on my face, made me feel like a badass. Christopher laughed as he glanced at his face again. All his scars were gone, his skin seemed healthy, facial features were sharp. All in all, he was very satisfied with his appearance. Vaughn, eat your meal. Suddenly, Christopher heard a voice. A man wearing a black suit over a white shirt and black pants barged into the room while dragging a table with him. The moment the man walked in, he closed the doors, then he pushed the table away towards Christopher and then frowned. Why are you standing? Shouldn't you be laying on the bed? Are your injuries healed? Or were you not injured at all and were deceiving me this whole time? The man wearing a black suit questioned. Step. Christopher's body stepped back on its own. Huh! He frowned as he realized that his head was unconsciously lowered. Christopher couldn't understand. This body, it seemed like it was intimidated by this man. But why? Christopher glanced at the man standing in front of him again. From what he wore, he looked like a butler, and from the clothes Christopher was wearing, he looked like a child of a noble family. Logically, this butler should serving him then. Why was this body intimidated? And that too by a dandy-looking man who looked like he would die with a single slap. Huh! Did you become a mute or something? Why are you not saying anything? The butler questioned with an arrogant look on his face. Hearing those words, Christopher's mouth twitched. Who was he? He was a man who single-handedly rose in the underground world within just 7 years. Who in the hell did this wimpy-looking man think he was? Christopher rubbed the back of his neck. He suppressed his instincts as he took back the control over his body. Then, he walked towards the butler. Who are you? He questioned. What? Did you lose your memories or something? Do you want me to hit your head to help you get it back? The butler questioned back. Christopher stared into the man's eyes. Do not look at me like that, yo dash. The butler spoke with a disgusted look on his face, but... Bam! Crack! Before he could complete his sentence, Christopher grabbed the plate the butler had brought and smashed it on his head, breaking it whole thing. Of course, he didn't stop either. He then grabbed the utensil that had all the food and... Bam! He smashed that on the butler's head as well. Ag! The butler screamed in agony as the sizzling hot food fell on his face, burning it. However, this was not the end. Aya! Christopher shouted as he picked the entire table and... Bam! Crash! He smashed it onto the butler's head, breaking the table in the process. The servants who heard all the noises quickly rushed into Christopher's room. The dust cleared up, and Christopher was found grabbing the butler with his collar. With a cold expression on his face, he spoke. I asked who the fuck are you? When are you going to answer that? Or do you want me to smash this fat head of yours a few more times before you finally know your place, huh? Before the butler could answer, Christopher grabbed his hair and... Bam! Smashed his face into the floor. He lifted the butler's face again. By now, the butler's face had turned into a bloody mess. His mouth was filled with blood and his broken teeth. His face was covered with gravy, blood, and cuts, and his eyes, they were shrunk in fear as he looked at Christopher. I'll ask one last time, who are you? Chapter 4 Mother. Christopher didn't care. He had died. And it was not a pathetic death either. He died as he avenged his parents. He didn't have any regrets. He was now free. So what if he was in hell? So what if he couldn't understand what was going on? He didn't have to understand it. The worst that can happen is that they torture him. He was already prepared for this day when he chose to join the underworld. His thirst for revenge was so high that he, a 21-year-old boy who learned the truth about his parents' death, decided to join the underworld without any lower boundaries at all. If he gained something from doing something, he would do it no matter how bad it was. That was how he rose to the point he did. He was already prepared to pay for his deeds one day, whether that would happen on Earth when he was alive, or in hell when he had died, it didn't matter. So unbounded Christopher didn't care. A random man dared to talk to him like that, that man had to pay. It didn't matter who this man was, whether he was someone with power, Christopher, who was mentally prepared to pay for his sins, let his instincts take over and decided to act wild for one last time. And he beat the shit out of the butler. That's young Master Vaughn. I have never seen him act like that in front of Aldrich. Yeah, wasn't he usually tame in front of that guy? What happened? Did he finally get on young Master's nerve? No, that's not young Master. Young Master may take out his frustration and look down on most of the servants. There were even cases of him hitting some servants in the past. However, something like this has never happened before. Young Master has never hit someone to the point that his entire face is covered in blood. I didn't even know the young Master is capable of doing it. Should we stop him? A servant spoke up. What are you talking about? He is doing that to Aldrich, the man he usually acted tame in front of. What do you think he would do to us normal servants who he had been harassing whenever he is in a bad mood? Do you have a death wish? The other servants simply shot him down. There was no way they were going to make a move. Young Master Vaughn, his eyes were different than before. Those eyes, they resembled a fierce demon. Then what should we do? Another servant questioned. Since the young master has already caused so much chaos, if they didn't make a move, they wouldn't get scot-free either. There is nothing we can do, just send someone and report this to Lady Astra. She is the only one who can deal with this situation. A servant spoke up then. One of the servants stepped forward. I'll go call her. Other servants nodded, and the servant who stepped up turned around and rushed away. The rest of the servants turned towards their young master, observing everything while keeping their distance. I'll ask you one last time, who are you? Christopher questioned. The butler's face was bloodied, even if he wanted to answer, with his mouth filled with blood and his broken teeth, and Christopher lifting his head as he pulled his hair. It was impossible for him to say anything without choking in his own blood. Christopher, however, didn't care. Bam! He smashed the butler's face into the floor again. Aldrich's nose broke. Christopher looked into his eyes again. Aldrich's eyes widened in fear. He had to answer. I am Aldrich. Quack! Quack! Aldrich replied. Even if he choked in his own blood, he still replied. I am why your butler. My butler? And you still dared to talk to me like that? Christopher narrowed his eyes. I apologize. Did young Master Vaughn lose his memory? A servant who was observing everything from afar questioned. That is not entirely impossible. It would explain why he looks so different than before. Another servant nodded. That is correct. But how is this possible? Did something happen? Another servant questioned. The servants just glanced at each other. Nothing happened. No, wait. The servants recalled. The young master was beaten up by those 5. Did one of them hit his head? Where did they get the courage to attack the young master this brutally? A servant questioned in shock. No, wait, it has been a while since young master was attacked. I even met him once after that. He still remembered everything. How did he suddenly lose his memory? Another servant questioned. I do not know. The other servants shook their heads. They didn't have an answer. Young master's sudden change. They couldn't find a reason behind it. Right now, they could only watch the situation. This is not the first time you did something like this, is it? You were way too comfortable when you talked to me like that. Tell me, who gave you the balls to act like that in front of your boss? Christopher questioned. He couldn't understand much, however. He was sure about a few things. This man was his servant, and a servant who dared to be rude to his boss. That was definitely something not seen very often. Christopher wanted to know more about it. I Apollo Dash. I do not want your apology, fucktard. Name, give me a name. Who gave you the balls to act like this? I was sent by Lady Serap Dash. Before the butler could answer the question. Vaughn! What new trouble are you creating now? A loud shout was heard. Ha! Which fucker dare dash? Christopher was about to shout back and lash at the woman who just shouted at him, but as soon as his eyes fell on the woman who had just walked into the room, his eyes widened in surprise. And mother. Chapter 5 Von Astravesta. And mother. Christopher couldn't believe his eyes. The woman in front of him. She looked exactly like his mother. Those black eyes, long raven hair, those warm features, other than the fact that this woman looked a lot younger, with more refined features and healthier skin with no marks or acne, she looked just like his mother. Ha! So you know who your mother is? Vaughn. How many times are you going dash? The woman shouted, however, before she could continue. Christopher rushed towards her and buried his face into her chest. Mother! He exclaimed as he hugged his mother. In that moment, that cold, selfish, and evil gangster disappeared and was replaced by a young man who saw his mother after 10 whole years. The woman, who was suddenly hugged by Christopher, froze. What was happening? Her child, what happened to him? Wasn't he someone who always went against her and acted as if she was her enemy? What happened? How was her son acting like her son? Is this some sort of act? Has he done something he shouldn't have and was acting like this so that he could get out of the mess? The woman's mind was full of questions, however. In the end, the woman just let go of the breath she was holding and gently moved her hand on her son's head as she ruffled his hair. Even if it was all an act, even if everything was fake. Just this once. She wanted to enjoy this moment. The woman closed her eyes as she hugged Christopher back. The two stayed like this for an entire minute. The servants who were watching this situation didn't utter a word. They were too surprised to say anything. To think young master would hug Lady Astra like that, and to think Lady Astra would show such a weak expression in front of them, none of them had ever imagined a scene like this would play out. Astra sensed what the servants were thinking. She opened her eyes and glanced at one of the servants. "Clear this mess up," she ordered. Of course, by mess, she meant the butler who was on the floor, groaning in pain. The servant nodded. Then a few more servants walked into the room and started cleaning things up. "Vaughn, come with me," Astra ordered. Christopher nodded. Astra turned around, but just as she was about to move, Christopher grabbed her hand. Astra seemed surprised, however, feeling how tightly Christopher had grabbed her hand, as if he was scared that she would go away. A strange sense of fulfillment washed over her heart. She had decided. Even if Vaughn had done something incredibly wrong, just this once, she would take care of it, and would not punish him. With a hearty smile on her face, Astra took Christopher into her room. Just like the room Christopher was in, this room had a grand and rich look as well. It was slightly bigger than Christopher's room, but there weren't any major changes, other than the fact that this room had a huge bookshelf that was filled with books and another study room. Christopher didn't count, but he was sure that there were more than 200 books on the bookshelf. Seeing that Christopher was looking around with a curious look on his face, Astra smiled. "It has been a while since you came into my room, hasn't it?" Christopher wasn't sure, but he still nodded. "Have a seat," Astra spoke as she pointed at the sofa. Christopher sat down. Astra sat in front of him. A maid walked forward, getting ready to serve the tea. Astra, however, raised her hand and gestured the maid and other servants in the room to walk out. Soon, the only two people left in the room were Astra and Christopher. Astra grabbed the jar, put the tea in a cup, and moved the cup near Christopher. Then, with a strange expression on her face, she questioned. "So tell me, what did you do?" She knew this lovey-dovey act was coming to an end. She was a little disappointed, however, she was satisfied with just this much. Just this small act was enough to extend her life for a few years. "I didn't do anything," Christopher replied. He wasn't a fool. He realized the situation he was in. He wasn't dead. Well, he was, but he was not in hell. This situation was exactly like those books or comics those kids read. He had transmigrated into another person's body, and most probably, this place was not the Earth either. To make things even stranger for him, the mother of his child looked like his own mother. The mother he had lost when he was 21. Christopher didn't know how this happened, however, seeing this woman in front of her, Christopher decided. He wanted to stay with his mother. He wanted to live in this world. Hearing Christopher's reply, Astra frowned in confusion. Then, with a worried look on her face, she questioned. "Is what the servant's saying the truth? Have you lost your memories?" "My head is a little fuzzy, yes." Christopher nodded. Astra turned silent. She glanced at her child. He was definitely different than before, so what he was saying might actually be true. Her child wasn't capable of pulling an act like this, especially when she directly asked what he wanted. If it was all an act, he would have spilled everything. However, Astra wasn't a normal woman either. Rather than panicking, she glanced at Christopher and spoke. "Let's start slow. Do you remember your name?" Christopher wanted to say his own name, however. "Vaughn," he replied. He had decided it didn't matter if he actually transmigrated into a different world, or if all this was an illusion and he was actually in hell. For now, he would live as this woman's son. Just as he spoke his name, a complete name came into Christopher's mind. Von Astra Vesta. Chapter 6 Astra Alicia Vesta. Von Astra Vesta. Christopher, no, Vaughn spoke the name that instinctively came into his mind. And do you know who I am? Astra questioned. You are my mother, Astra Alicia Vesta, Vaughn replied out of instinct again. He couldn't understand how he was answering these questions, he just felt his answers were correct. And your father's name? Astra questioned. Vaughn turned silent. For some reason, no answer came to his mind. Astra frowned. Do you remember anyone else, your grandfather, grandmother, any of your siblings, uncle or aunts? Vaughn, however, couldn't answer. I do not remember anything else, mother, he replied as he looked into his mother's eyes. Astra started thinking. Honestly, a selfish part of her was happy that her child only remembered her, however, that was only a small part, she was actually worried. How did this happen? She couldn't understand it. When Vaughn was injured because of those 5, she had personally checked his condition, he was hurt, but it wasn't something that would make him lose his memories. Although she didn't talk with him because he was unconscious, she still sent a few people to keep an eye on him. Their report didn't mention something like this either. Then how did it happen? How did Vaughn lose his memories? Astra's mind started thinking of different possibilities, however, soon, she calmed herself down. The most important thing right now was to keep Vaughn calm. If he takes any form of stress, things might get worse. Alright, don't worry. I will call the healers soon, they will help you regain your memories. You can go now, do you remember where your room is? Or should I send a servant with you? Astra questioned. Mother! Suddenly Vaughn called out. What is it? I want to stay here with you for a while, is that possible? Astra's expression changed. When she finally registered what Vaughn said, she reacted. Oh, of course! Why are you even asking for permission? It is your mother's room. You can stay here for as long as you want. Do you feel hungry? I haven't tried cooking for a while, how about I make the food with my own hands? Would you like to eat it? Astra questioned. I am not hungry, mother, Vaughn replied. It doesn't have to be my cooking, I can ask your favorite chef to make it as well. That's not it, mother, no food can be better than mother's food. I am just not hungry right now. Although, I do have another request. What is it? Astra questioned. Please excuse my rudeness. Suddenly Vaughn stood up. He walked next to Astra and sat next to her. For some reason, Astra felt nervous. It was funny how a mother was being nervous around her child. It was apparent what kind of relationship the two had before Vaughn transmigrated into his current body. Slowly, Vaughn placed his head on Astra's lap. He was uncomfortable, however, the moment he placed his head on his mother's lap, extreme comfort washed over his body and he involuntarily closed his eyes. I wish to stay like this for a while. He spoke. Vaughn! You are not a child anymore, Astra complained. Even though she said that, she didn't make a single move to show her resistance. Heck, she even adjusted her legs so Vaughn would be more comfortable. Vaughn opened his eyes to look at her mother's face, then, with a warm smile on his face, he replied. I know. I just wished I did this more often. Hearing those words, Astra froze. That expression on Vaughn's face. The pure love in those eyes filled her heart with immense happiness, but at the same time, that expression stung. It didn't look like an expression a 20-year-old man would make, those eyes. It felt like they were of someone who had lost everything but finally found something that soothed his heart. Astra's hand moved on its own and she started ruffling Vaughn's hair. A content smile appeared on Vaughn's face as he closed his eyes again. His breathing stabilized. The sense of relief he felt was so overwhelming that he felt like he would immediately fall asleep. However, Vaughn was scared of falling asleep. He felt like if he fell asleep, he would wake up and everything he experienced would just turn out to be a dream. Therefore, to keep himself awake, he decided to talk to his mother. Mother. That butler. You created quite a mess there. I apologize. I failed to control my anger. To think you would hit Aldrich. Astra chuckled. Vaughn frowned. You don't seem angry, mother. Would it be wrong to say that he deserved it? Though you did go a little too far. Astra smiled. Hearing Astra's reply, Vaughn frowned. He forgot about it when he saw his mother, however, now that they were on this topic, his previous question popped up in his head. Mother, the other servants called me young master. Does that mean the father is the head of this place? No. Astra shook her head. Then is it some other relative, uncle? Or grandfather, maybe? It is me. Astra smiled. The head of one of the strongest families in the world, the Vesta family, Astra Alicia Vesta. Astra introduced herself with a proud look on her face. Vaughn's expression changed. Even though Astra was still smiling, there was a proud, confident, composed, and authoritative air around her. Vaughn had never felt this type of aura from his mother in his previous life. Vaughn realized it. This woman, she may look gentle and kind like his mother, but she was no normal person. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you surprised? Astra questioned with a gentle smile on her face. I am. Vaughn smiled back. Astra chuckled as she gently flicked Vaughn's forehead. But mother! Suddenly, Vaughn's expression changed. That butler, he was quite rude to me, the child of the head of this house. How is that possible? Does he have some kind of dirt on us? Was his mother being blackmailed or something? Just thinking about that possibility, the gangster that Vaughn had buried inside the moment he saw his mother, emerged again. And I heard that I was beaten up by 5 men as well. Aren't I a young master of the Vesta family? How was I beaten up by some random thugs? Mother, is there something wrong? Vaughn questioned with a serious look on his face. Seeing the look in her son's eyes, Astra was taken aback. She observed Vaughn's face for a while, different expressions formed on her face, and a minute later, she finally questioned back. Do you really want to know about it? Chapter 7 He was the problem. Do you really want to know about it? Astra questioned with a strange look on her face. Vaughn, who noticed that expression, was now even surer. His mother, even though she was the head of the family, she was in a difficult position. How and why? Vaughn started wondering, however, in the end. It didn't matter. Since he was here, he would solve everything and make sure people show his mother the respect she deserved. With a determined expression on his face, Vaughn nodded. Please tell me everything. That butler is not the servant of our family. He was sent here by the Stormweaver family. Who is this Stormweaver family? Why does it have the power to choose a servant who would serve the son of the head of the Vesta family? Vaughn questioned as he narrowed his eyes. To think another family would have so much influence over his family. Something was not right. You really don't remember anything, huh? To think you even forgot about her. Astra commented as she looked into Vaughn's eyes. Who are you talking about? The daughter of the Stormweaver family, Seraph Dash. Knock knock. Suddenly, Astra and Vaughn heard a knock. Lady Astra, Lady Seraphina is here. What should we do? The servant who knocked on the door questioned from outside. Astra's eyes quickly fell on Vaughn's face to see if there was any change in his expression. However, seeing his confused expression, she was now sure. Vaughn had really lost all his memories. Vaughn, on the other hand, was thinking about a completely different thing. A servant who knocked on the door and spoke without waiting for permission. Vaughn didn't like this at all. Hell, what a coincidence, that girl is here. She must have heard the news. Suddenly, Astra chuckled. Who are you talking about, mother? Vaughn was quite good at reading expressions, and from how his mother was reacting, he was sure about it. This girl whose arrival was just announced, Vaughn's mother didn't like her at all. Seraphina Stormweaver, that's the person the butler you beat up serves, Astra informed. Vaughn narrowed his eyes. Then he sat up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's meet this girl. He needed to see it himself to confirm his theory. He wanted to see who was the bitch who dared to put his mother in a difficult position. You seem quite eager to meet her. Astra narrowed her eyes. Heh, I am just curious. Vaughn laughed. He was sure there was something fishy going on here. That girl most probably has something on his mother. That is the reason why his mother was reacting like that. Vaughn needed to jump in. It didn't matter what it was. He needed to protect his mother. All right, do you want me to come with you? Astra questioned. Vaughn realized that his mother didn't wish to see this girl. She most probably didn't wish to feel intimidated in front of her son. However, Vaughn just smiled and extended his hand. Why not? Astra frowned when she heard his answer. However, seeing Vaughn's hand, she smiled and then held it lightly. The mother and son left the room and soon, they were taken to the guest room. Inside the guest room, there sat a white-haired girl with gorgeous features. She was elegantly sitting on a sofa, sipping on a tea that was served to her with her eyes closed. She had a thin waist. Her gown highlighted her curves, making many men drool over her beauty. The door of the room opened. The girl opened her eyes as she turned towards the door and smiled. It has been a while, young Mustache. Soon, however, her eyes fell on Astra, who was walking behind Vaughn. Her expression changed. She quickly stood up and then bowed her head. Greetings, Lady Astra. Please excuse me for my previous conduct. I didn't know you were coming here as well. Seeing this reaction, Vaughn frowned. This script, it was different from what he had in his mind. Doesn't this woman have some kind of dirt over his mother? Was she acting so subservient? Is it because he was here? Do not mind me. I just came here since I heard you were here and wanted to see how you were doing. Astra spoke in an authoritative tone. I am doing fine, Lady Vaughn. I am grateful to the Vesta family for treating me so kindly. That's good. Astra smiled. Then she turned towards Vaughn and... Vaughn, you two should chat with each other. I have some matters to attend to. ALRI-. Vaughn wanted to reply but... As you say, Lady Astra. Serafina cut his words off. Vaughn narrowed his eyes. His eyes fell on Astra. Astra nodded at him with a smile. He nodded back. Then, Astra turned around and left the room. The moment she left, Serafina's body relaxed. She fell on the sofa with a tired look on her face and took a deep breath. Ha! Vaughn continued to observe her. So? Why was she here? Suddenly, Serafina questioned. Her tone was completely different from the respectful tone she had a few seconds ago. Well, I can understand, she must be worried about her son. What a good mother Lady Astra is. Serafina smirked. Then, she glanced at Vaughn and questioned. Anyways, did you manage to get it? Vaughn, of course, had absolutely no clue what this girl was talking about. However, he did realize one thing. The one this woman had the power over, it wasn't his mother. On the contrary, she seemed rather scared of his mother, and tries to create a fake image in order to please her. The one she shows her real face, the one she holds the actual power over. It was him. The reason why she could hire her servant as his butler. It wasn't because the Vesta family or his mother was weak. It was because he allowed her to. He was the problem. Vaughn's narrowed his eyes. He wanted to kick this bitch out of his house because of her attitude. However, he decided to wait. He was impulsive with the butler before, but now, he needed to understand the situation first. I did not, Vaughn replied, waiting to see her reaction. Serafina sighed with a disappointed look on her face. You didn't, huh? Well, I can understand. Even though you are from the Vesta family and are the son of the current head of the family, you still do not possess much authority here. Vaughn raised his eyebrow when he heard those words. It seems like your mother does not trust you, but again, I can understand where she is coming from. You are only 20 years old after all. Even she herself was 25 when she took most of the family matters into her hands. She must be waiting for you to mature into a fine young man before she put more trust in you. Serafina nodded with an understanding look on her face. Anyways, I heard you beat Aldrich up. Did he do anything to annoy you? He was disrespectful, Vaughn replied. A slightly surprised look appeared on Serafina's face. Soon, however, her expression returned to normal and she smiled. Right, that is correct. He dared to be disrespectful in front of the young master of the Vesta family. He ought to be punished. You did well, Seraphine praised. Vaughn simply nodded. There were many things in his mind, however, he decided to stay silent. Today, he was just going to observe. Serafina continued to talk about more matters. However, she soon realized that Vaughn was a little out of it today. Thinking that it was probably because of the matter with Aldrich, she decided not to waste her time and stood up. Vaughn didn't stop her either. The two of them said their goodbyes, and Serafina finally left. And once she did, Astra walked into the room and questioned with a curious look on her face. Do you recall who she is now? Sarah. Chapter 80. This actually works. Do you recall who she is now? Sarah. Vaughn replied what came to his mind. Sarah, huh? So you do remember her? Astra spoke. Her expression seemed a little strange. I don't. Vaughn shook his head. That name just instinctively came into my mind. I do not know who that girl is or what kind of relationship I have with her. Hearing those words, Astra's expression returned to normal. No, Vaughn even felt like she looked slightly relieved. What kind of relationship do you feel like you have with her? Astra questioned with a curious look on her face. It is hard to guess. Why is that? She acted like she was close to me, but something didn't feel right. Astra raised her eyebrow in slight surprise. Explain more clearly, what do you feel about that girl? That girl, she is suspicious. Vaughn spoke out his thoughts. Suspicious? Astra tilted her head in confusion. I do not know how to explain it. The way she asked if I had gotten what she wanted, then acted disappointed when she realized I didn't, and then acted like she understands and forgave me. In that whole conversation, she acted like I failed to meet her expectation and she was the bigger person who forgave me, when in truth, she was the one who asked for the favor in the first place. Then she talked about you, she indirectly compared me to you, then insinuated that you do not fully trust me and I need more time to earn your trust. It was as if she was trying to create a ridge between the two of us. That girl. She is definitely up to no good. Vaughn explained. Heh, to think you would say that about Sarah or all the people. Astra chuckled. You used to regard her as the most important person in your life. That can't be true. The most important person in my life is my mother. Vaughn was quick to answer. Hearing those words, Astra couldn't help but smile. You have gotten good at buttering me up. I feel scared now. I am not buttering you up, Mother. You are the most important person to me. You are someone I absolutely cannot lose again. Again? Astra's expression changed. And no, I meant that even if I did some stupid things before, I am different now. Vaughn quickly corrected himself. A small smile appeared on Astra's face. Do you think you will be the same once you get your memory back? I will, Vaughn replied with a confident look on his face. He was not planning to go anywhere now. He would stay here with his mother for a long time. Well then, the healers are here, shall we go? Healers? Vaughn frowned. The people who would help you get your memories back. Huh? Vaughn couldn't understand. That was possible. Why was his mother acting like it is something that can be done with a snap of one's fingers? Don't they usually need long therapy sessions to get something like that? Also, it is not like he can simply recall all the memories. There is no way he could do that since he is not the real Vaughn in the first place. What are you thinking about? Let's go. Suddenly, Astra held Vaughn's hand and took him to a certain room. Inside the room, there sat 3 people wearing white robes. Is this a cult or something? Vaughn questioned inwardly. He looked around and noticed that there was no one else inside the room except for him, his mother, and these 3 white-robed men. Are they the ones Mother called to help me get my memory back? How are they going to help me? They don't even have any medical instruments around. This all seemed foolish. Did his mother seriously believe in these kinds of stuff? Whatever, as long as she is happy. Vaughn sighed. Go sit on the chair. Astra spoke, Vaughn nodded and sat on the chair. The 3 white-robed men extended their hands toward them. Heal. They spoke at the same time. Not even some inaudible words that you can call a chant, huh? Even if they are trying to scam people, shouldn't they try to be smarter about it? So what's gonna happen now? A white light would come to me and heal all my wounds under the name of the Holy God. Keck, stupid things like these are always so entertaining to watch. To think I would be a part of all this someday. Vaughn giggled inwardly, but suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A white light came out of the bodies of these white-robed men, the energy then moved and surrounded Vaughn's body. Is this some sort of VFX? Vaughn wondered, however, suddenly, a powerful sense of comfort washed over his body. The places where his body felt sore, some injuries that weren't properly tended to or needed more time to heal naturally, they all healed in an instant. This actually works. Vaughn's eyes widened in fright. What he just said as a joke actually happened. This is real magic. Vaughn couldn't believe it. However, he didn't have the time to process all this. There was a bigger problem he had to deal with. Suddenly, new waves of information rushed into his mind. No! Suddenly, Vaughn shouted in his head. This magic, it was working! He had started recalling things. If it continued, it was not impossible for his mind to be overwhelmed by all these new memories of a different person, and he might end up losing his sense of self. He had to stop this magic. He had to get out of here. With that thought in his mind, he tried to move. Soon, however, he realized that he couldn't move his body. You cannot move when the heal is being cast on you. It could be dangerous. Astra spoke. A small magic circle could be seen on the top of her hand. Binding magic. Vaughn's heartbeat quickened because of how scared he was. He wanted to stay in this place a little longer. However, he knew he couldn't break away from his mother's magic. That was simply impossible because his mother, Astra Alicia Vesta, was one of the strongest mages in the world. Fuck it! I'll endure it all myself. In the end, Vaughn just prepared himself for all the memories that would rush into his mind. He swore in his heart. No matter what, he wouldn't forget his sense of self. Chapter 9: Astra's Decision. Vaughn tightly closed his eyes as he prepared his mind for more fragments of memories that were about to be flooded into his brain. I am Christopher. I am from Earth. I am 31 years old. I am Christopher. I am from... He continued to chant these sentences in his mind. The white light continued to heal his body. His body was practically bathing in comfort. It was so relaxing that Vaughn almost lost control over his body and was about to sleep. However, he quickly bit his lips to keep himself conscious. He wouldn't fall for it. Soon, his body got used to this comforting feeling. No, something was wrong. There was no way this sense of comfort would suddenly feel weak just because his body got used to it. Vaughn opened his eyes and noticed that the intensity of the white light had decreased a lot. The white-robed men sitting in front of him opened their eyes, then they glanced at Astra and... Young Master Vaughn should be perfectly all right now. Huh? Vaughn frowned in confusion. It was over? But the fragments of memories that he was so scared about never appeared. Only a part of them appeared, but he still does not recall everything. So how did it end? Did the magic fail? No, the expressions the three white-robed men were making weren't of people who had failed and were trying to con their clients. Vaughn, how do you feel? Astra questioned. I do not. I only recall a few things. I think the magic stopped midway. Vaughn answered honestly. That is incorrect, young Master Vaughn. If the magic had stopped midway as you said, your body wouldn't have healed completely either. The magic related to memory, and the mind can be complicated. If we flood your mind with all the memories together, it might harm you. You will automatically recall everything in parts after some time. I recommend you read books and broaden your horizons. Reading is a good way to train your brain. The stronger your brain is, the smoother the process of memory recovery will be. One of the white-robed men spoke. Then, does that mean I will get to keep my current personality if I read and train my brain? Vaughn questioned after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to figure things out on his own, however, right now, the stakes were too high. A chance to stay with his mother in a completely new world, he couldn't take any risks. That is difficult, young Master Vaughn. The white-robed man, however, didn't have a clear answer. The memory you want to recover is the memories of the time you spent in the past 20 years. The personality you created in all those years would definitely be more powerful than your current personality that has only been created for at most a day. So it all depends on the amount of memory I have in my mind. The higher one wins? Well, that's a crude way to put it. There are some other theories and things to consider, but in the main essence, you are not wrong. The white-robed man nodded. Vaughn smiled inwardly. To think he would be this lucky. This body was only 20 years old. He, on the other hand, had 31 years of memory in his mind, his personality. It should be stronger than the 20-year-old personality. Vaughn then glanced at his reflection in the nearby mirror, then, he looked into his golden eyes and... I do not know how I got into your body, but... I will be taking over your life now. I apologize, but you can only blame yourself for getting entangled with a selfish jerk. Vaughn's decision was now stronger than ever. Of course, if you do train and strengthen your brain to a certain extent, there is still a decent chance that you will get to keep a part of your current personality. The white-haired man, who thought that Vaughn was disappointed because of the lost expression that had appeared on his face, replied, I understand. Thank you for your help, Sir Healer. Vaughn nodded. Hearing those words, the three healers seemed quite surprised. Soon, however, their expressions returned to normal. They all nodded, then they left the room after saying their goodbyes to Astra. Mother! Vaughn called out the moment the healers left the room. We have a library in our mansion, correct? I want to read more books. You seem pretty determined. I promise you, didn't I? I will not change even after I get my memories back. You are now stuck with me, Mother. Astra chuckled as she patted Vaughn's head. She didn't know if what she was doing was correct or not. Her son lost all his memories and now had a completely different personality than before. It wasn't wrong to say that the child in front of her was not her son but someone else. As a mother, she should be wishing for her son to regain his previous personality, the personality of her own, actual son. However, these past few hours that she had spent with her son, honestly, these past few hours had filled her heart with so much warmth that she couldn't even describe it. The look in Vaughn's eyes as he glanced at her. That love and longing in his eyes, it was something she had never seen in Vaughn's eyes before. Honestly, it didn't feel like Vaughn was a child who had lost his memories and had a completely blank mind. It felt like Vaughn's new personality was someone else, someone who was filled with nothing but love and longing for her, and not only that, she felt a strange bond with this someone else. A bond that shouldn't have been formed in mere few hours. It was as if she had been raising this child for ages, but they somehow got separated from each other. Astra didn't know what to do. It was a battle between heart and brain. But after long consideration, her heart won. There is a better way to strengthen your brain and keep your personality. Chapter 10. Do you fear me? There is a better way to strengthen your brain and keep your personality. After thinking about this for all this time, Astra finally decided. In the battle where her brain supported the previous Vaughn and her heart that wanted the current Vaughn, her heart won. What is it? The moment Vaughn heard Astra's words, his eyes brightened up and he questioned. Seeing those eyes, Astra couldn't help but smile. This expression, it was something she never expected Vaughn would make in front of her. Just seeing those eyes filled her with happiness. Learn about the world from your own perspective, Astra answered. What do you mean? Reading books might be a good way to train your brain, however, reading random books without any actual plan wouldn't do much. Currently, your mind is a huge blank that doesn't know anything. It is better to fill that blank in your mind. Read things that would help you do that, and along with that, experience the world. Go out and experience things that the previous you had experienced. Create your own perceptions on different things. This way, your mind wouldn't be overpowered that easily, and your sense of self would strengthen. Create my own perception. Vaughn repeated Astra's words as he thought about it. Honestly, the chances that he would retain his personality after he inherits all the memories of the previous Vaughn were pretty high. However, he still wanted to be sure of it. There was no room for mistake. Mother, can you hide the fact that I lost my memories? Suddenly, Vaughn questioned. He knew how difficult this request was. The servants already had an idea about it. Then there were the healers, not to mention that Sarah, though she didn't know that he lost his memories, but she still met him. The news related to people from the rich family often spreads faster than normal, and it gets impossible to contain after a certain time. However, this world had magic. And his mother was one of the strongest mages in the entire world. Vaughn bet on that fact. Why do you want to do that? And just as he expected, Astra didn't outright reject his request either and asked for his reasons instead. I want to experience life as Vaughn. Vaughn's answer was simple. Astra glanced at Vaughn's determined expression, then she smiled. All right, I will do it. No one will remember you beating Aldrich up and the events after that, not even Aldrich. No one will remember. Vaughn tilted his head in confusion. He only wanted to contain this information and stop it from spreading any further, but to think his mother directly decided to play with others' memories. I will take care of all the things here, you do not need to worry. I will also appoint one of my most trusted butlers to serve you. I will not alter his memories since he is trustworthy, that way, you can ask for his help if you ever find yourself stuck in a complicated situation. I understand. Vaughn nodded. All right, now return to your room and get some rest. No, I want to go to the library. Don't push yourself too hard, Vaughn. I am not pushing myself, Mother. I know my body well, that white light helped me freshen up. I am as good as new right now. Vaughn spoke as he patted his biceps. Astra chuckled, then she clapped 2 times. A servant walked in. Take young Master Vaughn to the library. Make sure he does not leave until he spends more than 2 hours in there. She spoke as she glared at Vaughn with an annoyed and angry look on her face. Vaughn frowned soon, however, he realized what Astra was trying to do and... I do not want to dash. Silence, Astra ordered, her voice seemed a little heavier than normal. Vaughn's body moved on its own and his mouth closed up. Vaughn was surprised to think his mother would use magic. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought that she was actually angry. Take him away, Astra ordered. The servant nodded and... Young Master Vaughn, please follow me. He spoke. Vaughn glared at the servant. The servant's body twitched, however, seeing that Lady Astra was here, he overcame his fear and pointed at the door with a respected look on his face. Vaughn snorted, then he walked out of the room. The servant followed behind him. Astra, who saw everything, chuckled, then her expression suddenly turned solemn and called the Obsidian Order. The shadow under her body trembled a little and Astra walked out of the room as well. It looks like you fear me. On the other side, Vaughn, who was following the servant, questioned with a curious look on his face. And no, why would I fear you, young master? The servant replied. So you do not fear me? Vaughn narrowed his eyes. And no! That's not it. The servant panicked. What is it? Make it clear. Do you fear me, or do you not fear me? Vaughn questioned. From his tone, he sounded irritated. I am loyal to young Master Vaughn. I have no reason to fear you since I always have your best interest in my mind. I only fear that the young master will be disappointed in me. The servant shouted his answer as if he had crammed it for ages. Vaughn raised his eyebrow in amazement. That was definitely a good answer to get out of this situation. With how the servant reacted, this wasn't the first time this servant was dealing with something like this. Vaughn also noticed that all the other servants were strangely intimidated by him. Even the servants who weren't present when he beat Aldrich up were the same. Vaughn understood. They were not scared of the current him, but the previous him. And Vaughn couldn't understand the reason behind it. Aldrich and the other servants, their attitudes towards him were completely different. How can one person be so intimidating to some and be a pushover in front of others? Was that even possible? This is the library, young master. Vaughn came out of his reverie as he heard the servant's words. Without saying anything, he walked in. The servant followed behind, then Vaughn turned towards the servant and questioned with an annoyed look on his face. I can at least choose the books I wish to read, correct? Why yes, please read whatever you wish, young master. That person over there is the librarian. If you tell him what topics you are interested in, he will bring you the most suitable books for the said topics. Chapter 11: The Vesta Family. Vaughn spent the next 5 hours in the library. He was not much of a reader in his previous life, however, he had seen something that surprised him to his core. He still could vividly remember how that white light surrounded and healed his injuries, the magic circle that appeared on top of his mother's hand as she froze his movement. Magic. This world was actually a fantasy world where magic exists. Shooting fire from his hands and flying in the sky. Wasn't it a man's dream? How could he not wish to learn more about it? Not to mention doing so would help him create his own perspective. Truthfully, Vaughn wanted to start off with learning magic, however, he knew he couldn't do that. Before that, he needed to build basic common sense of this world, and for that, he needed to learn more about this world and its history. That was why he spent these 5 hours reading about that. While reading about the world, he also learned more about the family he was born into, the Vesta family. The name of this world was Egregia. In Egregia, immortal beings with unnatural strength, or in other words, gods, exist. The gods respond to their loyal worshippers, giving a boost to their worshippers' strength. There were many gods: the god of light, the god of darkness, the god of swords, god of speed, and many more. There was also a god of magic. Each god has a different church worshipping them. These churches are spread all over Egregia, and no kingdom had any power or influence over them. People go to these churches to worship the god they believe in. If their faith is high and their resolve is strong, the gods bless them with strength. Due to these blessings, Egregia and its people advanced quickly. Just like any other gods, there was a church dedicated to the god of magic as well. It was called the Tower of Magic. The mages who believed in the god of magic went into the Tower of Magic and freely pursued the field of magic. But then one day, the god of magic, the god with the highest number of believers right after the god of light, suddenly stopped answering his believers' calls. No matter what the believers did, no matter how strong their faith and resolve were, no matter how badly they needed their god's help, the god of magic never blessed them. With that, the decline of magic started. Since no god blessed the mages, they could only grow on their own. However, against the other believers, who were blessed by their respective gods, the mages were at the short end of the stick. Due to this, mages' faith started withering. Many stopped pursuing the art of magic and shifted to other gods. Seeing this, the other churches moved as well and actively started poaching the believers of God of Magic. Under the combined attacks of other believers blessed by their gods, the mages left in the Tower of Magic had a hard time defending themselves. The weak-minded mages left the Tower of Magic, the strong-minded ones died while fighting for the god that had stopped listening to their calls. The branches of the Tower of Magic, which were spread all over Egregia, had fallen. However, none dared to attack the headquarters of the Tower of Magic. That was because the Archmage, Eleonora Vesta, the leader of the Tower of Magic, was still alive. She alone was strong enough to fight against the leaders of all the churches together, even when they were blessed by their gods. Her achievements in magic were so high that she was hailed as the strongest being in Egregia even without the blessing of the god of magic. Her name was written down as one of the strongest beings in the history of Egregia. Her presence alone kept the Tower of Magic alive. However, no matter how strong she was not immortal. Her age caught up with her, and she passed away. With her death, the Tower of Magic finally fell. The other churches tried to take over their resources and treasures. However, the new leader of the Vesta family didn't let that happen. The son of Eleonora Vesta, although not as strong as his mother, he was still strong enough to resist other forces and protect the remains of Tower of Magic. And things didn't stop there. The Vesta family continued to produce geniuses after geniuses. Although the mages could not receive the blessing of the god of magic, the legacy left behind by Eleonora was enough for them to defend themselves. In the end, the other churches decided to give up. The Vesta family was too strong. Fighting them came with dire consequences. The gains did not equal the losses. The Vesta family became the new home for magic, the only difference being that they didn't worship any god. They were independent, and were now hailed as one of the strongest families in Egregia with 5,000 years of rich history and heritage. And Vaughn's mother, Astra Alicia Vesta, was the head of the current Vesta family. Vaughn didn't realize the weight that this title bore before, since he only thought that his family was richer than normal. However, after learning the history of the world, he finally realized the truth. His mother, she was incredible. Becoming the head of the Vesta family, not to mention she was hailed as one of the better heads compared to some past heads, she was beyond impressive. The more Vaughn read, the more his heart fluttered in joy. To think my mother is this impressive. I cannot lag behind either. A determined expression appeared on Vaughn's face. He finally looked at the time, and seeing that 5 hours had passed, he raised his eyebrow in surprise. Then, he sat up from his chair. He looked around and realized that the library was empty. Even the librarian was not there. Seeing this, he frowned. He then walked out of the library. It has been a while, young Master Vaughn. Vaughn heard a voice. He turned around and his eyes then fell on an old man who wore a butler's uniform. "Ah, you may not remember me, so let me introduce myself. My name is G.A. Gable," Vaughn muttered. "Young master, you regained your memories?" Gable questioned with a surprised look on his face. "I did not. I only know that you were my butler and used to serve me before. Then, something happened and you didn't serve me anymore." Vaughn spoke with a slight frown on his face. These new memories, they were messing up his head. It was as if he was slowly unlocking new information in an unordered fashion. He was having a hard time registering all of them. "I served you until you dismissed me and announced that Aldrich would be the one who would serve you," Gable replied. "Though now I am back again. I am quite pesky, young master," he joked. Vaughn chuckled. "I am glad you are back, Gable. This man seemed a lot better than that Aldrich person. Anyways, young master, there is something I wish to report. It is a message from Lady Astra." Suddenly, Gable spoke with a serious look on his face. "What is it?" "She has done what you asked for. Other than you, Lady Astra, and me, no one knows that you have lost your memories." "Already?" Vaughn couldn't believe it. Gable, however, just smiled. "Don't underestimate your mother, young master. There is a reason she became the head of the family even though she was the youngest daughter the previous head." Chapter 12. Lady Astra never gave up on you. "Don't underestimate your mother, young master. There is a reason she became the head of the family even though she was the youngest daughter of the previous head." Gable spoke with a smile on his face. It seemed like he was genuinely happy about Astra's progress. "She is the youngest daughter? Then does that mean she has more siblings?" Vaughn questioned with a frown on his face. There were vague memories in his head. He knew he had a father and knew about some servants who used to serve him. However, nowhere in his head did he have the slightest idea that he had uncles and aunts as well. "Lady Astra has 2 more siblings. One is her sister, Rissia Vesta, your aunt, and the other is the oldest brother, Draven Vesta, your uncle. She also has 6 cousins, 4 brothers, and 2 sisters. All of them are your uncles and aunts as well." Vaughn raised his eyebrow. Then, with a doubtful look on his face, he questioned. "How many siblings do I have?" "None," Gable replied. "After you were born, for some reason, Lady Astra was unable to conceive. You have no real siblings, but on the other hand, you have 8 family cousins and 15 non-family cousins." "Family and non-family cousins?" Vaughn frowned. This was the first time he was hearing these terms. "The cousins who bore the name of Vesta family are family cousins, whereas cousins who do not bore Vesta family name due to various reasons like leaving the family, worshipping a god, or belonging to your father's side's family, are all non-family cousins," Gable replied politely. "That's quite a large family," Vaughn commented. In his previous life, it was just him, his mother, and his father. There were no other family members. "The Vesta family has a rich legacy of 5,000 years, of course, it will be a large family. If it weren't for some members not taking the Vesta family name, it would have been an even larger family," Gable replied. "Not taking the family name? Why would they do it? Is Vesta family not one of the strongest families in the world? Why would anyone not take the family name? They are simply not worthy to." Gable shrugged. "The Vesta family is known for producing magic prodigies. However, not every person carrying the Vesta blood excels in magic. The competition in Vesta family is fierce. Not everyone is able to keep up. Those who fail to do so often end up taking the easier path and start worshipping different gods to gain strength. With that, they also give up the right to inherit the family name," Gable explained. "Fierce competition, huh?" Vaughn spoke with a confident smile on his face. Fierce competition, just this term was enough to get his blood boiling. He had been living a rough life for the past 7 years after all. It was obvious that he would have a few screws loose in his head. "So, how strong am I? How was I doing in this so-called fierce competition?" Vaughn questioned with a big smile on his face. Gable, however, didn't reply. Seeing his expression, Vaughn frowned. "Gable," he called out. "Why, yes, young master?" Gable replied. "Answer my question." Ah, right, you see, the non-family cousins are the cows dash. Gable, since you have answered all my questions so patiently, I have taken a liking to you. Don't disappoint me now. I do not wish to dismiss you again. Gable glanced at Vaughn for a while then. Do you really wish to know that, young master? You do not have to worry yourself over this right now. Lady Astra is capable of taking care of it. Just be honest with me, Vaughn urged. You are at dead last, young master. Honestly, according to the other family members, you have no right to inherit the Vesta family name. However, Lady Astra has been using her authority to protect you from all that. I am at last position? Seeing Gable's reaction, Vaughn knew that the things were bad, but to be dead last. Am I really that untalented? Vaughn couldn't help but question. Quite the opposite, young master. Gable, however, shook her head. According to Lady Astra, you are a never-seen-before genius. Huh! Vaughn frowned in confusion. Both your parents have black hair, your mother has black eyes, while your father has brown eyes. You, on the other hand, were born with these violet hair and golden eyes. Your facial structure did match your parents a little, therefore nobody could say anything. However, some people still doubted Lady Astra. Not that Lady Astra paid any attention to those people. She had another theory in her mind. The ancestor of the Vesta family, the strongest mage the world had ever seen, the Archmage Eleonora Vesta, she was born with pale violet hair and light golden eyes. Lady Astra theorized that purple hair and golden eyes represented magic talent, and since your hair and eye color are brighter and more significant, she said that your potential may surpass even that of the Archmage. Of course, all of this was just Lady Astra's theory, and not many believed that theory. The world had never seen a mage that even touched Lady Eleonora's feet when it came to magic achievements, so believing a theory that said someone whose talents surpass hers is born, people found it ridiculous. Your poor results made them even more sure. However, to this day, Lady Astra still believes in her theory. Why is that? Shouldn't my results have made it clear? Vaughn couldn't understand. He knew his mother would support him no matter what. However, he also knew that his mother was an intelligent woman. If his results were hopeless, then she should realize that she had made a mistake and her theory was wrong. There was no point in sticking to false hope. That would only disappoint her in the future. Your result is the consequence of your own laziness, young master. No matter how talented, the study of magic needed effort, and you were someone who was absolutely unwilling to put in any effort. You got fed up with sitting in the library and gave up on magic. However, your talent was so ridiculously high that even without putting in any actual effort, you still managed to become a first circle mage when you were 18. Although not comparable to children of the Vesta family, your results are still above average compared to normal mages. And this is you not doing anything. Imagine what would happen if you actually put in the effort. Lady Astra never gave up on you and secretly hoped that you would someday rise up to her expectation and become an excellent mage. Vaughn smiled inwardly. His mother, not only does she look like his past mother, she acts the same as well. Suddenly, a determined expression appeared on Vaughn's face. He would not let her mother down. Putting in the effort, huh? Thinking about that, Vaughn turned around and walked into the library again. Chapter 13. Don't overdo it. Putting in the effort, huh? Thinking about that, Vaughn turned around and walked into the library again. Where are you going, young master? Gable questioned. To do what I should have done way before, put in the effort. Saying those words, Vaughn closed the doors of the library and shut himself up. He had learned about the basic history of this world, and he planned to continue the rest later. However, now that he had the basic idea about the situation, he decided to change his plans. Magic. He needed to learn magic as soon as possible. With that thought in his mind, Vaughn grabbed a few books. History of Magic, Basics of Magic, Elements of Magic, How to Use Magic, How to Advance in Magic. With all these thick books in his hand, he walked towards a particular table and sat down. Then, with a determined expression on his face, he started reading. The history of magic was not much. It only mentioned the names of strong mages and their life experiences, how the mages carried the legacies, how new and better spells were created using past knowledge, and all that. Most of these mages mentioned in the book were from the Vesta family. Vaughn was not very interested in the topic, so he just skimmed through the book. Soon, Vaughn shifted to books like Basics of Magic, Elements of Magic, How to Use Magic, and other more practical books. Reading these books, Vaughn finally felt like he actually learned something. The most important thing he learned was the power scale of a mage. In this world, a mage's strength is measured by the number of magic circles he can summon. The naming wasn't unnecessarily complicated, the mages kept it simple. A mage's journey was divided into 3 phases: Basic Mage, Intermediate Mage, and Advanced Mage. A Basic Mage has 4 levels. First Circle Mage, Second Circle Mage, Third Circle Mage, Fourth Circle Mage. An Intermediate Mage has 2 levels. Fifth Circle Mage, Sixth Circle Mage. An Advanced Mage also had 2 levels. Seventh Circle Mage, Eighth Circle Mage. Vaughn's mother, Astra Alicia Vesta, was a peak 7th Circle Mage who was about to become an 8th Circle Mage and reach the peak of magic. Vaughn, on the other hand, was only a 1st Circle Mage, and even that 1st circle was currently unstable. Thinking about it, Vaughn couldn't help but chuckle self-depreciatingly. To think a 20-year-old boy of the Vesta family, a direct son of the family head at that, was only a 1st Circle Mage. It was indeed embarrassing. This result may be considered normal, or even above average in normal families, but in the Vesta family, where usually a 14 to 15-year-old child forms his or her first mana circle, this was a pathetic result. Vaughn sighed then, he closed his eyes, his body instincts took over, and the mana around him rushed into his body. Vaughn was able to sense the mana circulating around his body. These are my mana veins, he realized. The mana moved around his mana veins, and once it circled all around the body, a red-colored magic circle formed in front of Vaughn's eyes. He extended his hands towards the mana circle. The mana that had circled throughout his body rushed into the magic circle, forming a strange pattern. The magic circle shined brightly as the patterns inside it rotated mysteriously. Soon, the temperature around Vaughn suddenly rose and flicker. From the center of the magic circle, a flicker of flames was ignited. The flames grew intense with each passing second. Vaughn's golden eyes shined in awe as the glow of the flames fell on his face. However, suddenly, whoosh! The flames disappeared. The magic circle that was shining brightly broke apart. Vaughn frowned in confusion. Soon, however, he understood the problem. Whatever he did right now, it was done by following the instincts and muscle memory of this body. He himself had close to no knowledge about the magic or the spell he was casting. In other words, this magic circle, it was not his, but of the previous Vaughn. Someone like him, who was from Earth and had never seen or experienced something like this before, would not be able to use it. Not until he learns all the theory behind it. And of course, learning all that theory was not a simple task. It doesn't matter, although I started late, it doesn't mean nothing can be done. I just need to work hard. With that thought in his mind, Vaughn grabbed Basics of Magic, How to Use Magic, and Forming Your First Magic Circle, and started reading. Just like that, 12 more hours passed by. Young Master. Vaughn, who was still reading the Basics of Magic with a resolute look on his face, was interrupted by a voice. With deep dark circles under his eyes, Vaughn glanced at Gable, who had appeared next to him. Your meal. Gable spoke up as he pointed at the table he had dragged in. Huh! You came here by yourself? Vaughn frowned. The previous servants I sent feel intimidated by you, especially since this is the first time you have spent so much time in the library. Gable chuckled. Heh. Vaughn laughed. Leave it here, I will eat once I read this part. He ordered. That is enough, continue the rest tomorrow. Suddenly, Vaughn heard another voice. Mother. He smiled as he glanced at his mother, who just walked into the library. Eat and then go to bed, you are not allowed to sit in the library anymore, Astra ordered. But Moth Dash. Vaughn wanted to go retort, however, seeing Astra's eyes, he knew it was pointless. I understand. He could only bow his head. I am glad that you are working hard, but keep this in mind. You don't become a master swordsman if you continue to foolishly swing your sword for a long time. The only result you get out of it is tired arms that can't move anymore, a mind that cannot think, and a useless self who destroyed himself by overusing and overexerting his body. Pushing your limits is good, however, over-pushing it will bite you back. Becoming a mage cannot be done by holding yourself up in the library for a day, it takes time. Astra spoke. I understand, Mother. I was too reckless. Vaughn replied. Astra smiled. I do not wish to see those bags under your eyes, is that clear? Yes. Vaughn nodded. Chapter 14 The First Spell. The next few days, Vaughn followed a fixed schedule. Wake up, read, learn the basic theory of magic, walk out of his room, and experience the world. Honestly, he wasn't getting anything out of the experiencing the world part. It could be because whenever he goes out to experience, his mind always keeps thinking about the magic theories he had read that day. Since his mind was preoccupied, he couldn't gather much from going outside, and truthfully, Vaughn had already realized that experiencing the world didn't matter. He had realized how his memories were working. Every time he interacts with someone, he regains his memories of the said person. Of course, the more recent this memory is, the more clearly he remembers it. The most interesting part about this memory doesn't affect his emotions or personality. He just knows about the said person, he doesn't feel what previous Vaughn felt about the person. Because of this, Vaughn was now sure that his personality won't be overpowered in any way. The previous Vaughn was gone for good. Therefore, focusing on magic became his priority. Of course, spending some time with his mother once every 2 days, telling her about what he had learned while learning some points the book missed from her was one of the motivating factors that pushed him to do all this. The smile on his mother's face, it filled his heart with a strange sense of relief and contentment. He felt like he was back in his 20-year-old self where he didn't have to worry about the different problems he and his men were facing. All right. Let's do this. Vaughn muttered in his head as he closed his eyes. It had already been 12 days since he came to this world. He had learned most of the basic theory related to magic. Now, it was time to actually implement it. Vaughn took a deep breath, then, he recalled the content he had read and started. Casting a spell was divided into 3 steps. First, a mage has to absorb the mana in their surroundings through the pores in his body. The mana they absorbed is then collected into their mana veins. Then, to strengthen his control over this mana, a mage needs to move the mana stored in his mana veins all around his body. Then, he needs to release the refined mana and form a circle. This process of taking in the raw mana and refining it to make it usable is called initiation. This was the step Vaughn had already mastered since his body already remembered this process because of previous Vaughn. What troubled him was the second step, forming the circle. This is where previous Vaughn and his thoughts collided. Every mage had a different interpretation of their magic circle. A mage cannot simply copy another mage's circle, therefore, Vaughn had to create his own circle. Of course, after working relentlessly, reading all the theories about how circle worked, how to create one, and other magic theories, Vaughn had already prepared the magic circle that would work for him. However, the problem was, while his brain remembers the circle he had created, his body remembered the previous Vaughn's circle. Whenever he tries to form a circle, his body moves on its own and forms the circle created by the previous Vaughn. And since he had less than a second to create the magic circle, this clash between the body and the brain made it impossible for him to create the circle in the set amount of time. Today, however, Vaughn was confident. No matter what, today, he was going to form his magic circle. Once he was done moving the mana all around his body, he released the refined mana. He glanced at the magic circle that he had drawn on the paper in front of him. This was the magic circle he had prepared after studying for 10 whole days. A drop of sweat appeared on Vaughn's forehead. He imagined the mana in the air moving and creating the magic circle that was in front of him. A blurry magic circle formed in front of him. Then, without waiting for a single second, he released the mana he had refined just now into the magic circle. The magic circle became clearer, and soon, a perfect magic circle was formed. Vaughn's eyes shined in excitement. However, he didn't lose his composure. So what if he succeeded in the second step? It didn't mean he was going to fail in the last step and try everything later. He was going to succeed in one go. With that thought in his mind, Vaughn proceeded with the last step. Execution. The first 2 steps, initiation and forming a circle, were something that after some practice, the mages simply ignore because those steps never change. A mage gets habitual, and after some time, these two steps almost come instinctively. The last step, the execution, however, was different. This was where a mage has to concentrate, since this is the step where what kind of spell a mage would cast is decided. Vaughn moved his refined mana into the magic circle. This time, however, he didn't just blindly inject the mana inside. This time, he injected the mana in a form of pattern. In simpler words, he was using mana as ink and was drawing patterns inside the magic circle he had created. Mages call these patterns the language of magic, or magic language. Each pattern had a different meaning. A mage first imagines what kind of spell he wishes to cast, then, he researches and finds the correct pattern he would need to use to cast what he wishes, then, he uses mana to draw these patterns inside the magic circle he had formed, and that is how a magic spell is cast. The chances of failing in the last step are high, especially for a new mage. Of course, all the mages know what pattern they need to cast the spell, however, the problem was drawing the said magic pattern inside the magic circle. This process requires an extremely high level of mana control, and new mages often get stuck in this step, for years even. Honestly, although he didn't wish for it, Vaughn knew the chances that he failed in this step were high. However, the moment Vaughn released his mana, it moved freely and started forming the exact same pattern that he was thinking in his head. Vaughn frowned. Wasn't this a little too easy? Soon, the drawing the magic pattern inside the circle part was completed. That meant the famed last step, the challenge for the new mages. Vaughn completed it just like that. The surrounding mana moved, the temperature rose up. And then, flicker. From the center of the magic circle, a flicker of flames was created. Von Astravesta had successfully unleashed his first spell. Chapter 15: The Little Fairy. Flicker. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Vaughn failed to control himself and laughed out loud as he realized that he had successfully cast his first spell. I succeeded! Vaughn shouted in excitement as he couldn't get his eyes away from the flames burning in front of him. These flames, they were a lot stronger than the flames he had summoned the first time when he used previous Vaughn's muscle memory to cast a spell. And this time, Vaughn was sure, if he didn't wish for it or his mana doesn't, the flames wouldn't disappear. Flicker, flicker. After a minute or two, the flame flickered again. Vaughn finally realized that his mana was about to run out, therefore, he stopped releasing his mana and the flames and his mana circle disappeared. With a confident smile on his face, Vaughn absorbed mana inside his body again, then mana moved around his body veins, and a magic circle formed. He drew the patterns inside the magic circle and again. Flicker. The flames appeared again. This time, the process was much smoother than the last time. Vaughn nodded in satisfaction. His mana ran out, he stopped his spell, then, he absorbed mana again. Flicker. Vaughn continued this cycle like a madman. And who could blame him? His hard work had finally paid off. He could use magic now. He was officially a first circle mage now. Even though he had only learned one spell and it was a simple spell that did nothing but summon flames, it was still progress. And he had done it in just 12 days. Mother's theory was right. I am indeed a genius. Vaughn had read about many great mages that had appeared throughout history, and none managed to cast their first spell in just 12 days. Of course, he did have previous Vaughn's muscle memory to help him out. His speed was still insane nonetheless. Especially the execution part, where a mage is supposed to complete the circle using the language of magic, the process which needed a high level of magic control and was a challenge for all new mages, a step that even the geniuses took months to master. Vaughn could do it with just his mere thoughts. The mana moved as he wished, it expands if he wants, it contracts if he wants, it takes whatever shape he wants, and for all this, he didn't have to concentrate at all. The step where most mages get stuck for years before they barely master it, Vaughn could do it even if he is distracted by something else. That was how ridiculously strong his mana control was. Thinking about it, Vaughn couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Vaughn wanted to cast the spell again, however, just as he was about to do so, his eyes fell on something that made him curious. In this dimly lit room, Vaughn's eyes fell on another source of light. A light that came from behind the curtains. Vaughn's eyes fell on a small head that was peeking at him from those curtains. Those big bright eyes that oozed innocence and doubt, the bright orange-red skin, and the hair that seemed like burning flames. Vaughn wasn't much of a sucker for cute things, however. In front of this little creature, Vaughn's heart melted. Vaughn found it funny how she was trying to hide behind the curtain but had absolutely no clue how the light emitting from her body was giving her away. Ahem ahem. Vaughn coughed. Then, he started walking towards the little fairy with a curious look on his face. The fairy's body flinched when she realized that Vaughn had seen her. She panicked. It was as if she couldn't believe she had been found out. She started looking around, as if she was trying to find a way to escape. However, seeing that Vaughn was already close to her, she decided that she couldn't run away anymore and gave up. Vaughn carefully pulled the curtain back, revealing the fairy's body. She was no more than 10 centimeters in length. Her body was orange-red in color, and she had a pair of white-orange wings that helped her float in the air. She was surrounded by flames. Those flames, however, did not feel burning hot. Rather, Vaughn felt strangely attracted to them. Unconsciously, Vaughn slowly moved his index finger toward the little creature. However, the moment the little creature realized what he was doing, her body flinched and she quickly backed away. Vaughn frowned in confusion. This cute little fairy. Why was she looking at him with those fearful eyes? Soon, however, new fragments of memories rushed into Vaughn's head and he understood. This sick bastard. Vaughn cursed the previous Vaughn as he clenched his fists in anger. Chapter 16. Would your wings regrow if I pluck them? 2 years ago, when Vaughn was 18 years old, he was forced to sit inside the library as a punishment for creating trouble in family meetings. Since he had nothing to do, he glanced at the magic circle drawn in front of him. The mana around him rushed into his body, then, he moved it all around his body before finally creating a magic circle. Honestly, Vaughn never even thought about successfully casting a spell. He was just doing that as a means to pass his time. However, flicker. Unknowingly, his spell worked. His magic circle shined brightly and he successfully cast his first spell, officially becoming a first circle mage. A big smile appeared on Vaughn's face. To think it was this easy. What were all those people making so much fuss about it then? Vaughn spoke out loud. He was quite proud of himself. Cree-eye. Suddenly, Vaughn heard a voice. He looked around and his eyes fell on a little fairy, with orange-red skin, flames like hair, red-white pair of wings. The creature looked at Vaughn with a big smile on her face, dancing around in excitement as if she was celebrating Vaughn's achievement. However, seeing this creature, Vaughn frowned. What the hell is that? He couldn't understand. Soon, however, he stopped worrying about it. Normal mages practice magic on a still target. However, was he a normal mage? He was someone who accomplished something that normal mages work their entire lifetime for within a matter of minutes. He was a genius. Why does he need to follow what normal mages do? Vaughn simply extended his arm towards the fairy. The mana inside him rushed into the magic circle. The little fairy titled her head in confusion. Vaughn's smile widened, and then, whoosh! He aimed the fireball at the little fairy. The fairy, who seemed confused all this while, widened her eyes in surprise. She couldn't believe that Vaughn had attacked her like that. Since she was in a completely defenseless state, the little fairy couldn't dodge in time either. In the end, the fairy covered her face with her arms, preparing herself for the impact. Cree-eye! Boom! The fireball collided with the little fairy. Ahia! Just as I thought, even hitting a moving target is not that difficult. Vaughn shouted in joy as he clenched his fist. The smoke then cleared up. Vaughn glanced at the little fairy. However, contrary to his expectation, the little fairy seemed completely fine. There was not a single injury or burn mark on her. Vaughn frowned in confusion. The fairy herself seemed confused as well. However, thinking that it was just Vaughn playing a prank on her, and that he never intended to harm her, a cheerful expression appeared on her face. Cree-eye! She exclaimed joyfully as she flew towards Vaughn with her little arms extended towards him. Vaughn, however, grabbed her from her hair. For some reason, he knew that even if he grabbed her flame-like hair, he wouldn't get hurt. To think you didn't get hurt even though I clearly hit you. Vaughn muttered. The fairy's expression changed again. Cree-eye! It hurts. Why was Vaughn pulling her hair like this? The fairy couldn't understand. Vaughn, however, continued to observe her and commented. And you seem to be made out of fire, but why aren't you hot? Is it some kind of magic? Interesting indeed. The fairy tried to move her little arms to try and get away from Vaughn. However, her little arms, which were barely 3 centimeters long, didn't have the strength to do so, no matter how much she moved her limbs. Vaughn, who had grabbed her from her hair with his thumb and an index finger, didn't budge. Not only that, but seeing her resisting like that, Vaughn's smile only got wider and wider. He had found a new and interesting toy that he can play and pass his time with. With that thought in his mind, Vaughn moved his index finger right in front of the fairy's face. Cree? The little fairy frowned in confusion. But then suddenly, flick. Vaughn flicked her forehead. Of course, with the size of the little fairy, it wasn't just a little flick, it was as if someone threw a massive boulder on her face. Cree-eye! The little fairy screamed in pain. She has been around for a long time now. All this while, she tried to interact with so many people, however, no matter what she did, no one was able to see or touch her. However, 2 years ago, when her eyes fell on Vaughn, she naturally realized that once this man became a mage, he would be able to see and interact with her. Because of that, she started following him. She had been waiting for this for such a long time. All this while, she had been so lonely. Not being able to interact with anyone was lonely and sad. Therefore, she had been waiting for Vaughn to quickly become a mage. And today, she believed that it was her lucky day since Vaughn was finally able to cast his first spell. She appeared in front of him, and just as she expected, he was able to see her. Overjoyed, the fairy tried to rush towards Vaughn, however. Flick, flick, flick. Cree-eye! Vaughn continued to hit her, making her scream in pain. The fairy couldn't understand. She didn't come here with any bad intentions. Why was he doing this to her? The fairy's eyes turned a little moist. This made Vaughn even more interested. Are these your wings? His eyes fell on the pair of white-red wings on the fairy's back, then, a demonic smile appeared on his face. Would they regrow if I pluck them? Vaughn questioned to himself. The fairy's eyes widened in horror. Cree-eye! She tried moving around, desperately trying to free herself. However, no matter what she did, she was too weak. Tears rolled down her cheeks, her body trembling in fear while her wings fluttered in her desperation to get away. Vaughn, however, didn't care about her. Rather, her resistance excited him even further. His hand moved towards her wings, however, just as he was about to touch and pull her wings off. Ding! A clock's sound was heard. Vaughn's eyes fell on the clock. His expression brightened up. My punishment time is over. He wanted to leave instantly, however, he couldn't possibly leave such an interesting toy away. With that thought in his mind, he brought a cage and locked her inside. I am going out for now. I will play with you when I return. Saying those words, Vaughn caged the little fairy into his room and walked away. When he returned, the cage was empty and the little fairy was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 17 I am a peace-loving man. This sick bastard. Vaughn couldn't help but curse in his head as he recalled this particular memory. He had done his fair share of evil deeds in his past life, however, doing something like that to someone who came to him with such innocent, pure, and jolly eyes. Just what kind of sadistic bastard was he? Vaughn questioned inwardly. His eyes then fell on the little fairy who seemed to be fearful of him and didn't know how to react. In the end, he just bowed his head. I apologize for what I did to you in the past. I am deeply ashamed of my actions. He wasn't sure if this little fairy can understand what he was saying or not. However, somewhere in his mind, Vaughn felt like she could understand his words. Vaughn glanced at the fairy. The fairy was now looking at him with a curious but doubtful look on her face. Unconsciously, Vaughn moved his index finger close to the little fairy again. This time, however, he did it very slowly. He could feel the fairy's body tensing up the closer his finger got to her. However, he could also feel that the fairy was trying to trust his words and was doing her best to not move away in fear. Yes, the fairy could understand his words. Vaughn was sure about this. Soon, his finger was within the fairy's reach. Vaughn didn't move it too close to her face in order to prevent her from panicking. The fairy continued to stare at his finger with a cautious look on her face. Seeing that the finger had stopped right in front of her, the fairy stopped as well. Her big bright eyes fell on Vaughn. Vaughn smiled as he nodded with a reassuring look on his face. "I will not hurt you ever again. Please give me another chance. I wish to be your friend." Vaughn didn't know what it was, however, he could feel a strange connection with the fairy. The fairy continued to look into Vaughn's eyes. Vaughn didn't lose his patience either. In the end, with a trembling body, the fairy extended her little arms towards Vaughn's index finger. Vaughn didn't move. Soon, the fairy touched his finger with her hands. "Kree-eye!" she exclaimed. Her body seemed to have calmed down now. Slowly, she moved her forehead close to Vaughn's finger, then, after looking into his eyes one more time, she rubbed her forehead on his finger. Vaughn chuckled. "Kree-eye!" the fairy exclaimed again. This time, her voice was a lot louder and more cheerful than before. She then flew towards Vaughn's face with a smile on her face. Vaughn smiled back. He brought his hand near the fairy's legs. The fairy decided to trust him one more time and landed on his hand. For some reason, Vaughn felt a strange urge. He moved his forehead next to the fairy. The fairy touched his forehead with her two hands, then, she touched his forehead with hers. The two stayed in that position for a while. Suddenly, the mana that Vaughn had gathered inside his mana veins started draining. Vaughn panicked. Soon, however, he realized that it was the fairy who was doing it. "Kree-eye!" The fairy danced cheerfully as she drained all the mana Vaughn had stored inside his body. Seeing this, Vaughn couldn't help but smile. "Did you like it that much?" he questioned. The fairy turned towards him and nodded continuously. "Kree! Do you want more?" The fairy's eyes brightened up as she nodded again. Vaughn took a deep breath and absorbed the surrounding mana inside his body. Then, he glanced at the fairy, waiting for her to move. The fairy, however, stayed still. It was as if she was still waiting. Vaughn frowned. Then, another theory popped into his mind. He circulated the mana all around his body, then glanced at the fairy. And just as he expected, the fairy placed her little forehead on his forehead again, and started eating away his mana again. "More?" Vaughn questioned. "Kree-eye!" The greedy fairy nodded. Vaughn sighed, and for the next few minutes, he continued to feed the glutton fairy with a smile on his face. "Are you satisfied now?" Vaughn questioned. "Kree-eye!" The little fairy nodded as she danced around with a jolly look on her face. "Nigdash!" "Huh? What the hell are you talking about?" "What? Are you not happy after getting dismissed once? Do you want to be dismissed again? Look, I am not in a good mood, so don't annoy me. Go away." Vaughn heard a commotion outside his room. "As I said, I was appointed by family head after you were injured. You are to wait for further orders now." "The hell do you mean wait for further orders?" "You were here because I was injured. I am fine now, so you can leave." "The family he dash. What is happening here?" Vaughn questioned as he opened the door and glanced at the two men causing the commotion. "Young Master Vaughn, it seems that Aldrich recovered from the injuries he had sustained after he fell from the stairs that day." Gable spoke, giving out the context of the story without raising any suspicions. Vaughn understood. That was the manipulated memory Astra's men had planted into Aurich's head. He then glanced at Aldrich. "Vaughn, tell him to get away, he is annoying me." Aldrich spoke. Hearing those words, Vaughn's face twitched. This bastard, since his memories have been altered with, he had forgotten what happened and is acting like his usual self again. "Come in," Vaughn ordered. Aldrich frowned. He felt like Vaughn's aura seemed different than normal. However, in the end, he just shrugged and walked into Vaughn's room. Vaughn then glanced at Gable and extended his hand. Gable understood what he wanted. With a strange expression on his face, he took out a plate and handed it over to Vaughn. "Try not to cause too big of a scene," Gable spoke. "Don't worry, I am a peace-loving man," Vaughn replied as he grabbed the plate. Then, he turned around and walked into his room as well. Chapter 18: The Makings of a Great Punching Bag. "Try not to cause too big of a scene," Gable spoke. Don't worry, I am a peace-loving man. Vaughn replied as he grabbed the plate. Then, he turned around and walked into his room as well. Inside the room, Aldrich was sitting on the sofa with his legs on the table, reading the notes Vaughn had prepared while reading all the magic theories with a casual look on his face. A very disrespectful act. Some mages with bad tempers might even kill in anger if someone read their notes without their permission. Of course, Aldrich never thought Vaughn would dare to do that. The little fairy flew around the notes with a worried look on her face. However, Aldrich couldn't see her, and neither could she do anything to Aldrich. Seeing that Vaughn had walked into the room, Aldrich threw the notes on the table and spoke. What's with these notes? You even prepared another magic circle. What? Are you actually getting serious about learning magic? PFFTT. Ha! What a joke! He started laughing out loud. And what's with this plate? Did you bring it here to serve me some snacks since I have returned? Heh, that's good. It seems you are finally learning things. Aldrich continued to laugh. Vaughn continued to observe Aldrich. Aldrich was a person who had spent a decent amount of time with previous Vaughn, therefore, currently, Vaughn was experiencing a new influx of memories related to Aldrich rushing into his mind. From the time he was introduced, to how he hired him as his personnel butler, all the way to when Christopher had taken over this body. Aldrich wasn't always this rude. He was subservient when he first came here. However, soon, he realized what kind of person Vaughn was. He was madly in love with Serafina. However, that was not it. Along with that, he was easy to fool. He may look like a typical young master who is rude, obnoxious, and someone who takes out his frustration on others. However, in truth, handling him was not that difficult. Deep down, Vaughn was a pushover. I was sent by Lady Serafina. Lady Serafina treasures me quite a lot. That is why she sent me here instead of someone else. Lady Serafina values my opinions while making a decision. She even told her friend to not marry the person she likes because I didn't get a good vibe from him. That is how much she trusts me. Slowly and steadily, Aldrich started feeding these words into Vaughn's head. The more he did it, the more intimidated Vaughn felt. She felt like Aldrich was sent here as a test for him. A test to check if he was worthy of her. Therefore, he needed to treat Aldrich well. With these thoughts, Vaughn's attitude in front of Aldrich changed. From declining to do certain jobs, to outright disrespecting him, Aldrich's attitude started changing. And now, he had turned into a servant who was confident enough to comfortably sit on the sofa with his legs on the table when his master was standing right in front of him. Heh! Vaughn couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honestly, Aldrich was quite intelligent. He was someone who could have been useful for Vaughn in the future, however. What Vaughn hated the most was being disrespected. However, right now, Aldrich was exactly the type of person Vaughn wanted to see the most. He had holed himself inside a single room, reading and more reading, for 12 whole days. As mentioned before, he wasn't much of a reader in his previous life. Vaughn's hands were itching. And now that a punching bag was right in front of him, how could he not be happy? With a big smile on his face, Vaughn rubbed the back of his neck. Aldrich, my good friend. Then, he walked towards Aldrich and sat right next to him. Do you really not remember anything when you see this plate in my hand? He questioned as he brought the plate right in front of him. Huh? What do you mean? Aldrich frowned. For some reason, he felt like something was wrong. Especially the way Vaughn was acting. He was definitely different from before. To think you won't remember anything, magic sure is wonderful. Vaughn chuckled. What are you talking abo dash? Bam. Crack. Before Aldrich could complete his sentence, Vaughn smashed the plate on his head. Aldrich's eyes widened in surprise as he slowly felt the pain sinking in. Ayag! He shouted. The wounds that had barely healed opened up again. Vaughn, however, wasn't done. With a wide smile on his face, he grabbed Aldrich's hair and smashed it on the table. Then, he pushed the table away and smashed his head on his knee. Bam! Ugh hi! Then again. One more time. And another one. Bam! Goa! Aldrich groaned in pain as he fell on the floor. Vaughn unleashed a series of punches, hitting Aldrich's face. It felt wonderful. This man had the makings of a great punching bag. Once Vaughn was satisfied, he finally stopped beating him. This time, things were different than before. There were still some things he needed to know, things only Aldrich should know. Yes, an interrogation round was in due. Aldrich felt his vision blurring. The pain was too much for him to handle. However, other than pain, the shock he felt was even greater. Why was Vaughn hitting like him? No, was he even capable of hitting people like this? Was he really the same Vaughn who got nervous every time he is around him? What are you doing? With a bloodied face, Aldrich questioned. What am I doing? I am disciplining you, Vaughn replied. Why you think Lady Seraphina would forgive you? Aldrich decides to use his trump card. However, not listening to the orders given by the family head. Let's not even talk about disrespecting. You even dare to order around and threaten the young master of the Vesta family. All these actions of not putting the Vesta family in your eyes. Do you think a mere Lady Seraphina or her Stormweaver family would try to protect you against these charges? Aldrich's eyes widened in surprise. You must really trust your Lady Seraphina, don't you? Call her then. I would like to see if she comes and saves her most treasured subordinate. Or just sacrifices him like a no longer useful chess pawn. Chapter 19. I have absolutely no reason to keep a useless man alive. You must really trust your Lady Seraphina, don't you? Call her then. I would like to see if she comes and saves her most treasured subordinate. Or just sacrifices him like a no longer useful chess pawn. Vaughn spoke with a wide smile on his face. Why you would allow me to call Lady Seraphina? Aldrich questioned. Of course, I am a fair man. Why would I not give you an equal chance to defend yourself? Use everything in your arsenal. However, just keep this in mind. If you actually do call her, then be damn sure that bitch can save you from the Vesta family. Because if she fails, then I'll fill that head of yours with countless fuck. I can't say that now, can I? Vaughn temporarily forgot that there were no guns in this world. Aldrich couldn't understand what he was talking about, but then... Ugh! Vaughn pulled his hair again, and then... If she cannot save you, then I'll cut your head off. Gulp. Aldrich gulped in fear. So? What would you do, Aldrich? Would you like to call your benevolent master, and go against the Vesta family together with her, or would you like to cooperate with me? Vaughn spoke as he moved away and dusted away his hands with a smile on his face. Aldrich looked into Vaughn's golden eyes and his body trembled. If it was before, he would have selected the first option without even thinking. In front of Lady Seraphina, Vaughn acted like a loyal dog. If she said something, he would simply wag his tail and do it. However, for some reason, Aldrich felt like the current Vaughn. He wasn't sure if things would go as he imagined. The current Vaughn was too scary for him to make decisions based on his past actions. Aldrich also didn't fail to notice how Vaughn was mentioning Vesta family again and again. It was as if he was putting the Vesta family against his Lady Seraphina, and not himself. Honestly, it wasn't even a fair match. His lady might be impressive and a lot smarter than others, however, let alone her, even her entire family didn't deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence as the Vesta family. The only power his lady held over the Vesta family was that the son of Lady Astra was crazy for her. But now, even that seemed like... Aldrich stopped thinking as he glanced at Vaughn's horrifying expression again. Sitting on the sofa, with his legs wide open and a big smile on his face. Right now, Vaughn didn't even have a trace of nobility the descendant of the Vesta family should have. Aldrich felt like he looked more like a thug. Even he didn't know how damn right he was. I am not a patient man, Aldrich. Are you going against Vesta family and calling that bitch? Or does the thing inside your head actually works? Answer now. I wish to serve young Master Vaughn. Aldrich answered. Oh? Vaughn raised his eyebrow. Aldrich didn't say anything. Ha, that's a smart decision. I guess you will live on for a little longer. Vaughn laughed out loud. All right then, stand up. Vaughn ordered. Although injured, Aldrich didn't dare to offend Vaughn any further, and quickly stood up. Wipe the blood from your face, you bastard. Your already shit-like face looks even shittier because of that. Vaughn cursed. Aldrich turned silent. He then took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. It did sting since there were quite a few bruises and cuts on his face, however, he didn't say anything. Vaughn was way too intimidating for him to complain about something like this. It is at least bearable now, Vaughn spoke as he picked his ear. Aldrich simply bowed in a subservient manner. All right then, I have a few questions. There shouldn't be any need to say this, but I will say it just in case. Answer honestly. Vaughn spoke as he glanced at Aldrich with a chilly look on his face. Aldrich's body jolted in fear. As you see command, young Master Vivant. How closely connected are you to Sarah? As sir? I am asking how much do you know about her? What is your relationship with her? Are you her close aide? Or are you simply someone who works in her family? Vaughn questioned as he looked into Aldrich's eyes with a chilly look on his face. Gulp. Aldrich gulped again. Those eyes, he knew the moment he lied, he would lose his life. It was Aldrich's trump card, something that allows him to throw his weight around as much as he wanted, however, right now. Aldrich had a feeling that his first answer wasn't the best answer. He needed to be honest here. I am not closely acquainted with Lady Seraphina. I used to work for Stormweaver family. The only interaction I had with her were the ones where I met her after becoming your servant. So you are saying you know absolutely nothing about her? Vaughn questioned. I apologize for lying to you this whole time. Please spare me, young Master Vaughn. Aldrich simply kowtowed on the floor. So you are telling me that you are absolutely useless, and no dogs hit about my enemy when you claim to be her close aide? Vaughn commented. Ye enemy. Aldrich's expression changed. Vaughn, however, ignored his surprise. His stance was clear from the moment he met Sarah, and after recalling some memories after meeting Aldrich, his stance was even clearer. Seraphina was an enemy. The previous Vaughn was a fool over her, so he couldn't see it. However, he was different. Seraphina knew damn well that he liked her, however, instead of accepting his feelings or properly turning him down, she was leading him on and using him. It got to a point where she even dared to walk into his house and order him around while acting like she was above him. You should have chosen the first option, you might have had a chance to live with that. I have absolutely no reason to keep a useless man alive. Vaughn stood up as he said those words, however, just as he was about to leave. Why, young Master Vaughn? I can tell you why Lady Seraphina ordered me to be your servant. It is definitely something you should know. Chapter 20. I need to fix this mess first. Why, young Master Vaughn? I can tell you why Lady Seraphina ordered me to be your servant. It is definitely something you should know. Just as Vaughn was about to leave, Aldrich shouted in desperation. Young Master Vaughn just called Lady Seraphina his enemy. Hearing that, Aldrich decided. This was his only chance to stay alive. He would jump ships. Vaughn turned around and glanced at Aldrich, who still had his forehead on the floor. He observed the man for a while, and then... What is it? She wanted me to keep an eye on you. That's it. That's your grand answer to save your life? Do you think this is something I cannot deduce on my own? Vaughn questioned back. She asked me to report your behavior every 3 months. She seemed particularly concerned about your interest in learning magic and instructed me to report it immediately if you spend more than 2 hours reading books related to magic or engage in continuous magic study for 3 days. It was fine if you were punished by Lady Astra, however, if you ever do it on your accord, I was told to report it to her, and every time I did report her, something happens and your recently grown interest in magic returns back to normal, and you stop focusing on it. Something happens. Vaughn raised his eyebrow. Seeing that Vaughn was finally showing interest, Aldrich's expression brightened up. He quickly raised his head and replied. Why yes, oftentimes, Lady Seraphina calls you to meet her, and since she rarely does that, you get excited and leave the house to meet her. Then when you return, you stop studying magic again and only talk about how your day with Lady Seraphina went and how if you actually tried, you might get to marry her. I stopped pursuing my magic studies after meeting her. Does she cast some kind of magic on me to do that? Vaughn wondered. I am not there with you when the two of you are together, so I do not know much. However, I highly doubt that she can do that. First, magic related to mind are much more complicated. Lady Seraphina, as impressive as she may be, doesn't have the capability to use magic like that, and even if she hires someone else to do it, your mother would have noticed that by now and she and her family would have been wiped out by now. Aldrich answered. Vaughn glanced at Aldrich then, after thinking about it for a while, he questioned. Can you think of another such incident? The incident of your 5 friends challenging you to a magic duel. It also happened after I reported Lady Seraphina about you studying magic longer than you normally do. So, you are telling me that me getting beaten up was arranged by Sarah? Vaughn questioned as he narrowed his eyes. Seeing that expression, Aldrich gulped again. I am not as sure but that is highly likely. He stuttered. That bitch! Vaughn cursed as he clenched his fists. Then, he took a deep breath and sighed. Guess I need to fix this mess first. Then, Gable. With a cold look on his face, he called. Gable quickly walked into the room. His eyes quickly fell on Aldrich, who was kneeling on the floor with bruises and cuts all over his face. Then, he glanced at the broken pieces of the plate he had given to young Master Vaughn. Gable couldn't help but sigh. At least it is not the worst-case scenario, this much is still acceptable. Plus, that rude bastard needed a beating. This expression looks much better on him than the previous ones, he thought inwardly. What can I help you with, young Master Vaughn? Gable questioned with a respectful look on his face. The 5 people who attacked me, do you know about them? Those 5. Gable frowned. He couldn't understand why young Master Vaughn was asking about them right now. Give me all the details of the families these guys belong to. Their strength, their backing, the strongest person in their family, their land, their money. I need a thorough report on all this. You have an hour. Huh? Gable frowned in confusion. What? Can you not do it? Vaughn questioned. See, can I ask why you need that information, young master? Gable questioned. There are some things I wish to know. And I want revenge. Vaughn spoke with a cold look on his face. Then, he turned towards Gable and questioned again. Can you do it? Everything you have requested will be in your hands in an hour, young Master Vaughn. Gable bowed his head. Vaughn's aura was too overpowering, his orders, he felt like he could never refute them. Good. Vaughn praised. I will go see Mother now, you two do not have to follow me. And Aldrich, I will be keeping an eye on you from now on. You have successfully managed to hang on to your life, do not do anything foolish and ruin your efforts. Vaughn spoke as he walked out of the room. Why yes, young Master Vaughn. Aldrich nodded even after Vaughn had left the room. Gable glanced at Aldrich, who was kneeling on the ground. You look different than you did in the past, he commented. Aldrich simply glanced at Gable and, try going through what I did. Hey, you brought this upon yourself. Gable laughed. Aldrich didn't say anything. Gable seemed like someone young Master Vaughn trusted, there was no reason to antagonize him. On the other hand, Vaughn, who was walking in the corridor, smiled as the little fairy appeared in front of his eyes again. Why are you looking at me like that? Vaughn questioned with a frown on his face. The little fairy, who he had barely made up, was looking at him with a wary look on her face again. Are you scared of what you saw? Vaughn guessed. Rho Alpha Indi Alpha Sin Omicron V Epsilon L. The fairy didn't say anything, however, Vaughn understood. He was a bad person, he deserved it. I only beat up bad people. Don't worry, I will never hit someone as adorably as you. Vaughn spoke as he slowly moved his index finger towards the fairy again. The fairy observed him for a while, then, she decided to trust him and sat on top of Vaughn's head. Kree-eye! She exclaimed. Chapter 21 It is great that you are the family head. Knock knock. Vaughn walked up to a door and knocked gently. Who is it? A voice was heard. It is me, Mother. Vaughn replied with a slight smile on his face. However, he didn't receive any reply. Waited for a while, however, after not getting a response for about a minute. Is there a prob dash? Enter. Suddenly, Astra spoke. Vaughn tilted his head in confusion. However, in the end, he didn't think too much about it and walked into Astra's room. You finally have the time to meet your mother, huh? Astra commented with a gentle smile on her face. Seeing that, Vaughn smiled as well. I was studying, he replied. At first you refused to study even after I forced you. Now, you are studying so much that you don't even spare time for your mother. Have you sworn to never make your mother happy or something? Astra questioned as she raised her eyebrow. I am doing all this for you, mother. Son of the Astra Alicia Vesta cannot be trash, now can he? I need to catch up if I do not want to ruin your reputation. I have told you this before as well, Vaughn. You do not have to take any unnecessary pressure. Do things at your own pace. I am just glad that you are taking things seriously, but don't exhaust yourself, alright? Astra replied in worry. Hearing those words, Vaughn smiled. He sat right next to her, and then placed his head on her lap. I can always come to you if I ever feel tired, can I not? He questioned. At the same time, the little fairy flew around and sat on Vaughn's stomach. However, seeing as his mother was not reacting to her at all, Vaughn realized that even she couldn't see her. Even someone like mother can't see her. Am I the only one in the world who can? Just what kind of being is she? Vaughn had read many books that mentioned different races in the world, however, none of them ever mentioned something like this little fairy. Well, whatever, she is cute. In the end, Vaughn just shrugged. So you are saying you would only come to your mother when you feel exhausted? Astra questioned as she started ruffling Vaughn's hair. Ha ha ha, please don't be like that, mother. And I have heard it all from Gable. You used to hole yourself up in the library when you were young as well. At least I have taken the books I wish to read into my room and often come out of my room to meet you. I heard you locked yourself inside the library for weeks and rarely come out. Aren't I doing a lot better already in that matter? It seems like I need to have a chat with Gable. Astra spoke with a gentle smile on her face. I pity him. Vaughn chuckled. Then you shouldn't put him in a difficult situation. I am sure you are the one who forced him to tell all this. He would never open his mouth on his own. I will refrain from commenting. You. Astra pulled Vaughn's right ear. Aha! Vaughn cried in pain. It seems I have been going too easy on you, huh? Ha! Vaughn laughed out loud. Soon Astra started laughing as well. Mother! Suddenly Vaughn called out. Where should I practice magic? Huh! Is your room not enough? Astra frowned. No, I meant that I need a place to release magic. Release magic? Vaughn, you. A slightly proud smile appeared on Vaughn's face, then suddenly, the man around him moved and flicker. He unleashed his magic. Seeing him casting magic, Astra's eyes widened in surprise. You can cast magic now! She exclaimed in joy. Of course. Did you think I was lying when I said I would catch up to you? Hey, just wait, it won't take long before I surpass you. Hey, getting arrogant, are we? Astra smiled. Whose son do you think I am? Oh ho! Astra couldn't help but smile. These moments where she could smile so freely, they were extremely rare. However, ever since that day when Vaughn rushed towards her and hugged her, she noticed that these moments were getting more and more frequent. This peace that her heart felt. She hoped that nothing would harm it. Mother, you still haven't answered my question. Vaughn reminded. You can use magic training halls, the walls there can repair themselves no matter how much damage they take. But I heard that magic training halls are shared by many people at the same time. I would like to study my magic without any interference if possible. Alright, I will free a magic training room for you then. Although you need to be a 3-circle mage to use those rooms, I will arrange something for you. Thank you, Mother. It is great that you are the family head. Vaughn laughed. Using your mother's position for your own benefit, how shameless. What can I say? I would be a fool if I don't take advantage of how amazing my mother is, won't I? As long as you work hard. Don't worry, I will work harder than anyone. Don't push yourself too hard. Astra spoke. Van didn't know what to say. How can his mother simply contradict herself in the next sentence? Heh. In the end, he just laughed it off and closed his eyes. Astra continued to ruffle his hair. The two of them talked, time passed, and an hour later Van stood up. I will take my leave now, Mother. Also, I forgot to tell you, I plan on going out today. Oh? That is good. Go and get some fresh air. Van nodded. Then I will take my leave now, Mother. Van spoke and turned around. After he left, the doors of Astra's study room opened and a young lady walked out with a sheepish expression on her face. Astra turned towards her and sighed. You should have met him, you know? He has changed, he will definitely treat you well this time. Why, young Master Van never treated me poorly, the young lady answered. Ha! Still taking his side even after everything he has done. What am I going to do with you, you fool? I have no clue why that idiot decided to chase after that selfish woman when he already has a lovely angel like you. Astra shook her head. Chapter 22. You are in trouble. Did you bring what I asked? Van questioned as he returned to his room after spending some time with his mother. Gable simply took out a small book and passed it to Van. It has all the information young master requested. Van grabbed the book and skimmed through it. It is quite detailed. Gable bowed his head. You did well, Van praised. Then, he started reading the content of the book more carefully. Gable stood still and didn't say anything. 15 minutes later, Van finally closed the book. Gable, let's go. Huh? Young Master Van, where are we going? To my dear friend's house. Your friend's house. Take me to Asher's house. Asher? Gable's eyes widened in surprise. Asher, he was one of the 5 men who had beaten up young Master that day. Why is young Master asking him to take him to that man's house? And why does he have that scary smile on his face? Just what was the young Master thinking? Gable's mind was filled with all these questions. However, right now, he had to fulfill his young master's request. As you command, young master. Van then followed Gable and left the Vesta mansion. Just as he expected, the more he moved around, the more his fuzzy memories became clearer. He started remembering different places the previous Van used to visit, and started having a basic idea of how the roads are connected and which turn took him where. Van also realized that, unlike the world he came from, this world was still stuck in medieval times, where instead of cars, people traveled using carriages. These carriages, although slower, were far more comfortable than any car he ever sat on. Even though the horses were pulling it, he didn't feel even a single bump. If he closes his window, he wouldn't even realize that he was moving, it was that comfortable. Van continued to look outside. The more he looked, the more clearer previous Van's memories became. 30 minutes later, the carriage finally stopped. We are here, young master, the driver said. Gable walked out. Van followed. Young master, as mentioned in the information I gave you. Asher Zalayan comes from Zalayan family. They are not exactly strong. They are an independent but small mage family, whose leader is a 5th circle mage. They are nothing impressive, however, you still should not underestimate them. They may not be much in front Vesta family, but if you cause a ruckus here, they won't just stay silent. The mages of their family are known to have high pride and an unbending will. Vesta family name wouldn't scare them if you act unreasonably. Gable warned. He had seen what young Master Van did to Aldrich. There weren't many problems since Aldrich was only a servant, however, that incident made clear how ruthless young Master Van was. Gable had to make sure that young Master Van don't lose his self-control here. Don't worry, Gable, just trust me. I am not an unreasonable person. Van spoke with a small smile on his face. Then, he glanced at the mansion in front of him. It wasn't nearly as grand as his family's mansion, however, it was still alright. Van, however, wasn't here for sightseeing. He stopped looking around and walked towards the mansion. Young Master Van? Soon, he was recognized by a guard. What are you doing here, young Master Van? He questioned. Can I not visit my friend? Van questioned. Of course you can. It is our honor. Please come in, I shall inform young Master Asher about your arrival. The guard spoke as he invited Vaughn inside. Vaughn followed the guard. The guard sent someone else to bring Asher, while he himself took him to the guest room. Please wait here for a while, young Master Vaughn. Young Master Asher will be here soon. The guard spoke with a polite look on his face. Vaughn nodded. 5 minutes later, the doors of the room finally opened up. Young Master Vaughn! I can't believe you decided to show up. How have you been? A black-haired man with a mole on his neck walked into a room with a smile on his face. Seeing Vaughn sitting on the sofa, the man's smile widened. He walked towards Vaughn, sat next to him, and placed his arm over Vaughn's neck. Seeing this action, Gable narrowed his eyes. However, the man didn't care about him. An insignificant servant's thoughts didn't matter. Are your injuries all right, young Master Vaughn? We all really held back that time, but what could we do? We never thought that young Master Vaughn, who carries the blood of the Vesta family, would end up like that. We deeply regret our actions. We should have been more careful. The man sighed dramatically. He was Asher Zalayan, one of Vaughn's friends. The moment his servant informed him about the arrival of the pushover Vaughn, he was surprised. Vaughn never came to his mansion on his own accord. It was always he and his other friends who went to him. After all, who wouldn't want to visit the Vesta family mansion and look around? He didn't wish to admit it. However, someone of his status wouldn't even be allowed near the Vesta mansion, let alone inside the Vesta family grounds, if it weren't for the fact that he was the friend of young Master Vaughn. And what was the best part? Since young Master Vaughn was such a pushover, he didn't have to act subservient to him either. They can walk into the Vesta family, with their head held high, and can even order around some servants there. They were at the peak of their life. How many people had the privilege of doing something like that? Thinking about all this, Asher couldn't help but smile. He glanced at the man responsible for all this. Since Asher was this close to him, he expected Vaughn to be looking down timidly, while remembering how he got beaten up by them. However, what he saw made him raise his eyebrow in surprise. Vaughn. He was grinning. And it wasn't just a normal grin, it was one of the most sinister, scary grins he had ever seen in his life. This type of expression on the pushover Vaughn's face. Unconsciously, Asher moved back. Asher, my good friend. Suddenly, Vaughn called out. Huh? Asher was taken aback. Vaughn then turned towards him with that scary smile, and then. You are in trouble. Big trouble. Chapter 23. You tell me, do you really think I am a pushover? Asher, my good friend. You are in trouble. Big trouble. Vaughn spoke with a scary smile on his face. Now that he saw Asher, new streams of memories rushed into his brain. Vaughn was already used to this by now. Also, the things he learned from these memories, it pretty much coincided with what he had already concluded. Asher was also one of the people who knew how big of a pushover the previous Vaughn was and often used him. He borrowed quite a lot of money and used his family status to get things he normally couldn't get. He even bullied a few people under Vaughn's name. Of course, these were soon going to be actions Asher would regret most in his life. What trouble are you talking about, young Master Vaughn? Asher questioned as he tried to stay calm. Vaughn was a pushover, so he reacted strongly to even minor troubles. Asher wanted to believe that this was one of those cases as well, but for some reason, he felt that wasn't the truth. You see, my mother looked at the injuries that I sustained after our spar and she concluded that some of the attacks were aimed at my life. Vaughn spoke. Huh? Asher's expression changed. Seeing that expression, a small smile appeared on Vaughn's face. That smile Asher had combined with that tone when Asher said, young Master Vaughn, those eyes that clearly looked down on him and mocked him inwardly, it annoyed Vaughn. Therefore, seeing that smile being replaced by this shocked and fearful expression, Vaughn felt satisfied. Of course, this didn't mean he was planning to end it here. Rubbing salt on someone's wound was Vaughn's hobby. You understand what I mean, right? Sustaining injuries in a spar is not a problem, however, if those attacks were aimed at others' life, and that too, the life of the man who has Vesta's blood flowing through his veins. You should understand the seriousness of the issue, right? Asher's face paled in fear. Attacking Vesta's blood with an intention to kill, no matter how big of a pushover, useless, talentless, lazy, and simple of a person that was, it was no different than declaring war on the Vesta family, and that is something that could ruin not only Asher but the entire Zelayan family. Why, young Master Vivon, what are you talking about? Aiming for your life? Why would any of us do that? Asher stuttered. He couldn't understand the situation. How can this happen? They made sure not to critically injure Vaughn. They were just passing some time. Bullying someone from the mighty Vesta family was satisfying. It was also one of the best ways for them to feel good about themselves and take out their frustration on him. But that was it. Why would they try to kill him? They had no enmity against Vaughn. Even if they were enemies, Asher and the other four clearly knew their limit. They would never do such a thing. Why do you think I came here? You are one of my close friends. How could you possibly try to kill me? Vaughn spoke as he looked at Asher with a kind look on his face. That is correct. How can I possibly try to kill you? Asher's face brightened up. Young master, you have to help me out. Your mother must have been mistaken. You have to tell her that we are innocent. Asher spoke up. He was desperate. This can very well lead to the destruction of his entire family. Asher could not take responsibility for something as big as this. He had to do something. I know that, and I tried to take your side. However, my mother just called me a pushover and dismissed my opinion. I can't believe she did that. You tell me, do you really think I am a pushover? Vaughn questioned. And no, how could young Master Vaughn be a pushover? Asher stuttered. Even he himself couldn't believe what he was saying. Young Master Vaughn is one of the brightest and most charismatic people I have ever seen. Right? I don't even know where she got that idea from. Vaughn crossed his arms and dramatically shook his head. I can't believe she would act like that. So what if she is my mother? So what if she is one of the strongest mages in this world? Does that make her right all the time? Even she can make mistakes sometimes, right? It is not like she is a god. I don dash. Vaughn wanted to continue blabbering, however, the more he spoke, the higher Asher's heartbeat got. He could practically see the destruction of his family in front of his eyes. He didn't have time to listen to this idiot's blabbering. Why, young master, why you have to do something about it? I beg you, please help me out. Asher urged. Of course, that is what I am here for, after all. Vaughn smiled politely. Asher felt strangely irritated when he saw Vaughn's smile. Here he was panicking, trying to think of a way to save himself and his family. And then there is this man, laughing like an idiot without knowing the seriousness of the situation. Asher wanted nothing more than to beat this idiot again. You can trust me, Asher. I will not let anything happen to my friends. Suddenly, Vaughn spoke up, and hearing those words, Asher glanced at Vaughn and froze. Young Master Vaughn, for some reason, he didn't look annoying anymore, rather, he looked strangely dependable. Asher started feeling bad for all those things he had done to Vaughn in the past. Vaughn, he came here to save him from this predicament. Asher was touched. He wanted to put his trust in Vaughn. But suddenly, Vaughn extended his hand. Young Master Vaughn. What are you doing? Asher frowned in confusion. You need me to make a move and help you, don't you? Vaughn questioned back. Why, yes. Asher nodded. You can't be expecting me to take a risk of going after my mother for free, right? What? Asher stuttered. Then, with a most genuine smile on his face, Vaughn spoke. 20 elemental stones. Hand them over and I will try my best to save you. Chapter 24 TSK, getting me all worked up for no reason. 20 elemental stones. Hand them over and I will try my best to save you. Vaughn spoke with a genuine smile on his face, and hearing those words, Asher couldn't help but shout out loud. What? What? Vaughn spoke nonchalantly, rolling his eyes as he picked his ears. That is equivalent to 20,000 gold coins. That's what our family makes in 2 years. Asher retorted. And? Vaughn, however, just tilted his head in confusion. Then, with a small smile on his face, he questioned. Are you saying that asking for 2 years of your family's income is too much for saving you? I would say that I am being rather generous here. Right, I forgot to mention, make sure your family doesn't know about it. You know how hot-headed the head of your family is, right? Honestly, I shouldn't say it, but with that meager strength of a fifth circle mage, rather than that hot-headedness, your family head should learn the art of bowing his head in front of his betters. But let's not talk about it. As I was saying, if your family head learns that I am asking for 20 elemental stones to save you and your family, he would definitely get enraged and go to my family. I am telling you this right here, but if the matter gets that troublesome, then let alone 20, even 200 elemental stones wouldn't be enough to protect you, so make sure your family doesn't know about it, alright? How am I supposed to give you 20 elemental stones without letting my family know? As I said, that's equivalent to 2 years of my family income. There is no way I can arrange that sort of money myself. Asher voiced out his problems. Do not try to fool me, Asher. Your family has been around for centuries now, hasn't it? You aren't telling me that they haven't saved up anything at all, are you? What are you trying to say? Asher questioned. He had a bad premonition. Come on, my dear friend. Do I really need to spell what you have to do out for you? Vaughn spoke with a demonic smile on his face. You want me to rob my family's treasury? Asher finally realized. You are brighter than you look, Vaughn replied with an evil smile on his face. But that's a serious crime. I would get executed if I get caught, Asher shouted. Then choose. Vaughn shrugged. Choose between a path where you might die if you get caught, or a path where the death is certain. The choice is yours. Vaughn placed his legs on the table in front of him with an unbothered look on his face. Seeing him act like that, Asher couldn't believe his eyes. To think that the timid Vaughn would act like this. Just what in the hell happened to him? That unbothered look as he pushed Asher into the corner, leaving him no choice but to rob his own family's treasury. You bastards from the Vesta family! You people already monopolize all the elemental stone ores. Your family earns more than 100 ores every single month. Is that not enough for you? Asher couldn't control himself and lashed out. Huh! How come my family is involved here? Vaughn, however, simply tilted his head in confusion. Why, you bastards have already taken away all our source of income. Even the elemental ore found on our family land was taken away by you guys. The mages of our family have to work for your family so that they can earn enough elemental stones to continue their research with. We barely collect enough stones to sustain the needs of our family mages, and now you want me to rob my own family treasury. How can you be so shameless? Great Vesta family, my A-dash. Whoa, enough, champ. The fuck are you getting all emotional for? The Vesta family monopolizes all the elemental ores? We are heartless and make the mages of your family work for us in order for them to continue their research? So what? Why does your pest-like family still decide to rot here in Vesta City? The Vesta family never stopped you from leaving, did we? Why don't you go ahead and leave the city? There are magic families in the Four Kingdoms as well, aren't there? Why don't you go rot there, huh? Vaughn questioned as he glared at Asher. How do you think you are living a free life, researching whatever you feel like without having to worry about anything at all, huh? You want the ore? With your pitiful strength, would you even be able to keep it? What do you think would happen even if you do get your hands on the ore, huh? Let me tell you. Your family will be destroyed. What? Do you think it is you guys who are loyal dogs and let us Vesta family keep the ore? Fuck no, you are just too weak to do anything about it and act like a little bitch who wags their tail with their tongue out to taste the part of the whole piece. The moment you guys gain strength, the first thing you would do is attack us and take the ore away, though I highly doubt pussies like you would ever be that powerful. I have ignored it today, but I'd better not hear you talking shit about my family, you got that? Don't force me to rip that stinky mouth off. Hearing Vaughn's words, Asher almost coughed out blood. Was this man really the same pushover he knew? Just what happened? Why is he so different than before? Asher couldn't understand. Right now, the only thing he could do was lower his head. Vaughn's aura was just too overwhelming for him to refute his words. TSK, getting me all worked up for no reason. Vaughn snorted. Map of the world. Chapter 25. We are just playing around. TSK, getting me all worked up for no reason. Vaughn snorted. Then, while rubbing the back of his neck, he glanced at Asher and, "You have a week to arrange the money. Don't blame me for what happens if you fail to get me what I want." "Ah, right, make sure no one in your family knows about this." Saying those words, Vaughn started walking. He was done here. Or so he thought. "You. Lady Astra does not know you are here, does she?" Suddenly, Asher, who was sitting on the sofa with his head low, questioned. Vaughn tilted his head in confusion. "This story of Lady Astra looking at your injuries and thinking the attacks were aimed at your life. All of it is fake, isn't it? You are just using her name to threaten me, aren't you? That is why you do not want me to inform my family, because once that happens, my family head would go and directly confront Lady Astra, and once Lady Astra finds out about what you have been doing using her name, you would be punished, isn't that right?" Asher spoke as he raised his head and carefully looked for any changes in Vaughn's face. If his theory is correct, then Vaughn's expression would change and he would start panicking. Vaughn might have gained that confidence from somewhere. However, the moment he would reveal his plan, Asher was sure that he would revert back to his usual timid self. However, Vaughn's next move caught Asher off guard. "I guess you aren't a complete fool." "Huh?" Asher tilted his head in confusion. Vaughn's smile then widened up and, "I was just using my mother's name to threaten you. You didn't really think you'd get away after hitting me, did you?" Hearing those words, something inside Asher broke. He nearly had a heart attack imagining the destruction of his family, his loved ones, and himself, but to think all of this was just a joke for this bastard. To make it worse, rather than backing away or feeling guilty about this bastard was actually smiling at him. "You fucking bastard!" Asher shouted in rage as he rushed towards Vaughn. Vaughn, however, simply stepped aside and punched Asher's nose. Just from this punch, Asher felt his vision blurring. Vaughn laughed. He was too experienced to have trouble going against someone like Asher, who had barely fought anyone using his fists before. He punched his nose again, another wave of dizziness taking over Asher. Then, Vaughn kicked his abdomen, sending him flying back to the sofa again. A second later, Asher finally came back to his senses, realizing that he was pushed away by Vaughn. His anger soared even higher. "You are dead!" he cursed. Then, the man around him moved. He may look like this, but Asher was a second circle mage. He was a far stronger mage than Vaughn, who had barely mastered his first circle and didn't even know how to properly release his magic yet. 2 magic circles started forming around Asher, but then... crash. Bam. Asher felt a heavy impact on his head. Vaughn had smashed a nearby light lamp on his head. "Agug!" Asher's vision blurred again. He screamed in pain as he grabbed his head. The magic circles that had half formed broke apart. Vaughn then leisurely placed his feet on Asher's left thigh and... "You are barely standing 3 meters away from me, and do you really think I'd wait for you to cast your spell for 5 long seconds and just prepare my own spell to defend myself? As I thought, instead of the brain, you have shit inside your head, don't you?" Vaughn questioned. Asher, on the other hand, didn't reply. He felt something wet on his head when he glanced at his trembling hand and realized what that red sticky liquid was. He just screamed in horror. "Ayag! Pussy!" Vaughn snorted then. Bam! He smashed his knee onto Asher's face. Asher fell back. With how he acted, Vaughn knew that he was on the verge of passing out. "Well, that was satisfying," Vaughn spoke as he rubbed the back of his neck and stretched his body. But suddenly... "What are you doing?" 3 guards rushed into the room, and the one, who was their leader, shouted when he saw Asher's condition. Gable, who saw everything unfold, widened his eyes in fear. Things were definitely getting out of hand now. These guards, they weren't weak at all. Subduing Asher wasn't a big deal. However, there is no way they could go against these guards. Vaughn, however, just smiled. "Why are you acting like that?" "We are just playing around." "You call that playing around?" "Young Master Asher is bleeding," the head guard shouted. "So?" Vaughn, however, just tilted his head in confusion. "So what if he is bleeding?" Wasn't I bleeding as well when he and his 4 other friends sparred with me? That was a spar! It is normal for you to bleed in a spar. This is not a spar. You came here to meet him and then attacked him. That's an assault. The head guard shouted. An assault, huh? Vaughn muttered. Then, a big smile appeared on his face and, now what are you going to do? The eerie smile on his face planted a seed of nervousness in everyone's mind, even Gable's. His young master. He looked like a demon. We will apprehend you and report this to your family. The head guard shouted. Oh? So you are gonna apprehend a member of the Vesta family, huh? I must say, Zelayan family is quite bold. Why you? Are you threatening us? The head guard questioned with an intimidating look on his face. Oh no, of course not. Go ahead, apprehend me, no worries. A member of the Vesta family being apprehended by a mere Zelayan family, I am sure it wouldn't cause any trouble at all. Chapter 26. You have 3 days. Oh no, of course not. Go ahead, apprehend me, no worries. A member of the Vesta family being apprehended by a mere Zelayan family, I am sure it wouldn't cause any trouble at all. Vaughn smiled. He knew how strong his family was. It was the only family that had an entire, independent city as their land and was not a member of any of the 4 kingdoms. A mere Zelayan family's guards would think 1,000 times before apprehending the member of the Vesta family. The only reason they were being so bold right now was because he was the infamous pushover, Von Astra Vesta. Of course, today, his aura was completely different from what he was popular for. The guards were taken aback. You were seen standing right next to young Master Asher, who is seriously wounded. We have perfect reason to apprehend you. The Vesta family would never take action against us because we are in the right. The head guard spoke. As I said, you have the cause, go ahead and do what you ought to do. The Vesta family is an honorable family. They wouldn't do anything since, again, you have the cause. Though I am not sure if the incident of ganging up against the son of the Vesta family and assaulting him in the name of Spar is enough cause for the Vesta family to take action. Hearing those words, the head guard froze. That was just a spar. He stuttered. Sure, a spar where 5-second circle mages surrounded a first circle mage. I am sure it sounds like a fair battle. If I say I was threatened and assaulted, I am sure no one in my family would believe me and everyone would trust the words of your young master. What do you want? Suddenly, the head guard questioned. He realized it. There was no way he would win. Young Master Vaughn, he was far different from what young Master Asher told him. If things continue like this, it would bring catastrophe to the Zelayan family. That's not quite the tone one should have when they talk to someone carrying the Vesta blood. Vaughn smiled. The head guard's body trembled. What can we do for you, young Master Vaughn? He questioned as he bowed his head. That's better. Vaughn chuckled. Then, with a cold look on his face, he ordered. Leave, I don't want to see that crab-like face of yours any longer. Be but young Master Asher. What? Do you think I would do something to him? Are you doubting me? And no. Then I would entrust young Master Asher to young Master Vaughn. Saying those words, the 3 guards quickly walked away. It's finally silent. Vaughn laughed. Then, he glanced at Asher, who was still sitting on the sofa with a dizzy look on his face. Why, you really think you can get away from using your family name like that? The Vesta family holds its honor in high regard, the descendant of the esteemed Vesta family acting like a thug and using his family influence to threaten others. They wouldn't like that. Asher mumbled. Honestly, even though the logic behind his retort was pretty strong, his tone was just too weak. Whether it was because he was injured or because he was fearful, Vaughn didn't know, however. To think this spineless bastard was brave enough to push me around. Just how much of a pushover was I? He was disappointed. Then, he just sighed and let the Christopher take over. Listen to me, Asher, Vaughn called out. What do you think would happen to me if it is revealed that I used my family's influence to do all this? Asher glanced at Vaughn for a while, however, he couldn't come up with an answer. Vaughn grinned. I am a 20-year-old first circle mage. the shame of the Vesta family which holds honor in high regard. Someone like me should have already been kicked out of the family, yet here I am, moving around freely without any troubles. Why do you think that is the case? Vaughn questioned, and Asher's expression changed. Vaughn's smile widened. Do you see it now? My mother is the head of the Vesta family, Asher. Even if my actions here are revealed, at best, my mother would force me into the library and won't allow me to leave the house for a month or two. At best, my punishment would be house arrest. That's it, nothing worse would happen to me. Then, Vaughn moved his mouth close to Asher's ears and, But what about you, Asher? If my family learns about it and I am punished, who do you think I would blame, huh? Would it be my mother who punished me? Of course not. Someone like me doesn't have the balls to blame her. I would obviously blame someone I can take out my frustration on. Someone I can squash like a bug. It would be you, Asher. If I am punished, I would come after you. What do you think would happen then, Asher? You think I would let you live a peaceful life? Why, you wouldn't be able to do anything. Why, your mother W wouldn't allow it. Asher retorted in an extremely weak voice. His body was already trembling in fear. Even speaking out the words he spoke took all the strength and guts he had. Who said she would get to know about this? No matter how much of a trash I am still the son of the Vesta family's head. Do you know how many families or mages would die to make me owe them a favor? How hard do you think it would be for me to hire a 3 or 4 circle mage to ruin your life? Asher turned and glanced at Vaughn. Seeing those golden eyes and that horrifying grin on his face, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Asher was scared. He was very scared. I will give you 20 elemental stones, and will make sure no one would know about it. In the end, he gave in. Vaughn's grin widened. You have 3 days. Why, you said you would give me a week? That was before you dared to attack me. I ought to punish you for making foolish mistakes, don't I? But how would I gather 20 elemental stones in 3 days? Asher questioned. That's something you need to figure out, isn't it? Vaughn smiled. Then he turned around. Gable, don't just stand there. Take me to my second friend's house. Vaughn ordered with a fresh smile on his face. Gable, who was frozen stiff seeing Asher sitting on the sofa with a bloodied face and dead body-like posture, finally came out of his reverie and, As you see, command, young master. It was a productive day indeed. Chapter 27. Don't mess this up, Vaughn. You called mother? Vaughn questioned as he walked into his mother's room. This time, however, he wasn't welcomed by the usually warm smile Astra always had. Right now, Astra was sitting on a chair with a cold look on her face. Enter, Astra ordered. Vaughn frowned in confusion. What happened? Why was his mother acting like that? Vaughn walked towards Astra and stood in front of her. You have gotten daring, haven't you? Astra questioned as she glared at Vaughn. What are you talking about, mother? Vaughn questioned. What? Did you think I wouldn't know that you went to those 5 families and threatened them? Astra spoke. Vaughn narrowed his eyes. Soon, however, he realized it. Gable. What Gable? You think I wouldn't get to know about it if he hadn't reported it? No, but you wouldn't have learned about it so soon, Vaughn replied honestly. Hearing his answer, Astra's anger soared even higher. How dare you walk into their family and threaten them using our family name? What kind of lowly behavior is this? What are you, a thug? Or is it our Vesta family that is nothing but a bunch of thugs banded together? Astra shouted as she slammed the table in front of her in anger. We are not a group of thugs, mother, Vaughn replied with a calm look on his face. Seeing his calmness, Astra's anger faltered a little. She felt like, unlike Vaughn's usual impulsive actions, this one was something he had planned. In the end, Astra gave him the benefit of the doubt, and, You better explain your actions, Vaughn. Those 5 dared to attack me, mother. They needed to pay the price. So you did this because of petty revenge? Astra raised her eyebrow. That is correct. Anyone who dares to bear his fang against me cannot get out scot-free. The descendants of the Vesta family are not that weak. Descendants of the Vesta family are never weak. The only weakling here is you, Vaughn. Why are you acting all proud and great when the only thing you did was use your family name and threaten them? What kind of revenge is that, huh? You might as well just come to me and beg me to take care of little enemies you have made. Mother, I didn't just threaten them, I also beat them up on my own. I just felt like beating them was not enough, so I decided to get some money out of it. Vaughn replied with a confident smile as he rubbed his fist. Yes, I heard that as well, a member of the Vesta family going around attacking people using his fists, lamps, and cutleries. Astra nodded her head. Then, she looked into Vaughn's face and, do you think that is something to be proud of? If you wanted to show your superiority, then go fight them using your magic. Challenge them to a magic duel and defeat them. That is how a Vesta descendant should act. She shouted. My magic abilities are not good enough to use in a fight, Mother. I had to use what I felt the most confident in. Vaughn replied. Astra turned silent. She was beaming with rage, however, Vaughn's calm replies didn't give her any chance to take all that out. She would have preferred if Vaughn simply stood still in guilt, or retorted back in anger. That way, at the very least, she could take her anger out. In front of Vaughn's calm replies, however, she felt lost. In the end, Astra sighed and decided to take a different approach. Do you know how severe the consequences of your actions are? Astra questioned. I do not. Vaughn shook his head. If people found out about this, they wouldn't blame you, they would blame the Vesta family. Your uncles and aunts already do not like you. Once this happens, they would not sit still. Even I would have a hard time protecting you. Don't worry, that won't happen, Mother. Nobody would find out about this. Asher and the others won't open their mouths. Vaughn shook his hand nonchalantly. And how are you so sure about that? Astra raised her eyebrow. How many times do you think I have done this? Vaughn spoke inwardly. This was definitely not the first time he had threatened someone. And from his experience, this was one of the better cases. He had even blackmailed people in cases where he didn't even have the actual power behind him. In this case, however, he had all the power he needed. Honestly, Vaughn was having a hard time believing that previous Vaughn didn't use his family name to his advantage. Just how big of a fool one has to be to not use this huge advantage he has? Vaughn would have preferred if rather than a pushover, previous Vaughn was someone who used his family status to bully others. At least then, he wouldn't have to recall all those embarrassing memories of being looked down on by those who are lower than him. Anyways, as Vaughn mentioned, from his experience in blackmailing and threatening, he was sure Asher and the others wouldn't open their mouth. However, the problem was, how was he going to explain this to his mother? Mother! After thinking about all this, Vaughn called out. What? I ask you to trust me? Huh! As I said before, I have changed. I am not like the previous Vaughn anymore, and I assure you, my actions would not trouble you anymore. You do not have to protect me anymore. Now, the only thing you need to do is wait and be proud of your child's accomplishments. I know these actions of mine are not something to be proud of, they were crude and unrefined, but trust me, I will improve. I'll study magic, get better, and I will make you proud. I promise you. Vaughn spoke with an earnest look on his face. Hearing those words, all of Astra's anger flushed in an instant. Alright, whatever. Remember what you said, I will not protect you this time. Yes, Mother. You won't have to. You can leave now. Astra ordered. Yes, I will take my leave. Vaughn nodded with a slight smile, then, he turned around. Just as he was about to leave. Go to Magic Training Room 8 at 5 in the evening, you will have 2 hours to practice your magic. Astra spoke. Vaughn's smile widened. Thank you for your help, Mother. Saying those words, Vaughn walked out of the room. Astra, who was left alone in the room, just sighed. Young Master has changed. Suddenly, a figure covered in black appeared behind Astra and commented. I just don't know if it is a good change or not. Astra sighed. Please stop lying to yourself, Lady Astra. The smile on your face is already giving it away. The figure spoke. With a surprised look on her face, Astra glanced at the mirror. She was indeed smiling. In the end, she decided to not hide it and laughed out loud. I heard he broke their noses. He created quite a mess out of their faces. Those young men are still being treated. With how severe their injuries are, I believe it would take a month before their face finally returns to normal. The figure reported. That is good. They deserve nothing less. Astra nodded with a proud look on her face. Though I still wish he would have used magic to do that. Astra sighed. The figure who was standing beside her didn't say anything. However, inwardly, she was full of complaints. If she could speak freely, she would have lashed out at Astra. Not everyone is ridiculously strong as you. How is a first circle mage supposed to use magic to fight their opponent when they are barely 2 to 3 meters away from each other? Only monsters like you have that kind of casting speed. Anyways, I hope this changed Vaughn wouldn't make a mistake today. I am really looking forward to their meeting. Since he is doing everything right, I want him to do the right thing here as well. Suddenly, Astra commented. The time slot you gave him. If I am not wrong, it should be the time when Lady Alara should be exiting that room. The figure commented. A smile appeared on Astra's face and... Don't mess this up, Vaughn. Chapter 28. Why do the jerks like this bastard get carrying girls like her? This should be Magic Training Room 8. Vaughn muttered as he stood in front of a room with 8 written on the door. What is he doing here? Is he here to cause trouble? Heh, are you crazy? Even he wouldn't be able to get out scot-free if he create trouble here. Is he perhaps here for magic practice? Heh, don't joke around. When has he ever been serious about magic? You are right. This place was full of mages who had just come out of the magic training room or were waiting to go in, and the moment these mages' eyes fell on him, they started commenting. Vaughn, of course, could hear all these comments. Since he had come to this world, he had only talked to his mother, his 5 friends, Gable, Aldrich, and other servants, and obviously, no matter what the servants thought about him, none dared to voice their thoughts out. But unlike servants who were scared of him, or his friends who he can use his family influence to silence, these mages weren't scared of him. Rather, they clearly looked down on him. The shame of the family. Honestly, none of the mages thought of him as a part of the Vesta family, even though the head of the family was his biological mother. They didn't care if Vaughn could hear them or not, they continued to pass comments. Obviously, Vaughn was annoyed. He wanted to lash out in anger, however, he knew he couldn't cause trouble here. Not inside the family grounds. The previous Vaughn had already caused enough trouble for his mother, he wouldn't add to the injury. In the end, Vaughn decided to ignore all these people and fed mana to his cute fire spirit, while he waited for the room to open. He was 15 minutes earlier since he didn't wish to waste any time. The other mages seemed to have similar ideas in their minds as well. Some even come here an hour before their allocated time and simply sit cross-legged and revise the magic theory they needed to experiment on today. 15 minutes passed by, however, the training magic room didn't open. Vaughn decided to wait for 5 more minutes, but again, the person inside didn't come out. With a frown on his face, Vaughn stood up and walked toward the magic training room. Hey, your time is you dash. I am extremely sorry. I was so invested in my experiment that I forgot about the time. Please forgive me. Before Vaughn could say anything, the door opened up and Vaughn's eyes fell on a red-haired girl bowing her head in front of him, apologizing desperately. You! Vaughn's expression changed as he glanced at the woman in front of him. New streams of information rushed into Vaughn's mind, and this time, his brows scrunched up in pain. The memories were too big. The little fairy observed the entire situation with curious eyes. As for red-haired girl, she still had her head down. A few moments later, when the pain Vaughn felt finally subsided, he glanced at the girl in front of him again. And once again, he cursed the previous Vaughn in his head. Alara! Vaughn called out in a careful voice. This girl was Alara Flameheart. An exceptional magical prodigy, and Astra's only pupil. According to Astra, Alara was a mage whose magical talent was no less than her own. This statement caused a wave of chaos all over the Vesta city, since Astra herself was a rare genius. Naturally, many eyes fell on Alara, eyes full of expectations and curiosity. And how did the exceptional prodigy react to those gazes? She became a 4th circle mage at the age of 19. In an age where most mages barely know about the basics, an age where even the mages of the esteemed Vesta family barely reach second circle, she had already formed her fourth circle. Even Astra herself only became a fourth circle mage when she was 20, so just going by that, Elara's talent was even better than Astra's. However, that was not all. Other than being magical prodigy, and his mother's pupil, this girl was also Vaughn's fiancée. Yes, a fiancée whom the previous Vaughn treated so poorly that the current Vaughn wanted nothing more than slap the previous Vaughn till all his teeth fall out. Elara genuinely cared for Vaughn, often giving out the money she had saved up for her magic research to Vaughn, who had lost his money while betting with his friends. Sneaking out and going against her mentor, Astra's words to inform Vaughn how his mother was planning to punish him and get him out of the troublesome situation. Stepping up and accepting the punishment in Vaughn's stead even though it was entirely his mistake. There were even cases where she didn't even know what the matter was but she still stepped up and took all the blame. Elara did all these things with a smile on her face, not wanting anything in return. But even after all that, the way Vaughn treated her was worse than a servant. Although a prodigy, Elara wasn't a Vesta. Because of this, other mages of the Vesta family looked down on her and bullied her. Because of this, Elara grew up to be timid. At the start, her relationship with Vaughn wasn't bad, however, as her talent started to bloom, Vaughn got jealous. The stark difference in the way his mother treated him and her, how other people were in awe of her talent, while only looked down on him annoyed him, and this created a wedge in their relationship. As Vaughn's grew, his personality got more and more twisted. Elara, who was timid by nature, was a perfect target for Vaughn, who liked to take his frustration on the weak. Pushing her away, ordering her to do chores that are done by the servants, taking away the money she earns with her own hard work, abusing, and sometimes even going as far as hitting her. Honestly, it was surprising that Elara endured all of that without any resistance, especially knowing that she, a fourth circle mage, was far stronger than Vaughn. The previous Vaughn didn't deserve someone like Elara, who still cared for him even after everything he did to her. Why do the jerks like this bastard get caring girls like her? Vaughn couldn't help but curse in his mind. Chapter 29 Elara's Decision. Why, young Master Vaughn? Elara, who finally raised her head, glanced at Vaughn with a surprised look on her face. Vaughn, who was looking at Elara, taken aback. Elara was beautiful. She had a fair skin tone, silky red hair that flows down her face, those captivating red eyes that exude innocence, brilliance, and confusion, a slight blush on her cheeks since she was embarrassed about being late, the elegant gown that amplified her beauty and stressed on her curves. Elara was far more beautiful than any girl Vaughn had ever seen, in both his lives. Vaughn, you bastard, I can't believe you lived your life the way you lived. Vaughn cursed in his head again. The second time was purely because he was jealous of the previous Vaughn. If only he could punch that bastard. Why, young Master Vaughn, why are you here? Did you need some money? I apologize, but I have just recently bought some elemental stones, so I do not have any. Would it be alright if I gave you the elemental stones instead? Or if you can wait, I'll exchange the elemental stones with gold coins and give them to you. Elara spoke. From her tone, she sounded careful. It was as if she was afraid of disappointing Vaughn. And no, I am not here for money. Vaughn quickly shook his head. Then did you do something and need my help? I can take care of it. Lady Astra would go easy on me. Astra spoke as she lowered her voice. Astra had ordered her many times not to take the blame for Vaughn's mistake, however, she cannot help herself. In her mind, she thought that if she continues to help Vaughn, then maybe. No, I haven't done anything wrong either, Elara. I am here to use this room to practice magic. Vaughn spoke. What? Elara was taken aback. She did hear from her teacher that young Master Vaughn had changed. However, to think he would actually come to the magic training room. Elara couldn't believe it, but she was extremely happy about it. That is Gre-. She wanted to cheer him up, but then suddenly, Vaughn grabbed her hands. Elara! He called out. What is it, young Master Vaughn? Elara stuttered as her blush deepened. Are you free right now? Vaughn questioned. Why, yes, I am free. Then could you please teach me magic release? Vaughn questioned. Huh? Alara was taken aback. Can you not? Vaughn questioned with an innocent pout. Are you really sure you want me to teach you? Alara questioned. She had tried to teach Vaughn many times before, she even spent hours oversimplifying her notes, so she could teach Vaughn. However, every time she tried to talk about magic, Vaughn always lashed out at her and pushed her away. One time, she even left her notes in Vaughn's room, hoping he would study them. However, the next day, Vaughn burned those notes right in front of her and all the servants before walking away in anger. Now the same Vaughn is asking her to teach him magic. Was it some kind of prank? Alara wasn't sure. Of course. You are the genius whose talent even surpasses that of the mother. Who can be more qualified than you? Not to mention you are also my fiancé. Huh? Alara's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time Vaughn had ever called her fiancé. Different feelings welled up in her heart. The second strongest out of all was happiness, and as for the strongest, it was fear. She was scared that all of this is just a dirty joke played by Vaughn. A new way to abuse her, this time, mentally. Playing with her feelings like that, even Alara, who had endured all this abuse silently for all these years, wasn't sure if she could endure this type of abuse. What do you say, Alara? Would you please help your foolish fiancé out? Vaughn questioned with a smile on his face. Alara looked into Vaughn's eyes, trying to find the usual contempt and annoyance he had when he looked at her before. However, when she looked into Vaughn's golden eyes, her eyes widened in surprise. Those eyes? She had seen those before. Her most precious memory played out in her mind. The memory of a 4-year-old, purple-haired, golden-eyed boy, extending his arm toward her. Are you the girl Mother took in as her pupil? That's so cool. Mother even said that you are my fiancé. Does that mean we are best friends? Ha ha ha, I can finally have a friend now. Oh. I am sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I am Vaughn. Mother's son. Nice to meet you, fiancé. Those kind and bright eyes that didn't look down on her just because she wasn't a Vesta like all others did. That hand that was extended towards her when all others avoided her. For a 5-year-old Alara, who had left her family and was brought to a completely new place where everyone seemed to avoid and hate her, Vaughn's action was like a ray of light in a dark place. Without thinking any further, little Alara grabbed little Vaughn's hand, and their friendship started. Alara was a bright child who understood complex magic theories even though she was only 5. Of course, her body wasn't strong enough to gather mana, so she couldn't use it. However, she still continued to study magic theories under Astra's guidance. In her free time, she played together with Vaughn. Others avoiding her didn't matter to her anymore. She was happy with just studying magic theories and spending time with Vaughn. She thought that things would stay the same for the rest of her life, however. When she turned 12 and her body finally became strong enough to absorb mana, everything changed. Her shocking talent was revealed to the world. People who avoided her and looked down on her started praising her. It was a good thing, however. The hands that were extended towards her when she was at her lowest, they started moving away. Jealous of all the praises Alara received and angered by how people compared him with her, Vaughn distanced himself from Alara. Alara tried to hide her skills. She even went as far as not studying magic, choosing Vaughn over magic, hoping that he would return. However, that never happened. Then a year later, she appeared. Seraphina Stoneweaver. The girl Vaughn fell in love with. With her appearance, Vaughn completely forgot about Alara. No, it could be said that their relationship took a turn for the worse. From distancing himself to straight up bullying her, Vaughn changed. And now, Vaughn seemed to have changed again. Alara glanced at Vaughn's hands that were holding her hands just like all those years ago, and this scared her. Should she reciprocate? What if these hands move away again? Was she ready to go through all that pain again? All those questions popped up in Alara's mind. She then looked into Vaughn's golden eyes, the eyes of the current Vaughn and the child Vaughn who had extended his arm towards her superimposed. Alara made her decision. I will help you. Chapter 30 WL. It was your first magic circle. So, I will help you. Elara spoke with a brave look on her face as she tightened her grip around Vaughn's hands. Seeing that look, Vaughn was taken aback. He couldn't understand why this usually timid girl making an expression like that when he was just asking her to teach him magic. Is it because I am asking her to teach me magic? She has been trying to teach Vaughn magic all this while, so is she happy because I am asking it myself? Vaughn guessed inwardly. Then he smiled. Well, I guess I should show the same determination. Thinking that, Vaughn looked into Elara's red eyes and spoke. Then let us go inside. We shouldn't waste any more time. Elara nodded. The two then walked into the magic training room. Seeing this, the other mages frowned. One of them pointed at them and... Wait, isn't that young Master Vaughn? Isn't he only a first circle mage? How is he allowed to enter the magic training room? Did he sneak in here? Don't be ridiculous. It is impossible to sneak in here. The guards outside aren't just normal guards. They are all high-leveled mages loyal to the Vesta family. There is no way someone like him can fool them and sneak inside. He must have a permit. But how did he get the permit? Only third circle mages or above can get it. Are you really asking that? It must be Lady Astra. To show blatant favoritism like this. Am I a fool for working so hard and becoming a third circle mage to finally obtain the chance to use the magic training room? How can he use it just because his mother is the head of the family? I can't stand it. The mage shouted. Then, he glanced at Vaughn and... Hey you! You think just because you are the son of Lady Astra you can do as you please? Also, why do you even want to use the training room? Aren't you just a trash who never trains? Even if you plan to waste all your life and do nothing, you shouldn't waste other people's time. Now if you understand, then stop playing around and come out. He ordered. Hearing his words, Vaughn paused. He turned around and carefully observed the mage's face. Elara, who was with him, panicked. She turned around, wanting to apologize and calm the mage down. However, before she could do so, Vaughn tightened his grip around her hand. Then, he walked inside the room, ignoring the mage. Elara was taken aback by his actions. However, when she finally realized what he had done, she panicked even more. Young Master Vaughn! He is still outside dash. However, before she could complete her sentence, Vaughn simply closed the door. Did he just close the door on me? The mage who was left outside questioned in disbelief. The other mages just glanced at him with gloating looks on their faces. They didn't care what was happening, however, they were definitely enjoying this. Feeling embarrassed, the mage clenched his fists in anger. You trash bastard, just you wait. Cursing in his head, the mage simply turned around and walked away. Why did you close the door? He was still talking. Inside the magic training room, Elara spoke as she pointed at the door. So what? Vaughn, however, just smiled. Who was he? He questioned. Huh? Elara frowned. Do you know who he was? Vaughn questioned again. I do not know. Elara lowered her head. She felt like she should have known who that man was, however. Exactly, Vaughn spoke up. He was a nobody who we have never heard of before. What right does he have to command me? Is he the head of the family? Or the person in charge of the magic training rooms? Or maybe the head guard here? If he was just a nobody, then why should we care if he was done talking or not? Elara didn't know what to say. She felt like it was rude to close the door on someone like that. And Vaughn, who knew about her timid personality, knew what she was thinking. Therefore, he held both her hands again and... Elara, you are a fourth circle mage, an exceptional magic prodigy, so act like one. Don't let these small fries affect you, you are far better than them. Vaughn spoke as he looked into Elara's eyes. Then, a kind smile appeared on his face and since I have requested your help and you have accepted it, only focus on me. Okay? W what? Elara's face turned red. Vaughn chuckled. Then, he moved back and sat on the chair. Shall we start our lecture then? Although talking like this is extremely enjoyable, the time we have is severely limited. All right. I came here to teach you, Elara recalled. I am looking forward to your lecture, teacher. Vaughn spoke. He was expecting Elara to blush again, however, suddenly, the air around Elara changed. Cast a spell in front of me, she ordered. Vaughn raised his eyebrow in surprise, but he did what Elara said. The mana around him rushed inside his body. It then circulated all around his body through his mana veins, and the magic circle was formed. Vaughn then drew the magic patterns inside the circle using his mana. Soon, the temperature rose up and the flames erupted. Elara observed the entire process carefully. Vaughn, who was now looking at her for feedback, noticed her surprised expression as she turned towards him and commented. Your magic circle, it is different from what you used a year ago. You remember the circle I used all those months ago? Vaughn questioned with a surprised look on his face. Every magic circle was different. The patterns drawn inside it are a result of a person's own interpretation and understanding of magic. This is why nobody can simply copy a mage's magic circle and cast the exact same spell. Of course, remembering someone's magic circle was not that big of a deal. For mages who spent most of their lives drowning themselves in books, it was quite simple. However, since it was absolutely useless to do so and a mage himself had to remember quite a lot of things he needs to remember, not many mages remember other mages' circles. Vaughn doubted if even Astra remembered his previous magic circle. Elara, on the other hand. It was your first magic circle, so… Chapter 31. Was I just wasting your time all this while? You remember the circle I used all those months ago? It was your first magic circle, so… Elara replied with a slight blush on her face. Hearing her response, Vaughn was taken aback then, however, he just smiled. I am happy that you do, Vaughn spoke. A small smile appeared on Elara's face, then suddenly, she shook her head and the air around her changed again. Anyways, as I was saying, your magic circle changed. I did it myself. Think of it as a proof that I changed. I won't act like the previous Vaughn did, Vaughn replied. Elara looked into Vaughn's eyes for a while then. Let's move on. You have already mastered how to conjure your flames. Now you probably wish to learn how to move the flames and then eventually use it to attack your opponent, right? She questioned. Vaughn knew he couldn't just win her trust that easily. Just the fact that she was willing to help him was enough for him right now. He would take it slow. Yes, that is correct. Vaughn nodded. Elara nodded in understanding. Then she started. Moving the flames and attacking your opponent isn't much different than conjuring the flames. The concept is simple. Like when conjuring the flames, the language of magic you use means, conjure flame. If you want your fire to move, you simply need to use the language of magic that means, conjure flame that moves. It is similar to conjuring flames of different shapes. Elara spoke. Then, she raised her hand, a magic circle formed, and soon, a spike made of flames formed on top of her hand. You can actually try conjuring flames with different shapes to get the hang of it. Elara spoke as the fire in her hands continued to change the shape. From spike, to dagger, to rope, to fireball. Seeing this, Vaughn couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in amazement. What Elara just did, it was definitely not something simple. Vaughn knew he could conjure flames in different shapes if after some time, however, what Elara was doing was completely different. Summoning flames in different shapes is completely different than changing its shape again, and again without needing to cast the spell again. The second one was much more difficult than the first. Once you are comfortable, you can conjure flames that can move. Elara spoke as the flames in her hands started moving up and down. Roelfin Dielfa Sinomicron Vipsilinel.Siomicronim. Then, things get a little complicated. The language of magic you use here is, conjure fireball that shoots in the direction my palm points at. Elara spoke as she straightened her hand and pointed at the wall in the front. She drew new magic patterns into the circle and soon, the fireball she conjured shot towards the wall and… boom! An explosion occurred. There was a 5 centimeters deep hole in the wall along with the burn marks on the outside. Vaughn was taken aback. The spell was powerful. Much stronger than a pistol's damage. Of course, it is much slower than the guns, but Vaughn had accepted that already. Also, it was only a first circle spell. Vaughn didn't know much, however. He remembered how his mother had sealed his movement without any effort that day. She cast a complicated spell like that within an instant, so Vaughn was sure that this issue of speed would be solved as he grows. Anyways, while Vaughn was thinking all this, he noticed that the wall was suddenly reverting back to its original form. So this is the restoration the magic training room is famous for. Thinking that Vaughn had enough time for himself, Elara continued. The more advanced version of this would be, conjure fireball that first shoots forward, then moves right once more mana is injected into the circle. Then the last and the most advanced version would be, conjure fireball that changes its direction according to the amount of mana injected into the circle. This way, you can change the direction of your fireball at your will. This is also commonly known as the complete fireball spell. A spell that is a sign of a peak first circle mage, since that is the longest command a first circle mage can draw inside his magic circle. Of course, right now, we are not talking about the role of inner circles. That is a more advanced topic and mages tend to ignore the basics after they learn using inner circles since they feel it is an easy way out, so to avoid that, we will talk about them once you master this. And yes, the trick I did before where I continuously changed the shape of flames, I did it using inner circles, so young Master Vaughn doesn't have to rack his brain over it. Hearing Elara's words, Vaughn scratched the back of his head. She is sharp, he thought, but then, he shook his head to clear his mind. He would try it on his own now. Seeing that he had started focusing, Elara stepped back and, do not take any pressure on your mind, take it slow, first focus on the shapes. The magic pattern shouldn't be much different from conjuring the flames. If you want, I can show you my magic patterns for reference. Wait a while, I will draw those patterns in a bow dash. Boom. While Elara was speaking all this, she heard an explosion. She opened her eyes and realized that Vaughn had unleashed his fire spell toward the wall. Her eyes widened in surprise. Was I just wasting your time all this while? Why, young Master Vaughn already knew the basic theory of shooting a spell. You should have stopped me if that was the case. Huh? What do you mean? I only managed to succeed because you made it so simple. I never tried linking the language of magic with what I wanted. I was comparing it with what the books showed and created my own pattern after many trials and errors. However, now that I linked my pattern with words like conjure flames, things become a lot simpler. These magic patterns are just what they say they are, the language of magic. I just need to link certain words with certain magic patterns, and once I combine that, I can cast any spell. Vaughn spoke with an excited smile on his face. Chapter 32, Scaring the Magic Prodigy. I can cast any spell. Vaughn spoke with an excited smile on his face. However, when his eyes fell wall, he realized that the power behind his spell was a lot weaker than Elara's spell. Let alone creating a 5 centimeters deep hole, his spell couldn't even create a minor crack. There were only a few burnt marks, but from the looks of it, they didn't look much. That's a little too weak. A normal punch on the nose would be stronger than that, Vaughn commented as he started thinking about what went wrong. Soon, his expression changed as he realized his mistake. That's it. I used conjure flames and shoot at the direction my palm points at. I skipped the shaping part, and since the flames didn't have any fixed shape, the strength behind it decreased. Vaughn realized. A shape, huh? Then, he started thinking. The mana around him rushed into his body. A new magic circle was formed. Then, he drew the patterns. Flicker. Flames were created and then, they moved and formed a flame spike. This is it. Vaughn nodded in satisfaction. He then stopped feeding mana to his magic circle. The circle broke apart. He gathered mana again, and a new magic circle formed. This time, the patterns he drew were different from before. Flicker. Flame spike was formed. Vaughn then extended his palm toward the wall and... boom. This time, the explosion was far stronger than his previous attack. The smoke disappeared. This time, not only was the hole created, it was a 7 centimeters deep hole. There were no burnt marks around the hole. However, that was within Vaughn's expectation. As I thought, the impact of fireball was wider, hence weaker. Flame spike, on the other hand, focuses on a single point and is stronger. Vaughn analyzed as he nodded to himself. How are you doing that? Suddenly, Elara shouted. What happened? He questioned, a little taken aback by her sudden outburst. Did you already prepare these spells beforehand? Elara questioned. Huh? Of course not. As I said, I am only doing what you told me to do. So you are telling me that this is your first time conjuring a flame spike and you haven't studied it before? What is there to study about it? Vaughn questioned back. How do you know the magic patterns you need to conjure the flame spike if you haven't studied it yet? Huh? Vaughn frowned. Didn't you just say that I need to link the language of magic and my needs? I thought about conjuring flames and shaping them into a spike, and the pattern just instinctively came into my mind. Instinctively? Elara stuttered. Then, with a fearful look on her face, she glanced at Vaughn and questioned. Then are you saying that you just thought about it, and the pattern came to your mind? Isn't that how it works? Vaughn questioned back, and Elara's eyes widened in horror. What kind of ridiculous ability is this? Mages may look cool and strong, standing at a place bombarding your enemies with various spells. It seems simple enough, however. Only the mages know how much effort it takes to bombard your enemies with various spells. Unlike swordsmen, who can simply train their bodies by doing the same movement again and again, mages were completely different. They had to drown themselves in magic books, reading magic theories left by different mages just so they could understand the concept of magic language. Mages cannot just simply copy the magic circles and patterns left by previous mages and cast their spells by injecting mana into the copied circle. Every mage had his own way to interpret magic language. Every mage had to use a different pattern to conjure even the simplest of flames, and there has never been a case where any two mages have the exact same magic patterns for the same spell. What did that mean? It meant that mages had to analyze different other mages, see how they interpreted a particular spell, understand it, read more magic theories about the said spell, comprehend the concept of the spell, understand why the previous mage used the patterns he used in his circle, and only after hours, days, months, or even years of study and countless trials and errors are they finally able to understand the magic spell, interpret it in their own way, and find the magic patterns they need to cast the said spell. It was like exploring a whole different language by analyzing and researching other languages. And mages have to do this for every single one of their spells. The stronger the spell, the more complicated the pattern and the more difficult it is to understand and interpret it. Mages spent most of their lives creating their spells, and on the other hand stood this man. Who simply thinks and the required patterns come to his mind. How is that possible? Elara. Huh? Why yes. Elara finally came back to her senses as she heard Vaughn's voice. Roelfen dielfa sinomicron viepsilon Elara, are you alright? Vaughn questioned with a worried look on his face as he gently held Elara's hands. I am alright. Elara nodded. Then, she looked into Vaughn's eyes. Young Master Vaughn, I have a request. What can I do for you? Vaughn questioned. Please conjure flames in all the shapes I showed you before. Elara requested. She had to confirm it. She couldn't just believe Vaughn's words. No matter how much she wanted to trust Vaughn's words, however, this absurdity, she could not just trust it without any concrete proof. What? Vaughn frowned. Please do it, young master. Elara spoke with a serious look on her face. Seeing that, Vaughn didn't know how to react. He was confused. However, seeing Elara's eyes, Vaughn decided to first fulfill her request. He closed his eyes, the mana around him moved and flicker. Flame spike was formed. Vaughn created the magic circle again and then flicker. Flame dagger was formed. Then flicker. The fire rope. Flicker. And the fireball. One by one, Vaughn showed all the shapes Elara did. How about you conjure a fire bow now? A bow? Vaughn questioned. Yes. Vaughn closed his eyes as he imagined a fire bow in his head. Soon, however, his brows scrunched up. I can't do that. My mind is completely blank and nothing is coming up, Vaughn replied. Elara narrowed her eyes. Then, flicker. She conjured a fire bow. Vaughn's eyes instinctively fell on her magic circle as he noticed what magic pattern she used. Can you do it now? Elara questioned. Vaughn closed his eyes again, and then, flicker. A fire bow which was exactly the same as Elara's was created. Elara's eyes widened in horror. TT, that's beyond the level of a prodigy. Chapter 33. No, it is you who is the problem here. TT, that's beyond the level of a prodigy. Elara couldn't believe her eyes as she saw the fire bow Vaughn had created. It was exactly similar to hers. It was as if he simply copied her spell. An ability to copy other mages' spells. Elara thought this was Vaughn's gift, which was quite scary in itself. However, when her eyes fell on Vaughn's magic circle, she realized that the patterns drawn were completely different than hers. Vaughn had not copied her patterns. That meant that in this short while, Vaughn analyzed her magic patterns, compared them with his own, then created a pattern for himself with her patterns as a reference. That's... What kind of absurd comprehension ability is that? No, it couldn't even be called comprehension ability anymore. It was just... Elara had no words. Why, young Master Vaughn? She could only stutter. Vaughn! Suddenly Vaughn spoke up. Huh! Elara frowned. You are my fiancée, Elara. It won't look nice if you keep calling me young Master Vaughn. Call me Vaughn. But how can I dash? Elara, do you want to give others the wrong idea that the two of us are not close to each other? Suddenly Vaughn spoke up. Then, he held Elara's hands again and... Even before being fiancés, aren't the two of us friends? Shouldn't we be calling each other using names? Vaughn questioned. The words friends echoed throughout Elara's head. Does that mean we are best friends now? Ha! She recalled how Vaughn laughed together with her in the past. We are friends, right? Vaughn questioned. Hearing Vaughn's question, Elara weakly nodded her head. Then what should you call me? Vaughn. See? That's a lot better, isn't it? Vaughn smiled. Anyways, what should I do next? I am improving a lot quicker because you are teaching me, so I don't want to waste any time. Elara glanced at Vaughn for a while. Her mind had stopped thinking about it for a while since she was so embarrassed. However, right now, she was actually standing in front of a ridiculous genius. Lady Astra was right. Yun Vaughn was a rare genius. Her theory about him being more talented than the Archmage, honestly, even Elara didn't really believe it. She felt like Lady Astra was saying it because she loved Vaughn. However, now... Roel fin d alpha sinamicron v epsilon l dot siamicron m, she finally realized it. Lady Astra. Her theory wasn't wrong. Vaughn's talent was ridiculously high, and this time, he was actually willing to put in the required hard work to make his talent bloom. Thinking all that, a fire erupted inside Elara's heart. Young Master Vaughn, she would do her best to help him grow into a great mage. Young Master Vaughn. Alright, Vaughn, you should now use Conjure Fireball that changes its direction according to the amount of mana I inject into the circle. Do you need me to show it to you? Vaughn closed his eyes, then he opened them and glanced at Elara. Please show it to me once, he requested. Elara nodded. A magic circle formed. She then drew her magic pattern and... Whoosh! The fireball she summoned shot forward, then just as it was about to touch the wall, it moved up. Then before touching the ceiling, it moved right, then left, then it came back, moved down, and then finally moved towards the wall and... Boom! An explosion was heard. After demonstrating, Elara glanced at Vaughn. Honestly, she was skipping a step here. Before learning this, one should learn the lesser version of the same, Conjure Fireball that first shoots forward, then moves right once more mana is injected into the circle. However, if it was Vaughn, Elara believed that he would be able to do it. This was also her way of testing Vaughn again. She had seen his monstrous talent already, however, that was something she could still not get enough of. She wanted to test Vaughn's limits at every possible level. Whoosh! And there it was. Vaughn conjured a flames, not in the shape of a fireball, but a fire spike, and right now, his fire spike was moving all over the magic training room without any problems whatsoever. So that's how it is. I simply set the conditions. If we take mana as a drop of water, then adding 1 drop of water into the circle moves the spike to the right, 2 drops, to the left, 3 drops, to the bottom, and continue. The more directions we set, the more mana we would have to use, but since we can control the fire spike all the way, it is worth it. Vaughn analyzed. He copied this as well. Elara, on the other hand, was still shocked. To think a mage who had just started learning the concept of magic release an hour ago was now a peak mage capable of casting a complete fire spike spell. Elara didn't know how to react. Even she needed an entire day to get to this point, and she only managed to master it so quickly because she had been studying the magic theories ever since she was 5 and already knew what magic patterns she had to draw. See, can you now do? Conjure fireball that first shoots forward, then moves right once more mana is injected into the circle yourself? She questioned. Vanna simply nodded this time. He didn't even close his eyes. He absorbed the surrounding mana, formed the magic circle. Flicker. Fireball formed. It shot forward, and before hitting the wall, it moved to the right and collided with the right wall. Magic release is quite simple. I wonder why the books made it out to be something that most mages dreaded. Do other mages have some problem with their heads? Isn't the magic release the simplest and the most exciting part about the magic? Vaughn laughed. No, it is you who is the problem here. Not the other mages. Elara wanted to say it out loud. Or maybe it's because my teacher is amazing? No, it is because you are a genius, young Ma Dash. I meant, it is because you are a genius, Vaughn. Lady Astra was right. You are a mage whose potential surpasses that of the Archmage. Elara spoke with a kind smile on her face. Hearing those words, Vaughn smiled as well. He clenched his fists in determination. We still have an hour. Shall we try out some other variations? Elara questioned. Of course. Vaughn nodded with a smile on his face. Chapter 34. Cry about it, bitch. Vaughn was satisfied. These past 2 hours, his learning efficiency had been so high that he felt like in just these 2 hours, the progress he made was comparable to all the progress he made since he had come to this world. They didn't just create different shapes or practice magic shooting. Elara also taught him other different spells like burn, burst, fireworks, fire with no heat. Individually, these spells were useless. However, Elara mentioned that these spells would be useful when Vaughn becomes second circle mage. Not to mention using fire in all these creative ways improved Vaughn's magic control. Anyways, it wasn't just Vaughn who was satisfied by today's gains. Elara was the same as well. Although she did not gain any useful magic knowledge that could help her, for her, this session was far more precious. Spending these 2 hours with Vaughn, honestly, she didn't even realize how quickly the time passed. Practicing and exploring magic with Vaughn as they talked and giggled together, she usually dreamt about these situations, but with how the previous Vaughn pushed her away and hated studying magic, she thought it was impossible. Today, however, she finally got to live her dream. A dream that was even more satisfying than her actual dreams. Honestly, there was still a seed of uncertainty in Elara's heart. Vaughn's sudden change, it was too surprising, and she was still scared that all of this might be a prank to fool with her. She couldn't trust Vaughn that easily no matter how hard she tried. However, whenever these doubts ate her away, she glanced at Vaughn, and seeing that genuine smile on his face as he experimented with the magic and how he smiled kindly whenever he looked at her, Elara felt a little secure. It was a conflicting feeling where her heart felt at ease when she glanced at Vaughn, but soon her brain starts imagining all these different scenarios where Vaughn emotionally abuses her and laughs at her for falling for his act. Just thinking about that scenario twisted Elara's heart in pain. Soon, however, Elara shook her head as she buried these feelings in her heart and put on a smile on her face. Vaughn smiled as well. With smiles on their faces, the two came out of the magic training room. However, what greeted them was the sight of mages looking at them with side eyes as they whispered amongst themselves. Isn't that the waste? Why is he here? Yes, isn't he just a first circle mage? Who allowed him to come here? Was it that Flameheart? She should be grateful that the Vesta family even allowed her to use its facility, but she dares to break the rules and bring that waste here. Does she really think that just because she is Lady Astra's pupil, she could get away with anything? I will raise an official complaint. I will support you as well. The whispers continued, and Alara, who heard all of them, lowered her head, but then Vaughn grabbed her hand. She looked into Vaughn's eyes and saw him smiling at her. A small smile appeared on Alara's face. Her heart calmed down. Just as she thought, if she was with Vaughn, other people didn't matter. Seeing that she was alright, Vaughn decided to walk away. These people were only whispering amongst themselves, so causing a scene here would be problematic. Right now, the best solution was to walk away. However, just as Vaughn and Alara were about to walk away, a mage stepped in front of them. Why are you here? The mage questioned. Vaughn paused. I am asking you, Waste. Why are you here? Don't you know that only the third circle mages of above are allowed to be here? Give me a proper reason, or else it won't end up well for you. The mage spoke in an authoritative tone. Vaughn's mouth twitched. He was already weak in the patience department to begin with. He was actually proud of himself for smartly deciding to walk away. He felt like he was improving, but this little bitch just had to ruin it. Vaughn cursed inwardly as he glanced at the mage in front of him with an annoyed look on his face. Don't give me that look. I am not your servant. Do you think I won't act on my words just because you are Lady Astra's son? The mage glared at Vaughn. Vaughn's last string of reason finally broke off. Rho alpha and d alpha sinomicron v epsilon l dot siomicron m. He rubbed the back of his neck and then he turned towards his fiancée. Alara, do you know who he is? Alara glanced at the mage and with a timid look on her face, then she shook her head. A big smile appeared on Vaughn's face. Heh? Even a nobody dares to interrogate me, huh? I have really fallen, haven't I? What? Did you just call me a nobody? The mage's eyes shrunk. Is that not who you are? Vaughn, however, was not intimidated. Seeing this, the mage was taken aback. Obviously, it was not his first time dealing with Vaughn. He had met him before. At first, he felt a little intimidated since Vaughn was the son of Lady Astra and was known for lashing out at his servants. However, other senior mages who he had sucked up to just laughed when they heard his worries and took him to Vaughn. That day, he learned something. Vaughn would only act up if you allow him to. If you go up to him and order him around with an intimidating look on your face, he would whimper like a little child. He was a prime example of a pushover, a natural wimp. Since then, whenever the mage saw Vaughn, he always lashed out. Since Vaughn reciprocated well, he often let his frustration out on him. Honestly, the mage was actually surprised that Vaughn didn't start whimpering the moment he saw him like he used to. Then the mage saw him holding Alara's hand and realized. Is he acting like that because he is with his girl? That Flameheart is his finance, isn't she? I heard they weren't close, but I guess that was a false rumor. Heh, this will be fun. The mage laughed inwardly. Then, he walked towards Vaughn and... Waste, do you really think you can GBHLBBH? Before the mage could his sentence, Vaughn punched his face. You really are daring, Herentia? Vaughn spoke as he cracked his fist with a big smile on his face. You dogwa! The mage was about to retort, however, Vaughn simply stepped forward and landed an uppercut. The punch was so well connected that the mage was stunned for a moment. His body lost its strength, and he fell down. And that was not it. Quack! The mage coughed out blood. Not just blood, but a small part of something fleshy fell from his mouth as well. It was his tongue. The uppercut was too sudden. The mage's body trembled in rage and agony. The blood coming out of his mouth wasn't stopping. He glared at Vaughn with so much hatred that his eyes turned red. I'll kill you! The mage screamed as his eyes shined and the mana around him rushed into his body. 3 magic circles formed around him, but then... Bam! Vaughn simply kicked his face, interrupting the spell. You coward! Cry about it, bitch! Vaughn spoke with a wide smile on his face as he stomped on the mage's face with everything he had. The mage tried to defend it with his hands, but the position he was in was too disadvantageous. Barrage of kicks and stomps, the mage could only take it lying on down. While the rest of the mages and Alara saw the entire scene play out with horrified looks on their faces. Chapter 35 The Vesta Family is Fair. Young Master Vaughn. Gable walked into Vaughn's room with a worried look on his face. Vaughn, who was feeding his little fairy, frowned. Gable never walks in without knocking. What happened? What is it, Gable? Vaughn questioned. You are summoned to the Vesta Hall. Gable spoke. The Vesta Hall? Vaughn raised his eyebrow. The Vesta Hall was the place where meetings regarding Vesta House's matters are held, for him to be summoned there. Ah. All right. Vaughn nodded as he stood up. Cree. The fairy, who was still not full, pouted. Vaughn smiled as he patted her head, then he walked out of the room. The moment he came out of his room, Vaughn noticed 2 guards standing in front of him. They are here to take you, young Master Vaughn. Gable spoke with a strange look on his face. Vaughn narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the guards who were looking at him with strict looks on their faces. However, none of them made any moves. I will go there myself, he ordered. We are ordered to follow you, young Master Vaughn. One of the guards spoke. Do whatever you wish. Vaughn started walking towards the Vesta Hall. 10 minutes later, as he walked into the hall, his eyes fell on his mother, who was sitting on a throne with an expressionless look on her face. Vaughn looked around. As his eyes fell on all these new faces, streams of memories rushed into his mind. His uncles and aunts, he started recalling them all. Honestly, there was nothing much to recall. The previous Vaughn didn't have a close relation with any of his uncles, aunts, or siblings. Rather than close, he was actually hated by most of them. It was to the point where these relatives of his made sure to jump at him at any opportunity they could find, trying their best to kick him out of the family. If it wasn't for Astra standing behind his back, he would have been kicked around many times now. Heh! A small smile appeared on Vaughn's face. Then, he looked around and walked towards Alara. Hello, fiancé. He laughed. How are you laughing in this situation? Do you not know why you are called? Alara questioned with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Vaughn smiled as he stood next to Alara. Since Vaughn is here as you wished, let's start the meeting. Astra spoke as she glanced at a certain man sitting on the chair. Family head, many mages have reported that they have seen young Master Vaughn using the magic training room, which is reserved for 3rd circle mages or higher. A man spoke up as he glared at Vaughn. Vaughn looked at the man. Rylan Vesta, his mother's cousin, his uncle, and a 6th circle mage. Roalphin d Alpha Sinomicron Vipsilon L. Siomicron. For some reason, this person always stood in the forefront whenever there was a charge against Vaughn. The previous Vaughn was very fearful of him. Just his gaze alone was enough for the previous Vaughn to tremble and lower his head. Of course, the current Vaughn didn't give a shit. Heck, he didn't even acknowledge the man's existence. He was busy talking with Alara, who couldn't seem to calm down because of the troublesome situation. Seeing that Vaughn was ignoring him, a vein popped on Ryland's face. Family head! Young Master Vaughn has gone too far this time. He should be punished. Ryland raised his voice. Punished for what exactly? Astra questioned. The magic training rooms are protected by the guards of the Vesta family. Do you think Vaughn just sneaked inside without the guards knowing? I was the one who permitted him to enter the magic training room for 2 hours. He did not break any rules. To not even look into the situation at all, and directly demand that Vaughn should be punished. Rylan, do you have something against Vaughn? Something you are dissatisfied with? Astra questioned as she narrowed her eyes. Rylan's expression changed. This was strange. Astra always protected Vaughn, however this time, she was coming off a little too strongly. Not to mention she even allowed him to enter the magic training room. That never happened before. Something wasn't right. However, Rylan wasn't planning to back down just because of that. Family head, I know that young Master Vaughn is your son, however, you still cannot show blatant favoritism like that. Young Master Vaughn is only a 1st circle mage. Magic training rooms should only be used by 3rd circle mages or above. If we allow young Master Vaughn to use those rooms just because he is Family Head's son, it wouldn't leave a good impact on Family Head's image. Ryland spoke up. Oh? I didn't know I had to discuss it with you before deciding on minor issues like this. Maybe you don't think I am capable enough to make these simple decisions myself? Astra spoke with a small smile on her face. A deafening silence fell over the hall. Rylan nearly stepped back in fear. And no, that's not it, family head. A family head is of course more than capable of making decisions like that. Rylan stuttered. I was just saying that the mages who worked hard to become third circle mage would feel wrong. Time is of crucial essence for budding mages. If we permit young Master Vaughn to use the magic training room, it would waste other mages' time. Bring him here. Suddenly, Astra ordered. A mage was then brought in. I greet the family head. The mage bowed his head. He is Dillian Vesta, a fourth circle mage. I gave Dillian's magic training room slot to Vaughn. Dillian, do you have any problem with that? Astra questioned. If young Master Vaughn can improve from this, I can gladly give a few of my slots to him. Dillian bowed his head. Do you have anything else to say? Astra then glanced at Rylan. Rylan turned silent. He didn't think that Astra would bring out a mage like that. She was prepared. Rylan looked into Astra's eyes, and seeing that dismissive look on her face that looked like she was dealing with a small fry, he couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. Don't think you will be compensated in any way if you voluntarily give your slot away. Suddenly, another man spoke up. He then glanced at Dillian with an intimidating look and, Are you sure okay with your slot being taken away? You can speak your mind carefully, the Vesta family is fair. Chapter 36. Someone with Astra in his name cannot be disrespected. Are you sure okay with your slot being taken away? You can speak your mind carefully, the Vesta family is fair. A man spoke up with a threatening look on his face. His intentions were clear. He wanted Dillian to back off and take back his statement. Anyone could understand it if they saw the intimidating gaze he was watching Dillian with. It was clearly an open threat, something that shouldn't be allowed in the Vesta Hall. However, none dared to voice out anything against the man. That was because this man was Draven Vesta, Astra's older brother, a seventh circle mage. The man who holds the highest power in the family after Astra. In front of someone like Draven, someone like Dillian could only give up. Under normal conditions, that is. Dillian simply glanced at Astra. There was no particular change on her face, however. Yes, Lord Draven. I am grateful that you are looking out for me, but as I said, if it means that young Master Vaughn can improve, then I am perfectly fine with my slot being taken away. In Vesta family, Astra's influence was absolute. Draven may be her older brother, however, in front of Astra, Draven's influence was nothing. After all, Astra alone could fight everyone in this room together. She was that strong. This was also the reason why everyone targeted Vaughn. They wanted to weaken Astra's position. Vaughn's own presence was something these people never considered. He was merely a medium. A medium to attack Astra. And since he had gotten a chance to attack Astra again, Draven was not planning to leave it so easily. Alright then, you can leave now, Dillian. Draven ordered. Dillian glanced at Astra. Astra nodded. Dillian then turned around and left. Draven glanced at Rylan and nodded. Rylan, however, hesitated. Astra was coming out stronger than she normally does. Do not worry, you stand in an advantageous position here. Don't let all your efforts up until now be ruined. Suddenly, Rylan heard Draven's voice in his head. Sound magic. Rylan glanced at Draven. He regained some of his confidence and nodded. Then, Family Head, I would like to call Medic Alaric. Rylan spoke up. Astra nodded. Soon, Medic Alaric was brought in. Medic Alaric, can you tell us about Kale Vesta's condition? Rylan spoke up. Sir Kale Vesta is currently in the infirmary. His tongue was cut off, so he is having a hard time eating and drinking. I have dealt with the wounds, but since the tongue is a sensitive organ, the wounds often open up, which leads to constant bleeding inside the mouth. It can be extremely risky if the patient is unconscious. In some cases, one can even choke to death. Not only that, there are bruises all over his face. His nose is broken. The injuries on his head are not ordinary either. There are many blood vessels clogged around at one place. Some of these vessels have significantly weakened. It is to the point where they burst apart by even slightest of movements. There are also signs of his brain being affected. His condition may be stable right now, however. If high-leveled heal is not used, then Sir Kale would need at least 2 years to completely recover. The medic reported. When Vaughn heard these words, he nodded in satisfaction. As I thought, my expertise in hospitalizing someone for more than a year is still there. A proud look appeared on his face. Elara, on the other hand, was horrified. She knew where this was going. Lord Ryland was going to use this to try and punish Vaughn. And this time, since the condition the medic described was so critical, the punishment wouldn't be simple locking in the library either. Elara panicked. Soon, however, a determined expression appeared on her face. She had decided. She would take the blame on herself. The punishment might be a little harsh, however. If she could save Vaughn, it would be worth it. With that thought in her mind, Elara stepped forward. It was me, Family head Kale Vesta, whose condition the medic just described comes from a subordinate family. He is a talented child who has inherited our family name through his own efforts. Kale didn't know that it was Lady Astra who had given young Master Vaughn the permission to enter the magic training room. In his ignorance, he asked young Master Vaughn why he was there and told him that it was against the rules. However, young Master Vaughn used cowardly ways to attack him and put him in critical condition. 14 mages witnessed this scene. I have all 14 of them on standby. If the family head allows, I can call them here. Before Elara could say anything, Ryland spoke up. Astra narrowed her eyes. If Vaughn really did do this, then saving him would be difficult. No, if Vaughn did this, then Astra decided that it was better to severely punish him and teach him a lesson. With a cold look on her face, Astra ordered. Call the witnesses. Ryland's smile widened, and soon, the 14 mages present in the magic training hall that day were called. They quickly agreed with Ryland's words. Astra's gaze turned cold. She glanced at Vaughn and while holding her anger, she questioned. Is there anything you would like to say? Elara wanted to jump in, however, her body moved on its own and her mouth was shut close. Astra had used magic. I only permitted Vaughn to speak. Astra spoke as she glared at Vaughn. He disrespected me. And Are you saying you would hit people if they disrespect you? Ryland shouted, interrupting Astra's sentence. My honor is connected to my mother's honor. I cannot allow someone to trample over me. That would harm my mother's image. He called me a waste in front of everybody and acted like he was in charge inside the magic training hall, trying to order me around. He may have Vesta in his name, and he may be a third circle mage. However, that doesn't mean he can order me around. I had to teach it to him. Someone with Astra in his name cannot be disrespected. Vaughn replied with a calm look on his face. Was he even wrong, though? You are 20 and you are merely a first circle mage. From Vesta family's perspective, calling you a waste wasn't wrong, was it? Ryland spoke as he glanced at Vaughn. Pushing Vaughn into a corner as he trembled in fear, it was one of his favorite activities, especially when he does it right in front of Astra's eyes. However, then isn't he even more of a waste if he got beaten up by a waste? Why are we even discussing this any further when only a trash was shown his place? The current Vaughn was different. Chapter 37. Are you dumb? Then isn't he even more of a waste if he got beaten up by a waste? Why are we even discussing this any further when only a trash was shown his place? Vaughn spoke with an uninterested look on his face. What right does he have to call me a waste? You cannot disrespect someone and expect them to not retaliate. I believe it was Carl's own fault. He should have picked his opponent more carefully. If he was expecting Astra Alicia Vesta's son to simply accept his bullying, then I apologize, but that will not happen. I am not that easy to bully. Vaughn looked straight into Ryland's eyes. It was as if he was sending out a message. Astra observed Vaughn for a while. At first, she thought that she needed to punish Vaughn, however, maybe what Vaughn was doing was necessary. Astra decided to trust her son and let it play out. Hearing Vaughn's words, Ryland and the other people in the hall were taken aback. Was he really the same Vaughn? What happened to him? When did he get daring enough to talk back in the Vesta Hall? You are bragging about all this when the only thing you did was attack him when he was not prepared. You say that you did all this because your mother's name is connected with yours and you cannot shame her, but don't you think these cowardly methods of yours are ruining your mother's image more? The only son of one of the strongest mages in the world is attacking an unprepared opponent, and is now bragging about it in the hall in front of everyone. You think this is appropriate? Ryland questioned as he narrowed his eyes, still trying to pressure Vaughn. I won. Why does it matter how I did it? Also cowardly? What cowardly action are you talking about? He walked towards me without any defenses. Was it my fault that I used it to my advantage? You think your enemy would let you go just because you are dumb? But he was not your enemy. I do not know about you, but anyone who disrespects me or my mother is an enemy in my eyes. Ryland turned silent as he glared at Vaughn. Someone like Vaughn talking back to him in front of everyone, it was embarrassing. Ryland was angry. He clenched his trembling fists, then, another idea popped up in his mind. Ryland controlled his anger as he took in a few breaths, then, with a scheming smile on his face, he looked at Vaughn and... You are proud that you defeated him, aren't you? Not really. Vaughn shrugged. It was as easy as beating a child. That Kale dude didn't know jack shit about fighting. What kind of fool would try and gather mana rather than trying to get away from the opponent who is stomping his face? Then why don't you two settle your grudges in a magic duel, like the real Vestas do? How about it? Ryland spoke with a big smile on his face. Vaughn narrowed his eyes. Are you asking me to fight him using magic? Didn't you say you do not wish to ruin your mother's image? How about you shut everyone up by defeating Kale in a magic duel? I am sure that would solve everything, wouldn't it? You have done it before, what's stopping you from doing it again, right? Vaughn turned silent. Seeing this, Ryland's smile widened. What happened, Vaughn? Why are you silent now? You aren't thinking of backing away, are you? You won't do it after all that talk about how your mother's image is important to you, right? Ryland's smile was so big that it almost looked inhumane. He finally got this bastard. He dared to go against him? Now it was time to pay for what he did. Vaughn was trapped. He couldn't possibly fight, either could he back away. Both the choices in front of him were bad. Or... that was what Ryland thought. But... Roelfen Dialpha Sinomicron Vipsilin L. Siomicron. Are you dumb? Suddenly, Vaughn questioned. Huh. His question created a ripple of shocked gasps. Silence fell all over the Vesta Hall. Did Vaughn just call Ryland Vesta, his uncle, dumb? That too in a full hall, in front of everyone. Nobody could believe what they heard. Even Astra was taken aback. What did you say? Ryland questioned. He still couldn't believe what he just heard. Asking a first circle to have a magic duel against a third circle mage? Isn't that just dumb? Why the hell would I do that? Vaughn questioned. Did this bastard really think he could push him to fight someone stronger than him? He wasn't one of those dumb heroes who get manipulated by enemies and then try to do something clearly impossible only to get in trouble later. He was the one who manipulates, not the one who gets manipulated. You defeated him before, did you not? What's the problem now? Ryland smiled. There is no way he would allow Vaughn to get out of this situation, especially now that Vaughn dared to say those words in front of everyone like that. In Ryland's eyes, Vaughn was no longer a medium to target Astra. He was now the target. Of course, Vaughn couldn't care less. Ryland's foolish tactics, he would make sure to shove it back into his ass. You are a sixth circle mage, aren't you? Vaughn questioned with a slight smile on his face. Huh! What does that have to do with this situation? Ryland narrowed his eyes. Let's not talk about an eighth circle mage, just have a magic duel against a seventh circle mage, my mother. If you agree to it, I would agree to duel against the Carl dude as well, how about it? Vaughn suggested. Ryland's expression changed. This is not the same, he retorted as he narrowed his eyes. Huh! I mean, if you think I can fight against someone with 2 more circles than me, then I am sure you are capable of fighting someone with just 1 more circle than you, right? You aren't insinuating that you are more of a waste than me, right? Vaughn smiled. You! Ryland's face reddened in rage. What happened, Uncle Ryland? Why are you silent now? You aren't thinking of backing away, are you? Vaughn repeated Ryland's own words against him. The expression on Ryland's face was a sight to see. A magic duel, huh? It has been a while since people have witnessed a battle between high-level mages. It would be an eye-opener for the younger generation. What do you think, Ryland? Suddenly, Astra questioned with a slight smile on her face. I would love to volunteer, but I am in the middle of magic research. Even taking out time for this Hall M meeting was difficult. A duel would be very difficult, family head. I apologize. Ryland stuttered, cold sweat covering his face. Magic research, huh? Must be quite an important research. Do share the results with us, Uncle Ryland. I am sure it would be something amazing since it is something Uncle is spending his time on. Heh. Vaughn laughed out loud. Not only he, but other mages in the hall were also all smiling as well. They all knew this magic research was nothing but Ryland's way of getting out of this situation. Ryland lowered his head in embarrassment. Since he had shut up, the matter regarding Kale quickly died down. Judgment was passed. Kale was disrespectful and acted out of line. His condition was his own fault. However, Vaughn's blows were a little too heavy, and since Vesta family doesn't encourage fights like these, Vaughn was punished to stay inside the library for 48 hours. With this, the matter settled down fairly. Chapter 38 Inner Circles. Flicker. A rope made of flames was formed. Fuck! Finally! Vaughn exclaimed out loud as he stood from the chair. Then, with a confident look on his face, he extended his hand forward. The rope moved and caught the jar that was placed on another table. Vaughn then pulled back his hand, pulling the jar towards him with the help of flame rope. I did it! Vaughn clenched his fists and heaved a big sigh. It had been 8 hours since he had been working on this new spell. Fire rope that binds the enemy without burning him. It was a spell created by an 8th Circle mage Valerian era Vesta. Since he had a middle name, Vaughn realized that he was from the main Vesta bloodline just like him. However, that didn't matter. The thing was, Vaughn was frustrated. Why in the hell was the book full of so many magic theories? It had everything but the most important thing. Would he have died if he had drawn the magic patterns he used to cast the spell? He snorted inwardly. Honestly, if Vaughn didn't have to waste his time looking through different books to find what magic patterns Mage Valerian used to cast, fire rope, and fire with no heat spells, he would have mastered this spell within 5 minutes. Yes, he wasted around 8 hours in just searching through different magic patterns and cursing the author of the spell book. Of course, it wasn't the author's fault either. How could he have imagined that unlike normal mages, who needed to understand the magic theories before they could even try and cast magic, there would be a monster who can simply look at the magic patterns other mages used and cast the said spell on his own? TSK, what a waste. Vaughn snorted again. He had decided, he won't be learning any more spells. He can do that with Alara's help. He just needed to see the pattern she used and cast the spell without wasting any time. That is much more efficient than learning spells through spell books. These books weren't written for him. With that thought in his mind, Vaughn shifted his attention to the inner circles. This is where the distinction between different mages is made. This is where the importance of magic research, the amount of time and effort a mage put to work on himself, the number of spells he had learned, and all other factors come into play. These inner circles were like stored smaller spells that help a mage cast his spell without wasting much time. For example, rather than conjure fireball that changes its direction according to the amount of mana injected into the circle, one can simply store fireball and direction manipulation inside 2 inner circles. Then, the previously long magic pattern just becomes Link 1 and 2 in Conjure. A first circle mage like Vaughn has 4 inner circles inside his magic circle, which meant that he can store 4 smaller spells. Unlike the magic patterns, a mage cannot draw inner circles when in battle, therefore carefully selecting what spells to store inside the inner circles and getting used to them was an essential step in the journey of any mage. It was only 4 inner circles at the start, however. As a mage grows and the number of magic circle he can summon increases, the number of inner circles increases as well. The quality of spells stored inside these inner circles was a major factor in a mage's strength. Of course, getting used to these inner circles was very important as well. It would be useless if a mage ingeniously stores the best possible spells in his inner circles but later forgets which spell was stored inside which inner circle. The 4 spells Vaughn chose for his inner circles were Fire Spike, Direction Manipulation, Speed, and Clear. Out of these, Clear was of absolute importance. It was a simple spell that allows a mage to clear the magic pattern inside the magic circle and draw another magic pattern without needing to summon a new magic circle again. This way, a mage didn't have to waste his time in breaking his magic circle, gathering the outside mana, moving it around his body, forming another magic circle, and then drawing the magic pattern to cast another spell. He can simply use Clear, then absorb mana, circulate it, and draw new patterns to cast another spell, saving at least 2 seconds for every mage. Clear was a spell that almost every above-average mage had stored inside his inner circle, and of course, Vaughn was going to do the same as well. Magic was cool and all, however, just as Vaughn mentioned before, its battle efficiency is too low because of the time it takes to cast a spell, so anything that improves his speed was extremely important for Vaughn. That was also the reason why he added Speed in his inner circle. It was a simple spell that increases the movement speed of his spell depending upon the mana he feeds to the circle. Direction Manipulation and Fire Spike were self-explanatory. Unlike many mages, Vaughn chose to store Fire Spike instead of Fireball because of the extra damage. Anyways, with his mind set on the above 4 spells, Vaughn took out a paper and pen. Storing the magic circle inside the empty inner circles was a complicated process. It was recommended to draw the circle on the paper, fill in the inner circles with the spells you want, then practice and summon the magic circle you drew on the paper. With a determined look on his face, Vaughn started drawing the magic circle on the paper, but then suddenly, Kree-eye! The little spirit appeared in front of his eyes with a bright smile on her face. Flamey! You are back! Chapter 39A Complete First Circle Mage. Kree-eye! The little spirit appeared in front of his eyes with a bright smile on her face. Flamey! You are back! Kree-eye Kree! Vaughn exclaimed in joy. The little spirit started circling around Vaughn with an excited look on her face. Her eyes shined as she glanced at Vaughn, and Vaughn quickly understood what this fellow wanted. Are you hungry, Flamey? He questioned. The little spirit nodded. Of course you are. You haven't eaten for a whole day. I was worried about you, you know. Vaughn spoke as he quickly absorbed the surrounding mana, circulated it all around his mana veins, and then he extended his index finger towards the little spirit. The little spirit held his finger with her 2 hands and started feeding on Vaughn's mana. Vaughn chuckled. Honestly, in these last few days, his relationship with this little spirit improved a lot. The spirit feels a little intimidated whenever he attacks his opponent ruthlessly. Maybe she remembers how the previous Vaughn treated her. However, whenever Vaughn notices her acting strangely, he always pats her head and reassures her with a gentle smile. Not to mention he also had his trump card that never fails. That was offering mana to her. No matter how intimidated she felt, this greedy little fellow will instantly forget about everything as soon as Vaughn offers her mana and would start flying around, acting all cute. She was quite intelligent and knew how to get what she wanted. Vaughn liked this greedy fellow a lot. He even gave her a name. Flamey. Yes, Flamey, that was all the previous underworld gang leader come up with. Don't expect much. Are you full? Vaughn questioned after feeding Flamey for 5th time. It is usually around this round when Flamey is satisfied. Kree-eye. And just like Vaughn expected, the Flamey nodded. She then flew around the library, then sat on the Vaughn's table, carefully looking at the pen and paper. Seeing her, Vaughn quickly recalled what he was doing, and, All right, Flamey, don't disturb me, okay? This is important. We will play later. Kree-eye. Flamey nodded her head. Then, with a determined look on his face, Vaughn drew the magic circle. This was a simple process. The real thing started after this. He now had to fill in the inner circles. Vaughn took a deep breath, then he started. And of course, he failed the first time. He couldn't completely store the spell in the given space. Vaughn didn't give up and continued. He failed many times. Sometimes, he successfully filled one inner circle but failed to fill others. Just like that, 4 hours passed by. Fuck! Vaughn cursed out loud as he fell back on his chair. 4 hours. That was way longer than what he had imagined in his mind. Vaughn realized that even though he was good with magic, when it comes to drawing, he was shit. However, in the end, his efforts finally bore fruit. After wasting around 15 papers, in front of him was the final image of his completed magic circle. Rho alpha d alpha sin omicron v epsilon l dot c omicron m. Without wasting any more time, Vaughn stood up. It was now time to actually use this magic circle. Honestly, Vaughn was much more confident in this step rather than in the drawing one. Whoosh! And just as he thought, he successfully created the magic circle on his first try. His magic control was monstrous. Heh, should I try releasing? Vaughn thought to himself. No mages were allowed to release magic inside the library. The books here were very precious and were one of the reasons the Vaughn family stands so strong to this day. Any damage to these books was a serious offense. Vaughn, however, trusted himself and his magic control. With a confident smile on his face, he drew the magic patterns. Link 1, 2, 4 and conjure. Flicker. A fire spike formed. Vaughn moved it around the room. He didn't activate the third inner circle that had speed spells stored inside. Vaughn was not confident enough to control it. Once he was done testing, he used the fourth inner circle, clear. The patterns inside the magic circle disappeared. The fire spike disappeared as well. A second faster, Vaughn noted. With inner circles and clear, the time he needed to cast a spell from the start was reduced to 2 seconds. This was the best a first circle mage could do. It was still a little slow, but Vaughn was satisfied for now. He then glanced at his magic circle, which was shining brightly, and couldn't help but continuously stare at it with an impressed look on his face. He was finally a complete first circle mage. Now, even if he fought against other first circle mages just by using magic, he was confident. Suddenly, Vaughn noticed Flamey curiously looking at his magic circle. With a proud look on his face, he turned towards Flamey and, "How is it? Aren't I great?" he questioned. "Cree?" Flamey, however, just tilted her head in confusion. "Do you not understand what it is?" "Don't worry, you don't have dash." Vaughn wanted to reply, but then suddenly, the flames that surrounded the Flamey moved and formed a magic circle that was exactly similar to Vaughn's. Huh! Vaughn was surprised. He could feel it. That was not a magic circle, that was just flames, where others could barely form a fireball, fire spike, rope, and other simple objects. Flamey's control over her flames was so strong that she was using it to draw his complicated magic circle. To think she would perfectly imitate it. Vaughn was surprised, however, this was just the start. Little Flamey glanced at him as if checking if he was paying attention or not. Then she formed another magic circle. A magic circle which was 1.5 times bigger than Vaughn's circle and had 6 inner circles. "Cree! You want me to use this magic circle?" Vaughn questioned with a surprised look on his face. "Cree, I." Flamey nodded with a bright look on her face. Chapter 40. Flamey, you are the best. You want me to use this magic circle?" Vaughn questioned with a surprised look on his face. "Cree, I." Flamey nodded with a bright look on her face. Vaughn, however, just shook his head and chuckled. Rho alpha d alpha sin omicron v epsilon l dot c omicron m. It would be great if I could use this magic circle, 6 inner circles, and more space to draw magic patterns. I could cast advanced spells even though I am a first circle mage, but that is not how it works, Flamey. You can't just increase the size of the circle and the number of inner circles like that. If that is how it worked, I would have created an extremely big magic circle with thousands of inner circles, then I would have been invincible. There are magic theories that you need to understand before you form your circle. If you do not, then you won't be able to form your circle, or it will just break away. I have to say though, I am grateful that you are trying to help me, Flamey. Although it wouldn't work, I appreciate the effort. You are adorable. Vaughn spoke as he patted Flamey's head. Cree, I. Flamey, however, pouted as she jumped back. She used flames to cross out Vaughn's circle and move the circle she created in front of Vaughn's eyes. Although she couldn't speak, her message was clear. Make it! In the end, Vaughn just shook his head and chuckled again. In front of Flamey's tantrum, he had to give in. He just needed to show her that it wouldn't work. Vaughn absorbed the surrounding mana, and soon, formed the circle that Flamey had shown him. Vaughn raised his eyebrow when the circle was formed successfully. However, just as he expected, the moment the circle formed, it broke apart. Do you understand now? You can't just blindly create a circle ignoring all the theories, it wouldn't work. Vaughn spoke with a smile on his face. Cree. What? You want me to make one again? Cree! You are being childish now. Cree. Ha! Vaughn sighed. Whatever. He repeated the process, and soon, he formed the circle again. However, just as the circle was about to break again, Flamey appeared right beside Vaughn's hand and placed her hands on the circle. The circle shone brightly and Vaughn's expression changed. No way. The circle. It was getting brighter and clearer. It was actually working. This shouldn't work. Vaughn exclaimed inwardly, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes then fell on little Flamey, who was focusing on the magic circle. Is it because of her? Vaughn wondered in his head. But how? He couldn't understand. He was 100% sure that this magic circle goes against at least 5 to 6 magic theories, and that was just amongst the theories he knew. Who knows how many more theories does this magic circle go against? How was this working? Cree! And as if sensing his doubt, Flamey exclaimed. Then, the mana inside Vaughn's body moved on its own, the magic patterns started appearing on the magic circle and Vaughn's eyes widened in shock. His mana, it was moving on its own. No, it was better to say that Flamey was able to move his mana. How is that possible? The surprise, however, wasn't over yet. Flicker. A fireball was created. Flamey used the magic circle and Vaughn's mana to cast the spell. How can she use my mana? Horrified, Vaughn decided to move his mana on his own, or in other words, tried to push away Flamey's external influence. Flicker. The fireball Flamey cast became unstable as Flamey lost control over Vaughn's spell. Cree! Flamey glanced at Vaughn and pouted. So you need my permission to use my mana? Vaughn tried to make sense out of this situation. Cree! Flamey nodded her head. With a doubtful look on his face, Vaughn imagined setting his mana free, allowing Flamey to use his mana again. It was a strange feeling, however, Vaughn trusted Flamey. Flicker. The fireball stabilized. Soon, Vaughn's mana ran out. Flamey then moved in front of his face, and with her hands on her waist, she glanced at Vaughn with a big smile on her face. She was obviously proud. Vaughn, however, was too shocked to just laugh it off. What he witnessed in this past few minutes broke nearly all the magic theories he had crammed all this while. Flamey did not only create a never-seen magic circle that improved a mage's strength by at least 50%, but she also took control over his mana and cast magic spells using his magic patterns. Theories related to magic circles. Theories that stated that only a mage can use his own mana. The theory that no other being could cast magic by copying another mage's magic patterns. Little Flamey broke them all. And now, she was standing in front of him, with her little hands on her waist, chin raised and her little chest all puffed up. What in the world? Cree! Suddenly, Flamey called out again. She then created magic circle using her flames again and pointed at the 6 inner circles. You want me to store magic spells in these circles? Cree. Flamey nodded, and this time, Vaughn couldn't help but be excited. To heck with the magic theories and breaking the rules? Was he someone who cared about things like that before? Why was he going out of character now? His little Flamey was helping him. How can he not use this to his own advantage? With this magic circle, won't he be unparalleled amongst the first circle mages? 6 inner circles. Fire, spike, direction manipulation, speed, and clear. He wasn't restricted to just these 4 spells now. He could store more. Now he wasn't just restricted to attack, he could use a defense spell as well. Flame Wall. A wall of flames that burns away all the attacks aimed toward the caster. Honestly, transformation spell was usually used with Flame Wall. This way, the mage could change the shape of his flame walls, increasing its efficiency and strength. However, Vaughn, who was innately more aggressive, had a different idea. Burst. He decided to use this instead of transformation. Burst, along with speed, his attack would not only be faster than normal, it would also explode after attacking his enemy, exponentially increasing the firepower of his spells. Heh. A smile appeared on Vaughn's face. He took out another piece of paper and started drawing Flamey's circle with an excited look on his face. Flamey, you are the best! Vaughn praised. Cree-eye. Flamey patted her little bicep with a proud look on her face before she comfortably sat on Vaughn's head, waiting for him to complete the circle. Chapter 41. Thank you, Elara. Vaughn's circle and Flamey's circle. Ha, Flamey! It is finally completed. Vaughn laughed out loud. Cree-eye Flamey, who was flying beside Vaughn's arm, helping him use the advanced magic circle, exclaimed in joy as well. The two of them had successfully formed the advanced magic circle that Flamey introduced. A magic circle that is 1.5 times larger than the normal circle and has 6 inner circles. If any mage saw this, he or she would freak out in an instant, just like Vaughn! What is that? Just like Elara, who stood near the window of the library with a shocked look on her face. Elara? Vaughn frowned. He then rushed towards the window and opened it. What are you doing here? He questioned as he helped her get inside the library. I came here to check up on you, but that aside, what was that magic circle? How did you cast it? That broke the magic theory of clashing patterns. There is also the theory of patterns that must be drawn together, the theory of circle stability, and also the theory of dash. Alright, I get it. Calm down and come inside. I'll answer all your questions as we sit. Vaughn calmed Elara down as he held her hand and walked in. The two then sat next to each other and Vaughn spoke with a calm look on his face. This is the new circle I came up with. As you can see, it goes against many magic theories. However, I have tested it, and the circle is working perfectly. Not only that, it even increases my strength by 50%. Vaughn spoke. But this doesn't make sense. Elara didn't know how to react. Well, what can I say? Does it make sense that I can learn new spells within a matter of minutes? Vaughn smiled playfully. That's not the same! Elara shouted. At first, Vaughn was just a never-seen-before magic prodigy. It was shocking, however, it was still in the range of believableness, but now Vaughn was directly twisting and challenging the theories of magic that have been passed down for thousands of years. That is on a completely different level than just being a prodigy. That is... Elara didn't even know what to name it. If you want, I can give the circle for you to study. I am sure it will greatly improve your strength. Vaughn spoke with a gentle smile on his face. This girl didn't give up on him even though the previous Vaughn treated her so badly. Right now, in Vaughn's eyes, Elara deserved everything. She was one of the few people his dark heart has already accepted as her own. And no, this is something why you researched on Yo Dash. Elara wanted to reject, however, Vaughn suddenly called out as he looked into her eyes with a serious look on his face. You are my fiancé. You have taken care of me for so long even though I treated you so roughly, so let me take care of you once. Elara's face turned red. Not being able to stare at Vaughn like this, she just lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Vaughn couldn't help but smile. Something inside him urged him to tease his fiancée. Also, why did you sneak into the library even though you were told not to? Vaughn questioned. I came to check up on you. Oh? So it was not because you missed me? Vaughn questioned. Huh? And missed you? You didn't miss me? Am I the only fool who was thinking about you? Vaughn spoke with moist eyes. What? Elara was speechless. All these talks about missing each other and all, she heard it was very common between other fiancés. However, that was only true for other Phineases. Vaughn and her were different. Let alone missing her, the previous Vaughn hated her and wanted nothing more than for her to disappear. Honestly, their relationship was so tense that Alara had never even thought about such things. And now Vaughn was suddenly acting like this while holding her hands. Alara felt a strange feeling in her heart. However, her timid nature didn't allow her to express herself. She could only lower her blushing head and stay silent. Vaughn realized that he might have gone too far, so he decided to tone it down a little. But I liked it. You coming here? I appreciate you always looking out for me. Thank you, Alara. Vaughn spoke with a gentle smile on his face. And no worries. Alara stuttered. All of this was indeed too much. Vaughn nodded. The situation became awkward. Honestly, Vaughn wasn't much of an expert when it came to love either. After his parents' death, he didn't believe in things like love. He was a member of the pump and dump gang. Most of his sexual encounters were work-related or something to divert his attention for a while. He was never in a serious relationship. However, Alara was different. What that girl did for the previous Vaughn, with how much she sacrificed, no man could possibly hate her. Vaughn was the same. Honestly, he didn't know how to act in front of Alara either. He was just trying his best to not be awkward. Did he love her? The answer would be no. He just felt guilty about what the previous Vaughn did to her, and wanted to somehow make up for it. He just wanted to protect her and give her all the happiness that she deserved. However, what he didn't know was that his feelings were slowly changing. We need to talk to Lady Astra about this. Suddenly Alara spoke up. Maybe it was her way of dealing with the awkwardness, and Vaughn, who was desperately searching for a way out, quickly jumped in. About what? Your magic circle. Huh? Vaughn frowned. Alara started explaining. If it actually works as you said it does, then this circle does a lot more than just increase a mage's power by 50%. It may have this effect for now, however, what after you start getting stronger? You at second circle would have the same number of inner circles as a third circle mage. At third circle, you will have more inner circles than fourth circle mage. That is, the more you grow, the stronger your advantage gets. Your magic circle is so revolutionary that might change the way magic works. However, as amazing as it may be, it comes with its own risks. Alara spoke with a slightly nervous look on her face. You should need to seriously discuss this matter with Lady Astra, Alara suggested. And Vaughn, who understood the seriousness of the situation, nodded his head. I will talk to her as soon as I leave this place. Chapter 42. This magic circle is fundamentally wrong. Another day passed by, Vaughn's punishment period ended, and just as he had decided, he was currently standing in front of his mother's room. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door. It is me, Mother. Come in, Astra ordered. Vaughn walked into the room. His eyes fell on Astra, who was looking at her with a solemn look on her face. You are getting bolder, Vaughn, Astra commented. I feel like I have heard this before. Vaughn smiled. Do I look like I am in the mood for jokes? Astra narrowed her. Is there an issue? Vaughn asked with a frown on his face. You went against Rylan, a top-level intermediate mage. You think that is not an issue? I had no other option, Mother. You should have just stayed silent. Why did you provoke him? Please don't act like that, Mother. Even you joined in later when you said you would like to spar. Astra turned silent. Pfft. Did you see his face when you proposed a fight? Magic research, ha 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 dot. Vaughn laughed out loud. You are taking this a little too lightly, Vaughn. Astra, who barely kept a straight face, spoke. Isn't that expected from your child, Mother? I have Astra in my name, after all. Your skills to butter me up have indeed gotten better. In the end, a smile broke out on Astra's face. She didn't know why, but this new Vaughn always had a way to calm her anger and make her smile. She honestly missed talking to him these past 2 days. However, she still needed to put out a strict front. If you are my son, then prove it with your magic accomplishments, she spoke. Right, I almost forgot. That was what I was here for. For what? My magic accomplishments, of course. It seems your son has discovered something that could be quite troublesome. Vaughn smiled. Troublesome? Astra frowned. However, rather than talking about it, Vaughn simply decided to show up. Kree-eye! Flamey roared in excitement as she appeared next to Vaughn, ready to help him summon the circle. Vaughn absorbed mana and soon, he formed the advanced magic circle. Astra's expression changed the moment her eyes fell on Vaughn's magic circle. That is an advanced magic circle I researched, a circle with 6 inner circles and more space to draw magic patterns. Vaughn expressed. He took little Flamey's credit, however, he couldn't just say that it was created by a little spirit that no one else but him could see. Even his mother would call him crazy if he did that. He did try to talk about beings like Flamey, the spirits, or fairies, however, Astra simply told him not to read fantasy books and focus on magic. How did you create this circle? Astra questioned with a frown on her face. I don't know. It just came into my mind. Vaughn gave a vague answer. Astra looked into Vaughn's eyes and didn't say anything. Vaughn felt a little uncomfortable, so he presented the problem Alara talked about. Other mages would definitely come after this magic circle, so I came to you to discuss about it. What should I do? Should I hide it from others and keep it as my trump card, or do I keep it as my main circle without caring about anything? Distribute the design of this magic circle, say you researched it, and then use it however you like. If other mages want, then they can research your magic circle and try to understand the principles behind it. Astra replied. Huh! Vaughn, however, just frowned. Are you asking me to distribute it publicly? He questioned just to confirm that he wasn't hearing things. That is correct. Astra nodded. Mother, I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am not some holy saint who cares for humanity's growth or some other stupid thing like that. I am a selfish man who only cares about myself and people close to me. If you want, I can give the design to you, however, I do not wish to distribute it publicly. Rho alpha n d alpha sin omicron v epsilon l dot c omicron m. Vaughn opposed it. Even if he wasn't the one who created this circle on his own, he still didn't wish to share it with others. Why would he share his trump card with others? That was foolish. Even if it was his mother was the one telling him to do this, Vaughn was still against it. Astra, however. Do you think I am a saint? Suddenly, Astra questioned. You think I rose to my position just because I was good at magic? A small smile appeared on her face. What do you mean? Vaughn frowned. If it was really something that amazing, I would never do something as foolish as distributing it publicly. Are you saying this circle is useless? Vaughn couldn't understand. Even Alara said that this magic circle was impressive enough for high-leveled mages to drool over it, then why was his mother acting like this? Was she really that good that she doesn't care about it? Does this magic circle mean nothing at her level? Even if it was true, was it really okay to distribute it just because it wasn't impressive in her eyes? It seems you have misunderstood me. Sensing what Vaughn was thinking, Astra commented. Vaughn glanced at her for answers. Astra raised her hand then. A similar circle with 6 inner circles was created. It was not exactly similar to Vaughn's own circle, however, Vaughn knew that the principles behind it were still the same. Astra had already interpreted the circle from her own perspective and could now copy it. As expected of her, Vaughn was impressed. But then suddenly, the magic circle that was shining brightly was broken into pieces. Vaughn frowned. Astra finally explained. This magic circle is fundamentally wrong. Even if you give the design to others, they cannot use it even if they spend decades in trying to understand it. It is just a waste of effort. I do not know how you are casting it. I can only assume that there is another strange power inside you that is helping you use this magic circle, a strange, mysterious power. Astra spoke and Vaughn's expression changed as he glanced at Flamey flying around the room with an unbothered look on her face. Kriya! Chapter 43. Don't make her regret her decision. Vaughn. I can only assume that there is another strange power inside you that is helping you use this magic circle, a strange, mysterious power. Astra spoke, and Vaughn's expression changed as he glanced at Flamey flying around the room with an unbothered look on her face. Kriya! The mysterious and strong power his mother was talking about. Kriya! Flamey, who noticed Vaughn's gaze, stopped and waved her little hands at him in excitement. Vaughn chuckled. Anyways, since it increases your strength, it is a good thing. Just release your circle's design and everything will be alright. Astra didn't ask how Vaughn did it. She decided to trust her child. Honestly, Astra found it strange how she was continuously trusting her child again and again. However, it wasn't a bad feeling. What if they come after me after they fail to understand the principles behind the magic circle? I don't believe that mages would simply give in just because they cannot understand something. What if they take extreme steps to satiate their curiosity? Vaughn questioned. Mages were said to be people who could go to any lengths to satiate themselves. There was even a case of a mage committing mass murder just to understand some stupid theories behind life and death. Vaughn's question was logical, however, Astra simply laughed it off. Heh? I thought you were braver than that. Astra teased. I may look rash, but I am quite calculative, mother, Vaughn replied. Calculative, huh? You sure don't like one. I have my mother protecting me, so I let loose sometimes. Vaughn smiled. What a spoiled child, Astra commented. Not my fault that I have an amazing mother. Vaughn shrugged. Look at you. Astra extended her hands and started pulling Vaughn's cheek. It hurts, Vaughn complained. That's your punishment. Astra laughed. The two then sat down on the sofa. Vaughn placed his head on his mother's lap. Astra smiled then. You don't have to worry too much. No one would take extreme steps against someone from the Vesta family. How do you think we are still standing even though there are so many forces eyeing our Vesta family's treasures? Astra spoke with a confident look on her face. What about mages of the Vesta family then? Vaughn questioned. Rho Alpha Indi Alpha Sin Omicron V Epsilon L. C Omicron M. He had been to the Vesta family meeting. There were some troubling individuals inside the family. Individuals who shouldn't be there for the Vesta family to remain as strong as it does. As I said, do not worry. Those people won't lower their pride to come to you. They might use underhanded tactics to target you. But it is not like you are scared of them, right? Astra smiled playfully. Why would I be scared? I have the strongest mage supporting me. I am not the strongest. You are strongest in my eyes, mother. Vaughn grinned. Astra, however, just started pulling his cheek again. Ugh, hi. Vaughn groaned. Bootlicking his mother was quite hard. Anyways, how did it go? Suddenly, Astra stopped pulling Vaughn's cheek and with a curious look on her face, she questioned. Huh? How did what go? Huh? You dare act smart in front of your mother? Your little date with that foolish girl. Are you talking about Alara? Vaughn questioned. Of course. Who else would you go on a date with, Dot? I didn't go on a date with her either. The two of you locked yourself inside the room for 2 hours. It was a magic training room, we were studying magic. Vaughn clarified. Tisk. Astra shook her head in disappointment. Vaughn didn't know what to say. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he recalled his mother's relentless insistence on marrying his girlfriend in his previous life. Honestly, Vaughn felt like there were a little too many similarities between Astra and his mother in his previous life. It was to the point where different theories started forming in his mind. After all, it was a fantasy world where magic existed and something similar had already happened to him. What is stopping him from believing that the same happened with his mother? However, he decided to stay silent for now. Rather than thinking about all this, he just wanted to enjoy this warm feeling in his heart. What do you think about Alara? Suddenly, Astra questioned. Mother seems to like her. Vaughn replied. I am not asking about that, you fool. Of course, I like that girl. I am asking about you, do you like her? Can someone even hate Alara? There was a certain someone who did, Astra replied as she looked into Vaughn's eyes. Well, that certain someone was definitely a fool. What about you? Vaughn turned silent. Then, with a strange look on his face, he replied, I don't think I deserve to be with someone like her. My past actions must have hurt her. By that logic, you don't deserve to stay here either, don't you think? Vaughn turned silent. Your past actions hurt her, Vaughn. But that doesn't mean you can't change that with your future actions. That foolish girl cares about you. Do you think I was the one who forced her to become your fiancé? Well, I did at the beginning, making a 5-year-old girl your finance without asking her just because I saw how talented that child is, was my fault. However, when I noticed how you were treating her because of your petty jealousy, I told her to break off the engagement. She was the one who rejected my offer. Don't make her regret that decision, Vaughn. You said you changed, didn't you? You said how you would become the son I would be proud of, right? Then be sure to become a man who treats his fiancé? Well, make that girl the happiest girl in this world. Astra spoke as she looked into Vaughn's eyes. Of course, she knew it was wrong to force someone to love someone else, especially when she decided to break off her engagement and marry Vaughn's father, but humans were selfish creatures. Astra wanted Alara and her son to be together. She absolutely hated thinking about how someone, not her son, would marry her lovely pupil. Astra wasn't willing to give Alara away. Hearing her words, something inside Vaughn changed. Astra was right. He was not Christopher anymore. He had now decided to live as Vaughn. The biggest factor that was stopping him was that the person Alara cared for was Vaughn, not him. However, right now, he was Vaughn. Just like how he decided to mend his relationship with his mother. He needed to do the same with Alara. Not as Christopher, but as Vaughn. I understand, Mother. I will not disappoint you or Alara. Vaughn spoke. Good, because if you do, then don't expect me to be on your side. I will always be on my student's side. Astra commented. But I am your son, Vaughn complained. So what? Alara is my cute student. She is cute, that I agree with. Vaughn nodded. She is much better than that Serafina girl, Astra commented. HMHM, I agree again. Vaughn continued to nod his head. Re-dash. Astra was about to speak, but then. Knock knock. A knock was heard. What is it? Astra questioned. Lady Astra, young Master Vaughn's friends have come to visit him. The servant reported, and hearing that, an evil smile appeared on Vaughn's face. Guess my money bags are here. Chapter 44. What did Serafina do? Lady Astra, young Master Vaughn's friends have come to visit him. The servant reported. Guess my money bags are here. Vaughn spoke with an evil smile on his face. You really are acting like a thug, Astra commented with a small smile on her face. Hee, I am gonna bleed them dry. You know you can ask me if you need money, right? Astra spoke. Of course, but why would I bother you if I can earn it on my own? Earn it, huh? Astra raised her eyebrow. Don't mind the small details, Mother. Vaughn waved his hand as he stood up. Anyways, I'll go meet those idiots. All right. Astra nodded. See you later, Mother. Vaughn smiled as he walked out of the room. The moment he left, Astra formed Vaughn's advanced magic circle again. However, just like before, 1 second later, the circle trembled before breaking away. A circle with 6 inner circles, hub. I don't even know what to say. A small smile appeared on Astra's face. On the other hand, Vaughn, who was walking with the servant, was soon joined by Gable. Young Master Vaughn, Gable greeted. Have they brought it? Yes, young master. Gable nodded. Vaughn nodded, then he walked into the guest room and. My 5 good friends, it is so great to see you. How have you all been? Vaughn questioned with a beaming smile on his face. In front of him sat 5 men. Asher, Alaric, Silas, Calder, and Thorin. All 5 of them were Vaughn's friends. Friends who had once ganged up and attacked him. Now, however, they were all sitting in front of him, with their heads lowered, faces bruised, and sweat rolling down from their foreheads as they fidget their fingers. I heard you came bearing gifts? Vaughn directly went to the topic. That's correct, young Master Vaughn. We know that our previous foolish actions have offended young Master Van, so as a token of our apology, we brought a few things. It may not be much, however, we hope that young Master Van accepts our apology and forgives us. Asher stood up and spoke with a polite look on his face. The other four quickly stood up and, "Please be the bigger person and forgive our foolish mistakes, young Master Van." Saying those words, each one of them took out one pouch carrying 20 elemental stones. Ha! A simple apology would have sufficed. You didn't have to bring anything. Vaughn laughed out loud. Gable, on the other hand, had already moved and was taking away all the pouches. Not only that, he even went as far as counting all elemental stones inside the pouches right in front of everyone's eyes. Vaughn nodded his head in satisfaction. Gable was indeed a competent servant. "There are a total of 100 elemental stones, young Master Vaughn," Gable reported. "Oh ho? 100 elemental stones? That's quite expensive. You five didn't have to go that far, but since you have brought it, it would be rude of me to not accept this." Vaughn smiled brightly as he waved his hand. Gable understood. He put all the elemental stones in one pouch and kept the pouch with him. Asher and the other four just clenched their fists. "We brought it. It was you who threatened us, you thug-like bastard." Of course, they couldn't say that out loud. In front of Vaughn, they could only smile politely and, "Of course not, young master. One must be sincere while apologizing, else there is no meaning to it, is there?" Silas smiled politely. "That is indeed correct. I like the way you think, that's why you five are my close friends." "We are honored, young Master Vaughn." The two parties smiled at each other. Then we shall take our leave, young Master Vaughn." Asher spoke up. "Yes, young Master Vaughn must be busy. We won't be taking any more of your time. We shall meet again, young Master Vaughn. Take care, young Master Vaughn." They didn't wish to linger around this place for even a second longer. Smiling and bowing their heads in front of this hateful bastard left a bad taste in their mouths. Not to mention how this bastard was shamelessly hoarding their money and was acting like they were the ones who gave it to them. What's worse? They were forced to comply with this stupid act. The five just clenched their fists in frustration and anger as they walked away. However, wait. Vaughn wasn't done yet. The five of them turned around as they glanced at Vaughn and noticed his fake smile was now gone. "Why did you do it?" Did what, young Master Vaughn?" Asher questioned with a nervous smile on his face. "No matter what kind of person I was, there is no way cowards like you would have the guts to hit me to the point where I am bettered in. Why did you do it?" "We already apologized for our Mr. Dash. I am not asking if you apologized or not. I am asking why you did it." Vaughn then looked into his friend's eyes with a threatening look on his face. Then, "It would be better if you answer me yourself, because if I found out about it myself, it wouldn't just end with a few elemental stones." It was Lady Seraphina." Suddenly, Calder spoke up. The other four glanced at him with horrified looks on their faces. However, Calder didn't care. The current young Master Vaughn was a lot more scarier than that bitch. Not to mention he never liked that bitch from the beginning. He hated how he was forced to steal from his family treasury while that bitch who was behind all this got out of it scot-free. Of course, his friends' worries weren't unfounded either. Vaughn crazy was for Seraphina. Blaming Seraphina in front of Vaughn was not a smart choice. However, for some reason, Calder felt that he should do it. A voice inside him told him that it was the right decision. Also, it was young Master Vaughn asking about it. He was only answering truthfully. Calder felt young Master Vaughn wouldn't blame him and act rashly, especially since they were inside the Vesta family grounds. "Go on." Vaughn simply glanced at him, and with a scarily calm look on his face, he ordered. "What did Seraphina do?" Chapter 45. You know what you have to do if you want to avoid this fate, right? Go on. What did Seraphina do? Vaughn questioned with a serious look on his face. From his expression, he didn't look like a crazy love-struck fool like he did before whenever Seraphina's name was mentioned. And Calder, who finally saw hope, started. "It was Lady Seraphina who told us to spar with you. She ordered us to defeat you in magic spar and beat you enough so that it crushes your newfound interest in magic," Calder explained. Vaughn narrowed his eyes as he started thinking. Aldrich said the same thing before? She placed Alaric around him to make sure that he does not learn magic. She even has his friends under her thumb, and when things didn't go her way, she was daring enough to order them and have him surrounded. Is this the first time Serafina ordered you to do something that hindered my magic study? Vaughn questioned. And no! She has done it before. The time when we took you out to drink alcohol. She was the one who ordered us to do it. She told us to make you Addy Dash. Suddenly, Calder, who was answering, turned silent as he widened his eyes in shock. What was he just saying? He realized his mistake. The other four looked at him as they widened their eyes in horror as well. This bastard. Did he have a death wish? However, it was already too late. The time when you took me out to drink alcohol saying that you wanted to celebrate me becoming a first circle mage. Vaughn spoke as he recalled the incident. Gulp. The 5 men in front of him gulped. You better speak up if you want to live. Vaughn threatened. His current expression was extremely dark. He was even considering killing one of these 5 to create an example and make the interrogation process smoother. When you successfully became a first circle mage, Lady Serafina ordered us to turn you into an alcohol addict. That's why we took you to the bar. Initially, she ordered us to use Dreamweave, however, we rejected it. No matter what, we couldn't use something like that against young master. Asher replied. This fight between Serafina and Vaughn, at first, it was just Serafina making plans and Vaughn falling into her trap. However, things had now changed. Young Master Vaughn was different. This battle between the two, it was getting much more messy. He wanted to come out clean and get as far away from it as he could. Dreamweave, Vaughn muttered. Dreamweave was a drug that was banned all over Egregia. People who took it experienced powerful hallucinations, taking them to their dream world and elevating all their pains. It was highly addictive, and people who couldn't get it showed strong withdrawal symptoms. The more a person takes it, the stronger the addiction gets, and it gets to the point where a person wastes his entire life on this drug and cannot live without it anymore. It was much more dangerous than all the drugs Vaughn had dealt with on Earth. Vaughn wasn't innocent. He had many people addicted to drugs he sold. Those people were his constant source of money, but to think a bitch would try to use the same trick on him. Heh, I will destroy you. Vaughn clenched his fists as he laughed inwardly. A terrifying smile appeared on his face. It was not our fault, young master. We told her not to use Dreamweave because it was going too far. That was the reason she didn't use it. Asher, who was terrified by that smile, defended himself. Oh yeah? Because it was going too far? Or was it because you were scared that my mother would find out? Vaughn questioned. Asher turned silent and lowered his head. Serafina Stoneweaver, Vaughn muttered. It was now official. She was now his official enemy. Suddenly, Vaughn glanced at Asher and an idea popped up in his mind. You said Serafina told you to use Dreamweaver? Why yes, but we reject Dash. Where were you going to find it? The Dreamweaver, I mean. Vaughn questioned. I don't know. She would have provided Dash. Asher was about to answer, but then he froze. He could guess why Vaughn was asking it, and once he looked at that demonic smile on Vaughn's face, his guess turned into certainty. Go to Serafina, tell her that I am interested in magic again, make her take out the Dreamweaver. I need results within a week. Vaughn ordered. Why, young Master Vaughn, we would rather not involve ourselves in all this. We have already compensated you for your mistakes. Please let us go. Asher requested. Serafina was not a simple woman. Going to her with a plan to betray her later, the probability of him getting caught by her was extremely high. He didn't wish to take any risks. He just wanted to get out of this messy situation. However, she ordered us to defeat you in Magic Spar and beat you enough so that it crushes your newfound interest in magic. When you successfully became a first circle mage, Lady Serafina ordered us to turn you into an alcohol addict. That's why we took you to the bar. Asher's eyes widened in horror when he heard the voice. He raised his head and saw Vaughn carrying a crystal ball that showed them kneeling on the ground, admitting to their mistakes. Vaughn, he had recorded everything they had said just now. I didn't have proof before, but I guess this would be enough. I wouldn't be able to do anything to Serafina with this since she can simply reject all the allegations, but I am sure this much is enough to throw your families out of the Vesta city. Good luck surviving in the kingdoms. My dear friends. Why are you doing this? We already compensated you for our mistakes, didn't we? Why push us so far? Asher shouted in rage. Vaughn, however, just smiled demonically and, the fuck are you acting like a victim for? Being ordered or not, the fact is, you were the ones who came after me first. Should have used that fucking brain of yours earlier. Also, when did I say I would let you go once you bring these elemental stones? Don't assume things on your own. Make no mistake, Vaughn was never a good person before. He has exploited the weak and killed innocents to stand firmly in the underworld. Those habits won't just change. Asher and the others turned silent, their heads down as they trembled thinking about their own and their family's future. Seeing this, Vaughn laughed. How pitiful, isn't it? The dogs who did nothing but follow their master's order are being thrown out, forced to survive in the tough world alone. While the master who was behind everything would simply be finding new dogs. Vaughn then placed his hand on Asher's shoulder and, you know what you have to do if you want to avoid this fate, right? Chapter 46. What? I just want to meet my Sarah. Vaughn then placed his hand on Asher's shoulder and, you know what you have to do if you want to avoid this fate, right? Get the Dreamweaver from Lady Serafina. Asher spoke up as he gritted his teeth. See? This is why I like smart people. Vaughn patted Asher's shoulder. Then, he walked forward and sat on his sofa. With his legs on the table in front of him, he glanced at the backs of his 5 friends again and, what are you standing there for? Leave, he ordered. The 5 men glanced at each other before quickly walking away, however, just as they were about to walk out of the door. Remember, you only have a week, Vaughn reminded. Why yes, young Master Vaughn, Asher stuttered. The 5 then walked out of the room and left. Gable. Inside the room, Vaughn called out. Young Master. Gable quickly passed the pouch containing 100 elemental stones to Vaughn. Vaughn glanced at the stones and smiled a little then. Call Aldrich, he ordered. He is still being treated by the medic, young Master, Gable replied. With how brutally Vaughn had beaten him down, it would have been strange if Aldrich was fine within just 3 days. Call him, he will come. Vaughn, however, didn't care. Gable found it cruel, however, in the end, he just bowed his head. As you command, young Master. Saying those words, he turned around and left. Once Vaughn was left alone in the room. Cree! Flamey finally showed herself. However, this time, she wasn't as cheerful as before. She had been seeing everything all this while, and Vaughn's aura, she didn't like it. But the moment Vaughn's eyes fell on little Flamey, his strict look was replaced by a warm smile. Flamey, he called out. Are you hungry? He questioned. Flamey, however, shook her head. Then, she flew towards Vaughn and sat on his lap. Vaughn simply patted her little head with his fingers. Cree-eye! Flamey exclaimed, her voice a little louder than before. Vaughn didn't know why, but he had a soft corner for this little angel. Cree? Suddenly, Flamey's eyes fell on the elemental stones. Oh? You want it? Vaughn questioned as he took out one elemental stone and gave it to Flamey. Flamey tried to catch it with her 2 hands, however, her hands simply passed through the elemental stones. Just as mentioned before, Flamey couldn't touch anything other than Vaughn. It seems like you can't touch it, Vaughn spoke. Cree! Flamey pouted as she lowered her head. Vaughn felt a little bad, but then... Here. He placed the stone in his hand and placed it right in front of Flamey, allowing her to see it as much as she wanted. Cree-eye! The little Flamey seemed mesmerized as she continued to observe the elemental stone. Seeing her so focused on the stone, Vaughn didn't have the heart to disturb her, so he allowed her to stare at it for as long as she wanted. Knock knock. Young Master Vaughn, Aldrich is here. Soon Vaughn heard Gable's voice. Enter, he ordered. Gable and Aldrich walked into the room. Young Master. Aldrich bowed his head. His head was still bruised and there were bandages all over his face. However, he still didn't dare to complain and quickly came here as soon as he heard that Vaughn had summoned him. Aldrich knew, if he didn't prove his loyalty here, he would die. What happened to your face, Aldrich? Suddenly, Vaughn questioned. I was careless and fell from the stairs, young master. Aldrich, who understood Vaughn's intention, replied. Vaughn smiled a little. Didn't you fall a few days ago as well? My mind is being preoccupied with some things, young master. I apologize for being careless and not being able to serve you properly. HM, take care of yourself. Vaughn nodded in satisfaction. Yes, young master. Aldrich bowed. Do you know why I have called you here? Vaughn questioned. I do not, young master. Vaughn shook his head. Write a letter to Seraphina, Vaughn ordered. Aldrich's expression changed. What should I write in the letter, young master? He questioned. Tell her how my interest in magic is raised again, and how I have been spending hours in the library and even went to magic training room on my own accord. You said she calls me whenever you report something like this to her, correct? That is correct, young master. Aldrich nodded. Then make sure the letter you write leads to her sending me a letter of invitation, Vaughn ordered. Young master, you... Gable couldn't believe what he just heard. What? I just want to meet my Sarah. What is wrong with that? Vaughn spoke with a smile on his face. A smile that had no trace of love on it. A terrifying smile that sent shivers down to Gable and Aldrich's spine. As you command, young master. I will make sure you receive a letter of invitation. Aldrich spoke with a determined look on his face. Good. Vaughn smiled. Then he stood up and... You can go back and take a rest, Aldrich. You too, Gable. I am going back to my room, you do not have to follow me. Vaughn knew Gable was going to report today's events to Astra. He didn't really mind, so he allowed him to rest. Aldrich, on the other hand, actually needed some rest. With Flamey sitting on his shoulder, Vaughn walked towards his room. He had finally gotten his hands on these elemental stones. Now, he could finally put them to good use and work to tackle his biggest weakness. Once he was done with this, he can finally go all out. Chapter 47 Elemental Stones and Instant Spells. Here it is, Vaughn spoke as he took out a book from the stash of books he had brought into his room from the library. Easy but practical instant spell patterns. It was a book written by a 7th Circle advanced mage, Morgana Ziderwall. One of the few exceptional advanced mages who didn't belong to the Vesta family. It was a basic level book that helped mages tackle their biggest weakness. Mages are known to have strong firepower. In wars, mages are used as damage dealers that could deal with thousands of soldiers on their own. Even though the magic has fallen, none of the 4 kingdoms stopped cultivating mages because they simply cannot afford to. Mages are just that important, even if they have become weaker. However, as important as they may be, mages have a big weakness. Their weak defense. It is said that once an enemy gets close to a mage, the mage is as good as dead. It wasn't a big problem before, since mages usually battled together with tanks protecting them while they cast magic. However, as the god of magic stopped answering his believers and all other forces turned against mages, the mages lost their layer of protection and had to fight others themselves. No matter how strong, a mage was bound to die once the enemy gets closer. Swordsmen and assassins became a mage's nightmare. That was when the archmage, Eleonora Vesta, invented instant spells. Elemental stones which were found in nature contained pure, raw mana. At first, mages used them to absorb mana. It was faster than simply absorbing the mana from the air. However, Archmage Eleonora invented a completely new method to use the elemental stones. An ingenious way that soon became the hope for the mages and a nightmare to their enemies. Storing magic spells inside the elemental stones. Basic magic patterns were engraved in elemental stones, making it so that just with a little bit of mana, the magic spell engraved into the elemental stones is instantly activated using the mana stored inside the stone without any casting time. That meant, whenever a mage was in danger, he could simply activate an instant spell to defend himself. And it wasn't just stuck to simple spells like Fireball or Earth Shield. The more elemental stones were used, the stronger the spell would be. After more research, even spells like instant teleportation started being engraved into these elemental stones, but of course, they required a huge number of elemental stones that normal mages cannot even dream to have. Anyways, with the invention of instant spells, the mage's biggest weakness, the time they needed to cast a spell, was removed. The instant spells created by Eleonora Vesta were one of the biggest factors why leaders of other forces couldn't defeat her. Although they were fighting just her, she, who had already stored most of her spells in the elemental stones, could cast countless absurdly strong spells at the same time. It was as if the leaders of enemy forces were fighting against many Eleonora Vestas at the same time. That was just how strong the instant spells were. Of course, this method also had its downsides. The number of elemental stones was limited. Other than Eleonora and some other top mages, no other mages had enough elemental stones to store most of their spells. Also, the elemental stones weren't renewable either. After a set number of uses, their efficiency in storing mana decreases and gets to the point where they can't be used anymore. Eleonora and other mages couldn't use these stones recklessly. They had to be careful. However, it was still an undeniable fact that after the god of magic's silence, the invention of instant spell was what brought the mages to a position where they could hold off their own against other forces. And what was the best part? Unlike the normal spells, where a mage has to interpret the magic pattern for a said magic spell on their own and cannot just simply copy other mages' patterns, instant spells had no such limitation. As long as the pattern a mage engraves is valid, it could be used. What did that mean? It meant that if one had enough elemental stones and knows the required magic pattern, one could even cast Archmage Eleonora's spells. Of course, the only family all over Egregia who had the knowledge and resources to do something like this was the Vesta family. This was why the Vesta family stood tall and strong even after 50 years had passed. This was also one of the reasons why other forces were eyeing the Vesta family's treasury. The spells left by Archmage Eleonora that were powerful enough to fight against all the forces in the world together. Who in the world would not want something like that? Anyways, all of this was still not something the current Vaughn should be concerned with. He only wanted a few defense and attack instant spells that could help him whenever he is in trouble. And of course, he had already chosen the instant spells he wanted to engrave into the elemental stones. Instant Burn, Ignispike Pursuit, Earth Fort, Heal. Out of these spells, Heal and Instant Burn needed 10 elemental stones each. Ignispike Pursuit and Earth Fort were comparably cheaper, and only needed 5. So out of the 100 elemental stones he had received, Vaughn was planning to use 30 already. The required patterns for all these spells were given inside the book he had gotten. First, Vaughn wanted to engrave Ignispike Pursuit. It was an instant spell that creates a 3-meter-long fire spear that pursued the set target until it hits it. Yes, an absolute hit spell with firepower far higher than what his current fire spike combined with speed and burn had. Vaughn then took out another set of elemental stones from his drawer. However, unlike normal elemental stones, which were clear, shiny, and transparent like a huge diamond, these were translucent with a milky texture. These were the used elemental stones which were absolutely useless now. Mages used these to practice engraving before doing it on the actual stones. With a determined look on his face, Vaughn quickly took out an engraving pen. Then, he absorbed the surrounding mana, circulated the mana throughout his body, and infused the mana into his engraving pen before starting to engrave the required patterns for the instant spell, Ignispike Pursuit. However, right as he began, Kriithii. Chapter 48 Flamey, we did it. Kriithii. Right as Vaughn began engraving the pattern into the elemental stone, Flamey appeared. Are you interested in this? Vaughn questioned with a smile on his face. Kriithii. Flamey nodded her little head. Then, she pointed at the used elemental stone that Vaughn was engraving on. Vaughn glanced at the elemental stone and saw that Flamey had created a huge X mark. He also noticed that she had drawn an arrow on the unused elemental stone. Are you telling me that I have to use this elemental stone? Vaughn chuckled. Kree. Little Flamey nodded. I know that, Flamey. I am just practicing on it. Vaughn replied with a smile. Flamey, however, shook her head. Kriithii. she exclaimed. Then, Vaughn noticed flames forming patterns around the unused elemental stones. Just like Flamey, her flames didn't have any effect on any object, therefore, other than Vaughn being able to see this pattern, there was no use to it. Vaughn then noticed something. Flamey had not created patterns on a single elemental stone. She had drawn patterns on 2 elemental stones simultaneously. Vaughn finally understood what the little fairy was trying to say. Are you saying that I just need to trace this pattern? Flamey nodded again. On just 2 elemental stones. But the book says I need 5 elemental stones for Ignispike pursuit. Vaughn spoke with a frown. I theory. With a pout on her face, Flamey pointed at the book. Her flames surrounded the book as if she was trying to burn it, but of course, nothing happened to the book. Are you saying I should burn the book and listen to you? Flamey nodded. Roalf in the alpha sinomicron vipsilon l. Siomicron m. The little Flamey was completely looking down on the book written by a 7th Circle mage. Ha! Vaughn laughed out loud. Alright then, let's keep the book aside for now. I will draw your magic patterns on the stones, but can you draw these patterns on these used elemental stones first? I need to practice engraving on them because I am still not confident about it. Flamey nodded. Then, she drew flames around the used elemental stones and Vaughn started engraving the pattern by tracing Flamey's flames. Honestly, if it was before, he would have thought that Flamey was just joking around. Even though he was from the Vesta family, he couldn't use 2 elemental stones just to test out a theory, especially when it was not his own theory. However, Flamey was someone who drew a revolutionary magic circle that increased the mage's strength by more than 50% like it was nothing. Vaughn had already realized long ago that she wasn't just a normal cute little friend, she was insanely knowledgeable. Vaughn knew that when it came to matters related to magic, he could trust this little fellow. With this thought in his mind, Vaughn shifted his attention to engraving the magic pattern. It wasn't a difficult process. A mage only needed to infuse his mana into the engraving pen and use constant strength to engrave the pattern. After some practice, it wasn't much different than simply drawing on the pattern. And with Flamey's flames as a guide, the process was even simpler for Vaughn. He simply needed to make sure he used constant strength. It was something that needed patience, which admittedly was Vaughn's weak factor. However, after practicing it for around an hour, Vaughn finally managed to engrave patterns onto the first elemental stone. Flamey, we did it! He exclaimed. Flamey flew in circles with an excited look on her face, celebrating together with Vaughn. Then should we engrave the other pattern? He questioned. Flamey nodded as she drew the patterns using her flames. Vaughn traced her patterns this time. Since he had finally learned how to keep applying constant force, the process was a lot simpler, and he completed it in 10 minutes. He then drew the 2 patterns again just to gain confidence. This continued for another hour, and then Vaughn finally decided to use the actual elemental stones. Flamey was with him with every step with a focused look on her cute face. Vaughn then started engraving the patterns. 15 minutes later, he finally engraved the 2 patterns, and then, whoosh! The 2 elemental stones turned red. Flamey jumped in excitement. A small smile appeared on Vaughn's face as well. His effort bore fruit. However, it still wasn't over. He needed to test this out. Unable to contain his excitement, Vaughn rushed towards his mother's room. Mother! He spoke as he walked into his mother's room. Inside, he saw Gable standing in front of his mother. Vaughn finally came back to his senses and bowed his head. I apologize for barging in like this, Mother. I was a little too excited. Astra frowned, but then. What is it? She questioned. Vaughn glanced at Gable and then. I wish to talk to you alone. Astra glanced at Gable and nodded. Gable nodded back and quickly turned around. He glanced at Vaughn with a nervous look on his face, scared that young Master Vaughn saw him reporting to his mother and might punish him later. Vaughn, however, ignored him. He already knew. Once Gable left. What made you so excited that you barged into your mother's room like this, huh? Astra questioned with a small smile on her face. Vaughn didn't say anything. He simply extended his hands, showing 2 red-colored elemental stones. An instant spell. Astra recognized it the moment her eyes fell on it. What spell is it? She questioned with a curious look on her face. Ignispike Pursuit, Vaughn replied, and the moment she heard his reply, Astra narrowed her eyes. Ignispike Pursuit needs 5 elemental stones, Vaughn. Some mages did manage to reduce the number of required stones to 4, but it wasn't perfect and the spell's strength was affected. That is why I said I wanted to talk to you alone. Your son is a genius, remember? Vaughn replied with a smile on his face. I need to use the magic training room to test it out. Vaughn seemed excited, and why would he not be? It was a great discovery after all. If this worked, not only his, but the entire Vesta family's strength would rise. And Astra, who understood the weight of this matter, ordered, Follow me. Chapter 49. Do you really want to know? Whoa, what is this place? Vaughn exclaimed in amazement as he looked around. He was inside a large ethereal room, with a white floor, walls, and ceiling. At first glance, this place looked bland. However, as one carefully looked around and observed the patterns engraved on the walls, they would feel a mysteriously calming vibe. It's my personal magic training room. The room used by the head of the Vesta family. It has stronger walls and a better regeneration system. It also has engravings that calm a mage's mind and allow them to concentrate. Astra answered with a slight smile on her face. Having an amazing mother really is a blessing, isn't it? You get to see so many wonderful things. Vaughn chuckled. Astra shook her head as she smiled. Rho alpha and alpha sin omicron v epsilon l dot c omicron m. Then, to test his mother's words, he quickly formed his magic circle. Flamey appeared next to him to stabilize the circle. Flicker. Fire spike was summoned, with speed and burst added to it. Vaughn shot the spike towards the wall and... boom! A huge explosion was heard. Burst really does increase the firepower of the spell, doesn't it? Vaughn commented. He was impressed and satisfied by the firepower. However, as soon as the smoke cleared up, Vaughn froze. The wall was completely fine. That didn't do any damage. Vaughn was taken aback. No, there's a 0.5 centimeter deep hole if you look closely. Astra pointed out. There wasn't much change in her expression, however, she was proud of her son who had started taking magic seriously. Aren't these walls too strong? What's the point of testing the magic if you can't even tell how strong your magic is? Vaughn questioned with a frown on his face. Hearing his question, Astra just smiled, then she flicked her finger towards the wall and... flicker. Without any formation of magic circle, a fire spike shot toward the wall and... boom! A louder explosion was heard. The smoke cleared up and... What in the... Vaughn's mouth remained open in shock. There was a 10 centimeters deep hole in the wall. Yes, just this seemingly casual spell from Astra broke the wall that he thought was too strong. I am a 7th circle mage, Vaughn. If the walls aren't durable, I would destroy the room even with my weakest smell. Don't underestimate your mother, okay? I am quite strong. Astra chuckled as she jokingly patted her bicep. Vaughn was still too shocked to say anything. He knew his mother was strong, but... what in the hell? That was just a flick on her finger. She didn't even create a magic circle. Where are all those magic theories now? If you had shot that spell outside, how much damage would that have done? Suddenly, Vaughn questioned. He was curious. It is just a casual spell, so it should only destroy a 2-meter big boulder, Astra replied. A casual spell, huh? Mother, what if you use your strongest spell? How strong would that be? Vaughn couldn't contain his curiosity and questioning. Hearing that question, a big smile appeared on Astra's face and... do you really want to know? She questioned back. I do. Vaughn nodded. Flick. Then suddenly Astra flicked on Vaughn's forehead and... Stop wasting time on these useless questions and do what we are here for. That's cheating. You should answer my question, I am curious. Vaughn retaliated. Why should I answer you? Become a 7th circle mage and find the answer yourself. You just need to know that your mother is strong. I wouldn't know how strong you are if you don't tell me. Vaughn muttered in an extremely low voice. Of course, Astra still heard him. I am strong enough to beat you again and again, young man. Now better get to what you came here for, or I will prove it to you myself. Petty, Vaughn muttered. Then, he took out his 2 elemental stones, then, he injected mana into the stones and… flicker. A huge, 3-meter fire spike was formed. Whoosh. The spike rushed towards the wall and… boom. Another explosion was heard. This time, a 3 centimeters deep hole had appeared. It has the same strength as the normal Ignispike pursuit, Astra commented. Her tone may have sounded calm, however, her expression wasn't. She glanced at Vaughn with her eyes shining. How did you come up with it? She questioned. I just got it. Vaughn didn't know how to answer. Are you trying to get back at me for earlier? Astra narrowed her eyes. Of course not. I am not like that, Mother. I really don't know how to explain it to you. It is the same as the magic circle, I just got a feeling that it would work, and it did. But isn't it a good thing for us? Ignispike Pursuit is not a weak spell. If we use these patterns rather than the ones used in the books, the Vaughn family's strength would improve to another level. You can also take the credit for this spell, it would solidify your position as the family head even further. Vaughn spoke, his golden eyes shining brightly. He could finally help his mother in some way. There is no way he would back away from doing that. Are you trying to assist your mother? Astra questioned with a curious smile on her face. Of course. I can only live an easy life if my mother's position as the head is unparalleled. Vaughn replied with a proud smile on his face. How greedy. Astra chuckled. Vaughn continued to smile. But you don't have to worry, Vaughn. Your mother is already unparalleled. Astra replied. Vaughn didn't know. He was just confused because he saw other family members trying to use him to target Astra, however. Astra Alicia Vesta was not a normal woman. She was much stronger than Vaughn's wildest imaginations. Solidifying her position? If truth be told, then Astra's position couldn't be strengthened any further. In Vesta City, she was an absolute being. Chapter 50. I guess it is time to retaliate. You don't have to worry, Vaughn. Your mother is already unparalleled. Astra replied. That may be true, but those uncles of mine still dared to go against you in the meeting, did they not? If your position was that absolute, they wouldn't have bothered going against the head of the family now, would they? They are definitely up to something, Mother. I am sure about it. Vaughn was an underworld gang leader in his previous life. He knew how these things worked. If Astra's position was as strong as she thought it was, those uncles of his wouldn't have dared to act like how they did back in the meeting. Vaughn was sure those people were planning something his mother didn't do. So he needed to help her out. He needed to create a foundation so strong that no matter what those people were planning, none of the mages would dare to go against his mother. Seeing the serious look on Vaughn's face, Astra chuckled again. I am not the one they are targeting, Vaughn. She spoke as she looked into her son's golden eyes. What do you mean? Vaughn frowned. There are different factions that your uncles and aunts have formed. There are 2 formed by your uncle Draven Alicia Vesta, and aunt, Rissia Alicia Vesta. The rest of your uncles and aunts just support these 2 factions as they fight each other. Or at least that is how others and even Draven and Rissia perceive it. However, in truth, there is a 3rd faction as well. Thought I won't tell you the details about that faction since those people made it behind others' backs and it is supposed to be a secret. A small smile then appeared on Astra's face and… It won't be fun if everything is revealed so quickly now, will it? Yes, that was what kind of power Astra held. Everything that was happening in the Vesta mansion, whether it was the 2 factions her elder brother and sister had created, or another faction that was formed in secret, she had her eyes on everything. Vaughn worrying about someone like her. Honestly, in Astra's eyes, it was silly but cute. She liked how her son was worried about her. Of course, it's a different thing that there was never anything to worry about. If you know everything about it, then why are you not destroying these factions? Vaughn couldn't help but question. Why would I? As I said before, they are not targeting me. They are just competing amongst themselves. They are trying to gain their footing, showing their powers to the people of Vesta City and trying to gather more strength under them. What happened in the meeting was Draven's way to do this. If he had successfully made me, the family head, punish her own child, it would mean he and his faction holds the power to somewhat influence my decisions. There is no better way to flaunt and show their power than this, and it is quite a common tactic. Since, you are called the Waste. You are an easy target for them. Though this time it backfired since the member of the brothers' faction was humiliated in front of everyone. Astra chuckled at the end. Vaughn, however, was still confused. Why are they doing this? If they knew that her mother held absolute power, then why? Then suddenly, Vaughn's expression changed. Did you realize it? Astra questioned with a curious smile on her face. From her expression, she was definitely enjoying seeing her child's involvement in these matters. This was the first time Vaughn had shown interest in these matters after all. The wish that she had buried deep into her heart. It was slow, but it was being ignited again. The next family head, Vaughn muttered. Astra's smile widened. Indeed, these factions support their children. The more power they gather, the more say they would have when the next heir of the Vesta family is chosen. Of course, the end result would still depend on how competent the children are. However, that doesn't mean that there would be no politics behind it. These factions would do whatever they can to make their direct blood the next heir. So they all are going after me, just so they could make their children the next family head? Vaughn questioned. Well, pretty much. Though they will not directly harm you since they know the consequences of that. You are still the hot target, since you carry the name Astra. Astra then looked into Vaughn's eyes with an interested look on her face and... Do you regret having my name in yours? Vaughn, however, just smiled back. Of course not. I am rather glad that you are my mother. I really am. Vaughn replied, then he snorted. As for those dear uncles and aunts of mine, since they dared to use me as a chess piece in the game they are playing, I guess it is time to retaliate. Rho alpha and d alpha sin omicron v epsilon l dot c omicron m. Huh! This time, Astra's expression changed. Vaughn, do not do anything reckless. Your uncles and aunts are all strong mages. Going against them is not a wise choice. I won't be picking fights with them, mother. In what way would that be entertaining? Rather than picking useless fights, I'll take away what they want so desperately. You mean? Astra narrowed her eyes. She desperately hoped what Vaughn was going to say next was the same thing she was thinking, the flames of hope that had flickered in her heart. She wanted Vaughn to fan them. And Vaughn didn't disappoint her. The position of the heir. I will be taking that for myself. A big smile appeared on Astra's face soon, however, she contained that smile, then with a slight cough. That's quite a great ambition you have, she commented. Well, I am your son, what did you expect? Don't think I will support you just because you are my son. As the family head, I have the duty to be impartial and choose the best heir possible. Astra replied with a strict look on her face. Of course, I will be doing everything on my own. It wouldn't be fun if you, the queen, joined the games of her subject now, would it? Those factions and the prospective heirs they support, I am going to destroy them all. Vaughn spoke, determination burning in his eyes. Chapter 51. It shouldn't be like this. Those factions and the prospective heirs they support, I am going to destroy them all. Vaughn spoke, determination burning in his eyes. Ha! This time, Astra couldn't contain her smile and laughed out loud. I will look forward to what you have to show to me, son. She spoke. I assure you it will be worth your time. Vaughn replied with a confident smile on his face. All right then, this instant spell you discover, since you now know that I don't need it. Use it to increase your contribution points to the family and enter the succession battle. Please keep it as a present, mother. Vaughn, however, shook his head. Then, he looked into his mother's eyes and... Keep it as a proof that your son is changing. Trust me, this won't be the last spell I will be improving. I will improve countless spells to increase my contribution points. I plan to make a grander entrance later. A small smile appeared on Astra's face. She then grabbed the elemental stones Vaughn was passing to her. The stones which were bright red earlier had now turned dull. Astra filled the stones with her mana and they regained their color. Then she injected her mana to activate the instant spell, but nothing happened. What? Astra frowned. What happened? Vaughn questioned. It isn't working, Astra replied. Huh! Vaughn took the stones, then he injected his mana, and just as Astra said, the spell wasn't working. Was it just one-time use? Vaughn was doubtful. If that was the case, then it was much worse than the normal Ignispike pursuit, however then. Cree! Flamey flew in front of Vaughn's face. Flamey used her flames to draw an X in front of the two elemental stones. Are you saying that I can't use them? Vaughn questioned. Flamey nodded her head. So, these stones are useless now. Cree! Flamey shook her head. Then, she pointed at Astra and formed an X with her hand as she shook her head. Cree! What? This time, Vaughn couldn't understand what Flamey was talking about. Cree! Flamey flew around Astra and circled around her head. Then, she formed two stones that had similar shapes to the elemental shapes and placed them on Astra's hands. Then, the flames got brighter, and she brought those fire stones to Vaughn and... Cree! She shook her head again and formed a cross using her flames. The spell isn't working because Mother was the one who refilled the elemental stones. Am I the only one who can refill them? Cree! Flamey nodded her head. Vaughn frowned. That was not how instant spells worked. On the other hand, seeing her child talking in the air and making different expressions, Astra didn't know how to react. Was his injury acting up? But didn't the use heal on him? She even called those followers of God of Light just because she wanted to be sure nothing is wrong with her child. Did they fool her? Astra narrowed her eyes. Honestly, it was highly unlikely for the followers of God of Light to fool others. God of Light represented kindness, happiness, love, compassion, forgiveness, and all other positive values. The more these values a person has, the more affinity he has with God of Light's blessings and the higher his position gets in the Church of Light. So the higher the position, the kinder the person was. The three people she called were the bishops. People like them couldn't cheat others since that would not be a positive value and would affect their affinity with the God of Light, which would later harm their position. Honestly, Astra didn't really believe all this bullshit. After all, when the Tower of Magic was being attacked by other forces 5,000 years ago, the Church of Light was one of those forces as well. Let alone bishops, even the Pope had come to attack them. Attacking someone who was already at their worst, was it not something that would have affected their affinity with the God of Light? Then why did they actively participate, and even destroyed most of the Towers of Magic? Did the God of Light not stop them that time? Honestly, Astra and the Vesta family didn't really believe the Church of Light. In their eyes, they were just a bunch of hypocrites. However, aside from the Vesta city, every other place looked at the Church of Light differently. Their image was just too good. Never was a high-level member of the Church of Light caught doing something indecent. Rather, they always went out of their way to help others. Even hearing them curse was extremely rare. Some hadn't even cursed their entire life. People even believe that the God of Light is the only fair God in the world. The Church of Light's influence was so strong that even the dragons, who only followed the dragon god, trusted the high-level members of the Church of Light and only communicated with them. Rho alpha and D alpha sin omicron v epsilon L dot c omicronum. Yes, other humans were too vile and scheming in their eyes. They didn't interact with anyone other than the people of the Church of Light. Mother, can you remove mana from these stones? While Astra was thinking all this, Vaughn questioned. Astra came out of his reverie. Then she glanced at Vaughn and... Who are you talking to? She questioned. It's a secret, Vaughn replied. He tried to flick her mother's forehead like he did to her. However, his body simply moved on its own and backed away. Trying to be your mother's equal, huh? I wouldn't dare. Vaughn laughed. Astra shook her head. Anyways, you want me to remove mana from these stones? Yes. Astra then used Mana Drain, something a first circle mage like Vaughn couldn't do. The elemental stones became dull, and Astra passed the stones to Vaughn. Vaughn then filled the stones with his own mana. The stones became bright again. Vaughn passed the stones to Astra and Try again. He spoke. Astra frowned, however, she did as Vaughn told. She injected her mana into the stones to activate it, and flicker. The fire spike was formed. Just as I thought, it would only work if I am the one filling the elemental stone. Vaughn muttered. Flamey was right. Cree-eye, cree-eye! Flamey exclaimed with a proud look on her face. It was as if she was saying, how can I be wrong? Vaughn just chuckled. His little friend was really too adorable. This is strange. It shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, Astra spoke up with a strange expression on her face. Chapter 52. You are about to become a second circle mage? This is strange. Astra commented with a frown on her face. That's not how instant spells work. Even Archmage Eleonora's instant spells could be copied by other mages. There was no restriction, like only her mana could be used to activate those spells. Astra then glanced at Vaughn and, I had my doubts before, but your mana is different from other mages, isn't it? What do you mean? Vaughn frowned in confusion. Astra then extended her hands towards Vaughn. Give me your hands, she requested. Vaughn extended his hands. Astra held her son's hand and then injected her mana inside as she closed her eyes. Her mana circulated throughout Vaughn's mana veins. Then suddenly, Astra raised her eyebrow in surprise. Your mana veins are thicker than before. You are about to become a second circle mage? Isn't that a good thing? Vaughn questioned as he glanced at the strange expression that had appeared on Astra's face. This shouldn't be possible. I checked your mana veins when you had passed out before. Your mana veins weren't this thick. By default, a human's mana veins are clogged or sealed. At basic level, that is from first circle to fourth circle, mages open up these clogged or sealed mana veins. At first circle, mages can barely circulate mana throughout their mana veins. However, as the mages progress, the mana veins open up, making the mana flow faster and easier. Once a mage becomes a peak fourth circle mage, all his mana veins are unclogged, releasing his utmost potential and allowing him to form the mana core. It all depended on how much time and effort a mage put into their studies and moving their mana to open up their mana veins. There was no shortcut to this. However, Vaughn, who had barely become a first circle mage, never practiced. His mana veins were clogged and his mana flow was a mess. And all of that was just less than a month ago. But now, as Astra circulated her mana throughout Vaughn's mana veins, she could see that his mana veins were a lot clearer than before. Soon, his mana veins would be thick enough to store a sufficient amount of mana, enabling him to form his second circle. That kind of absurd speed. Astra had never heard of something like this before. Even she, who was considered one of the most talented mages the Vesta family had seen, needed around 2 years to form her second circle. How to do it in just a month? No one in the history of the Vesta family, no, let alone Vesta family, no one in the entire Egregia had done something like that. The magic records that mages of Egregia had created in these past 5,000 years, Vaughn's existence defied them all. Mother! Vaughn, who didn't know what his mother was thinking, frowned in confusion. He couldn't understand why his mother was so surprised. Of course, he couldn't possibly know what his cute little fairy friend had done when he fed her his mana. Flamey just continued to observe Vaughn and his mother with a curious look on her face. Her innocent eyes were just adorable. And Astra, who was trying to make sense out of this situation, blamed Vaughn's strange mana. Vaughn, can you try and inject your mana into my body? Astra questioned. She needed to see what this mana was. She wanted to make sure that it was safe for her child. Like, injecting after circulating throughout my mana veins? Vaughn questioned. This was the same thing he did when he fed Flamey his magic. Yes. Astra nodded. ALRI-. Cryorethi! However, just as Vaughn circulated the mana throughout his body and was about to inject it into Astra's body, Flamey appeared in front of him with a panic-struck look on her face. Cree-eye! Cree-eye! Cree! She desperately shook her head as she formed more than 50x with her flames. She looked into Vaughn's eyes, then she formed a strange skull as she pointed at Astra. Cree! Cree! She tried to push Vaughn away from Astra, however, she was just too weak to move him. Vaughn frowned. Are you telling me something would happen if I inject my mana into her? He questioned. Cree! 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 Flamey nodded desperately, forming more and more skulls in the air. She even formed a dagger on Astra's neck. Vaughn's expression changed. She will die. He guessed what Flamey was trying to say, and Flamey nodded again. Vaughn's eyes widened in horror. He quickly backed away. Seeing him act like that, Astra frowned. What's wrong? She questioned. I cannot do what you asked, Mother, Vaughn replied. Why? I just can't. Vaughn didn't know how to explain. Astra narrowed her eyes, however, in the end. All right. She just nodded. Also, Mother. Vaughn called him out again. What is it? The Vesta Underground Prison. Are there any criminals that will be executed any time soon? Chapter 53. This is for you. The Vesta Underground Prison. Are there any criminals that will be executed any time soon? Huh! Astra's expression changed. Why are you asking that? She questioned as she narrowed her eyes. I need to confirm something, Vaughn replied. And that something might harm the life of another human? Astra questioned. It might. Then you are not allowed to do that. But dash. Do not talk back, Vaughn, Astra said firmly. However, seeing that Vaughn was still trying to say something. No matter what it is that you need to confirm, and no matter how insignificant the life of that prisoner is, I will not allow my son to take a human life. I need to do that at some point, Mother. I, as the next head of the Vesta family, cannot be weak-willed. You don't want your son to start trembling just at the idea of having to kill someone, do you? Astra looked into Vaughn's eyes then. Your logic is flawed, Vaughn. Not taking someone's life doesn't make you weak-willed. It is the opposite. Having the ability to kill and the ability to control that urge is what makes you strong. Being powerful is important, however, learning to control your power is more important, and that is what you lack. You are impulsive, you try to solve everything with violence, but that is not how you become a ruler, Vaughn. That thug-like attitude would at best only make you the head of the Wardens of Vesta, a group that ensures security and safety in the Vesta city. In more brazen words, you will be reduced to a mere tool that the head of the family can use to get rid of his enemies, a dog who bites when he is ordered, but you would never be able to become the owner yourself. Keep this in your mind, Vaughn. If you do not do something about that impulsive attitude of yours, then even if you become the strongest mage out there, I will still allow you to become the next family head. Astra spoke with a firm look on her face. Also, if you want to experiment with something that might harm human life, then it makes you no different than those rouge mages we hunt down. ANS, I would rather have a weak-willed son than someone who treats human lives carelessly. Vaughn turned silent. For him, killing someone was not a big deal. Heck, he killed 3,000 people before he came to this world. However, his mother's words, they reverberated in his head as he started thinking about his past actions. Honestly, even now, he didn't think any of his actions were wrong. He was rather holding back. He hadn't killed anyone ever since he came here, honestly, that was a record for him already. However, even so, Vaughn contemplated how he lived his previous life.